Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV Audiobook channel. Shadow Slave, Chapter 2349, One Less Pawn, so a deity only accounts for this much in the end. Looking down, Sonny did not feel too triumphant. Rather, he was troubled. Killing a cursed beast sounded like a startling accomplishment, and it was in a sense. However, as a supreme titan, that was what he was supposed to be capable of. The true challenge would come when he had to face cursed demons, devils, and tyrants, the dreadful deities who were just as intelligent and cunning as he was, if not more. And then there were beings as distressing as cursed terrors and titans, like the Vile Thieving Bird, who had stolen his very fate from him. Sonny did not expect easy victories once he graduated to battling those creatures. Just as he thought about it, a chill ran down his spine. Feeling a cold gaze settle on him, Sonny turned back and glanced in the direction of the axis tree. He could not see the devil resting on one of its branches, but knew that he was being watched. I guess we had an audience. Much worse was the realization of just how vast the divide between great and cursed beings was. Every rank was progressively more powerful, and the gaps between them grew exponentially. And if the cursed one were already this overwhelming, then just how terrible the unholy ones would be. Smiling darkly, Sonny took a step back and crouched, digging in the squashed remains of the snowworm with a disgusted grimace on his face. Just then, Kai landed near him in a gust of wind, having already reverted to his human form. Slayer was not far behind either, walking over from higher up the ruined slope. The latter was concerned and calm like she always was, but the former seemed stunned. We just kill a cursed beast?" Sonny hummed nonchalantly. "Indeed we did." With that, he stood up and raised a hand, glancing at a tiny gem held between his fingers. It shone gorgeously in the twilight of dusk, its radiant depths peculiarly mesmerizing. His expression, however, was peculiar. "Would you look at that, Kai? This is the first sacred soul shard I have ever gotten my hands on. But why is it so tiny?" "No, really." Sonny felt cheated. Kai coughed. I don't think that the size of a soul shard matters, Sonny." Sonny pursed his lips, then sighed and hid the radiant gem in his armor. "I guess. That said, buddy, I think you should turn back into a dragon." Kai blinked a couple of times, then activated his transcendent ability once more. Sonny hurried Slayer, and once both of them jumped onto the dragon's back, shouted for Kai to fly up. A few moments after Kai rose into the air, the eruption began. This one was far more violent than the previous ones due to how severely damaged by the snow worm the mountain had been. It practically fell apart and then rose again. Its slopes formed by the cooled lava. A new volcano stood in place of the collapsed mountain in no time, just as tall and seemingly indestructible as the mountain had been. Once the three of them landed, Sonny went about erecting a new shadow manor. He shook his head while building it, somewhat shocked. That Ariel was really something, wasn't he? Who just goes around making mountains out of thin air? Unbelievable, truly mind-boggling. That's a real daemon for you. Kai was observing him with a nonplussed expression. Hearing that, the charming archer shifted his gaze to the opulent manor that was rising from the darkness, as if summoned by magic. Yeah, unbelievable. This time, Sonny went for a modern style with panoramic windows that opened to the gorgeous sight of the starlit sea of clouds. Making manifested shadows transparent was much easier than imbuing them with color, so he went a bit crazy with the glassworks. Of course, an actual architect or a designer would shed tears at his clumsy attempts to build something, but it was more than enough for a temporary shelter that would be destroyed in a day or two. Once inside, Sonny rested on a sofa and sighed. He did not quite get its properties right, so the sofa felt both too hard and too soft at the same time. It was these little details that were the hardest to master. Shaping the facade of a building was relatively easy, unless he wanted to adorn it with decorative elements, but making the interior feel real was very difficult. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Kai seemed utterly spent, too. After dismissing the outer layers of his armor, the charming archer lowered himself into an armchair and closed his eyes. Sonny took out the sacred soul shard and studied it some more, enjoying the gorgeous glow. "Do you know why death was created, Kai?" Kai glanced at him in confusion. "Death created," Sonny smiled. Of course, there was a time when death did not exist well. Actually, time did not exist back then either. Everything we know as the axiomatic laws of existence was actually created at some point by the gods to contain the void. The void was endless and everlasting after all, so they needed to create some form of finality to cage it. It just struck me as funny that our battle against the snowworm was a bit similar to that, a struggle between infinity and finality. He remained silent for a while, then added, "Anyway, it was Shadow God who created death, and nobody, not even the gods, liked him very much because of that. Death was initially a weapon against the void and the eternal beings that dwelled in it. Even now, death dutifully destroys the corruption which is caused by the malignant influence of the void. That is why we can kill a cursed nightmare creature and retrieve a sacred soul shard from its corpse." Kai blinked a couple of times. "Oh, I never thought about that actually. Now that I do, it does seem peculiar." Sunny threw the soul shard into the air and caught it. "But really, if you think about it, death doesn't really exist. Or rather, death is not what people think it is." Kai raised an eyebrow, confused. Sunny chuckled. "People think of death like it is the end, but actually it is merely a transformation. Shadow God swallowed everything that died and digested it, I guess, within himself, ground it all into pure essence, then released it back into the world. He is gone now, but the laws he established still persist. So no one ever really disappears. They just become something new." Kai smiled faintly. "That is a soothing thought, I guess." Sunny let out a quiet laugh. "Yes, but I've been thinking, what does that make me? After all, I am somewhat of a thief. The things I kill never reach the shadow realm. Instead, they simply remain in my soul forever." He scratched the back of his head. "Maybe I can learn how to digest them too. But if there is a way to do that, I have not learned it yet." Kai let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes again. "So you want to learn how to digest dead beings after swallowing them?" "I see. Any particular reason why?" Sunny fell into deep thought and remained silent for a while. Then his eyes gleamed. "Come to think of it, it is all because of that dastardly worm. I mean, that thing was huge, right? So I was really hoping to eat some worm meat today, but it just had to go and turn tiny in the end. No meat for us, damn it." Hearing another deep sigh, he frowned and glanced at Kai with reproach. "What? Aren't you hungry? No way. Even if you're not hungry, I am." There was no answer. Chapter 2350, Igneous Rock. In the morning, Sunny observed the movements of the snow figures tensely. The clockwork giant was still in pursuit, occupying the volcano they had just left. The snow devil, meanwhile, remained where it had been, choosing not to abandon the axis tree. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. At this point, his position on the board was still precarious. He needed 3 moves to reach the Shrine of Truth, and so did the Snow Devil. Considering that it had the initiative, though, the Guardian of the Axis Tree would have arrived there first if it wanted to. Now that it had skipped a move, though, Sunny had the initiative and would reach the shrine sooner. It was a bit unnerving, really, because he could not help but question the behavior of the adversary. Why had the Snow Devil remained passive? Was it because staying on the Axis Tree gave the Snow Domain some kind of advantage? Or was it simply because the Snow Tyrant wanted to surround the shrine with more figures before mounting a 3-pronged attack to crush Sunny in one fell swoop? We'll see when we get there. There was something else for him to consider as well. There were 8 more snow figures on the board that Sunny could not see. None of them had appeared yet, and he suspected that they had been staying in their initial positions until now. But Sunny had a sinking suspicion that all of them had departed from their squares this morning, moving in the direction of the Shrine of Truth. There was a very simple reason why he believed that. Before, the Snow Tyrant had no way to guess where Sunny was going. After all, he had gone directly north after abandoning the Ash Castle, never changing direction. But then Sunny turned west and killed the snowworm. That indicated his desire to conquer the Shrine of Truth, and gave the adversary an understanding of his plans, and, therefore, the ability to build an appropriate strategy. How troublesome. It would take the group of snow figures in the north from 4 to 6 moves to reach the Shrine of Truth. The group occupying the Shrine of Fear, meanwhile, would need from 6 to 7 moves to get there. There was the snow demon from the left corner to worry about too, who could already be in the Shrine of Truth or en route to it. But Sunny was not too worried about a solitary figure. In any case, the coast was clear, for now at least. We should enjoy these days of peace. Once they reached the shrine, it would most likely be one harrowing battle after another. So it was good that Sunny had a few days to prepare. Most of the obsidian wasps had been destroyed in the battle against the snowworm. It was going to take some time for them to repair themselves. Additionally, he could dedicate this time to weaving. He could create more arrows for Kai and improve his bow. More importantly, there was the sacred soul shard in his possession now. Using it, he could create something truly special. But currently, Sunny was worried about something else. Looking away from the axis tree, he stared at Kai and nudged him on the shoulder. "Well, did you find it?" Kai coughed awkwardly. "Well, it's a big mountain, Sunny. Give me more time." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "What do you mean it's a big mountain? You can see through ash. You can see through rock. How hard can it be to find a piece of flawless white jade in this pile of obsidian and solidified magma?" Kai let out an exasperated sigh. "It would be less difficult if I could concentrate for a few seconds." Sunny scoffed. "Oh, I see you know how to talk back now. Hey, look at Slayer. She has never talked back to me once." Slayer gave him a look, her black eyes full of such dreadful malice that he almost flinched. "I mean, she does drink my blood and tries to kill me every week. But at least she does it silently." The thing Sunny wanted Kai to find was, naturally, the figure of the snow beast he was supposed to receive for killing the colossal worm. He had been so engrossed in appreciating the aesthetic beauty of the sacred soul shard, and not at all overcome by greed, that he had forgotten about it entirely at the moment, and then the entire mountain fell apart. Considering that they had to move on from this newborn volcano by evening, Sunny felt quite pressed to find the jade figurine. After all, it was invaluable. He was already starting to grow nervous when Kai finally smiled. "There, I see it." He pointed in the vague direction where the snowworm had died. "It's right there, about 500 meters underground, stuck in igneous rock." Sunny let out a relieved sigh. "Good, good." Then he fell silent. After a few moments of that, Kai finally asked, "So are you going to dig it out?" "No, wait. You probably have better things to do." He looked at Slayer, then glanced away and added wistfully, "I guess I should dig it out." Sunny remained silent for a while, then shook his head. "No, at least not yet. I have another candidate in mind." With that, he took a deep breath and turned into a shadow. Nothing happened for a long while. Then, suddenly, a flood of ash escaped from the shadow, rising into the sky like a towering pillar. Then the pillar of ash bent and plummeted down, twisting as it assumed form. Soon enough, the maw of an enormous black worm hit the slope of the mountain, easily burrowing into the seemingly impregnable rock. The shadow turned into a human once again. Sunny gave Kai a faltering smile, trying to hide how strained every fiber of his being was. That should be quicker, no?" Chapter 2351, Sacred Shade. Sunny had never been able to summon the Shade of Condemnation, and that was not for the lack of trying. The shadow of the fallen god simply refused to submit to his will. It was too vast, too ancient, and too unfathomable to be compelled by his commands, while Sunny himself was not nearly powerful enough to assert his authority over it. In a sense, trying to deal with the shadow of condemnation was even more difficult than trying to command the fragment of the shadow realm. After becoming a supreme, Sunny could manipulate the fragment a little bit, enough so to separate it from the nameless temple at least, even if it had felt like moving a mountain. The fragment was devoid of personality, though, while the shadow of condemnation, it had a mind of its own, or a shadow of a mind of its own at least. In any case, Sunny could not summon the shadow of condemnation. The dead god remained in the tranquil darkness of his soul, seemingly at peace, and since it was the only shade of the sacred rank there, Sunny simply assumed that he could not command shades of a higher rank than his own. After facing the snowworm in battle, though, he began to doubt that theory. The cursed beast had been frightening and dreadfully powerful, true, but not beyond the realm of understanding when compared to Sunny. More than that, Sunny had already experienced, if not overpowering, then at least defeating the creature's will, Plus, unlike condemnation, he had killed the snow worm with his own two hands, metaphorically speaking. In truth, naturally, he had killed it with his boot. So who was to say that he could not command its shade? How could the shadow of a mere beast rebel against the Lord of Shadows? So that was exactly what Sunny tried to do. He tried to summon the shade of the snow worm and make it follow his commands. The result was both promising and disappointing. Just like condemnation, the snow worm, Abundance, refused to answer Sunny's call. Really, it was not even so much a refusal as it was a flat-out indifference. Both sacred shades simply ignored Sunny and his commands. However, unlike condemnation, Abundance was not so immense as to be indomitable. So Sunny let his temper flare and descended upon the easy-minded shadow with all the ferocious power of his cold and imposing will. "Come here, you." That too felt like moving a mountain. The thing, though, was that Sunny actually possessed enough willpower to move this particular mountain, and so the mountain responded his call and came to him. Ah. Sunny felt a crushing pressure fall upon him the second the shadow of Abundance reluctantly passed through the gate of his soul and escaped into the miniature world of Ariel's game. That should be quicker, no? He pretended to smile while wincing on the inside. Controlling a sacred shade was different from controlling the other members of his Shadow Legion. Summoning his army of shades, even those of the supreme rank, felt effortless and natural. Summoning the Shade of Abundance, though, required him to keep overcoming its reluctance both continuously and meticulously. Needless to say, that put quite a strain on Sunny. In short, it was like riding an enraged bull. Sunny assumed that bulls were some kind of horse, like creatures who somehow managed to be even more ill-tempered than horses. Considering that the only horse he knew was Nightmare, that painted a pretty horrifying picture. He did not know why anyone sane would choose to ride such a creature, but the experience must have been similar to his attempts at keeping Abundance under control. There was another unexpected complication to summoning a sacred shade as well. Usually, Sunny did not need to worry about essence while commanding his Shadow Legion. The flow of it he received from his shades was far greater than the expenditure needed to keep them summoned. The situation was reversed for the Shadow of Abundance, though. Not only was the Ash domain weak and feeble when compared to Sunny's actual domain, but keeping the damn worm summoned was consuming his essence at a disheartening rate. He would not be able to maintain the summoning indefinitely, he would not be able to maintain it for too long even, which meant that calling upon sacred shades was a tool that had to be used strategically. It was still amazing news for Sunny, though. Not because Abundance would be able to excavate the volcano and retrieve its own figure faster than Kai would, naturally. Rather, it was because Sunny had been worried about the rank of his enemies for a while now. It was a stroke of great luck that the first snow figure they had faced was a swarm of great beasts. Slaying them had not only weakened the snow domain, but also strengthened Sunny. If the rest of the nightmare creatures on the board had been cursed, however, then he would not have been able to grow his army exponentially. And that was what Sunny had been counting on. That was his only hope of winning the death game, despite starting it in a tremendously disadvantaged position. In a position so hopeless and dire that it had made Ariel, the demon of dread, admit defeat. Look carefully, Snow Tyrant, whoever you are. Sunny's smile grew firmer as he watched Abundance burrow into solid rock. He was going to slay the abominations of the snow domain one after another and turn them into his own soldiers. And with those soldiers, he was going to lay siege the snow castle and bring its ruler down. Best of all, he was going to bring his army of sacred shades out of Ariel's game into the real world. So, the piece of Weaver's lineage was not the only boon he would carry away from this peculiar, lethal miniature world. How nice. There are 10 of them left, aren't there? Kai glanced at him dubiously. What are you thinking about? You look suspiciously cheerful. Sunny laughed happily. I was just thinking about how there are 10 more eldritch horrors waiting to kill us in horrendous ways. Isn't it wonderful? Kai exhaled slowly. Wonderful? Oh, wonderful, wonderful, he says. And he means it too. That is not the word I would have used. Chapter 2352, Shrine of Truth. In the evening, they abandoned the newly formed volcano and moved west. And in the morning, the volcano was no more, conquered by the clockwork giant and transformed into a snow-covered mountain. Sunny quietly mourned the destruction of yet another manor he had built. What even is the point? Ah, I already miss my weirdly stiff, but overly soft sofa. He did not miss any memory more than he missed the shadow chair. Now that they had moved one more square west, the axis tree finally disappeared from view. That was a relief for Sunny, who did not need to feel the gaze of the snow devil anymore, but at the same time it made him tense because they had no way of knowing what the devil was doing now. That paled in comparison to the fact that they finally saw the Shrine of Truth, though. Well, Kai saw it, possibly Slayer too. Sunny was simply comforted by the thought that it was there. He could see 8 surrounding peaks from the current square. The shrine was 2 moves away, diagonally northwest of their position. Diagonally southwest, meanwhile, similarly 2 moves away from the shrine. Are you certain? Kai nodded grimly. Yes, that should be the snow demon. Sunny frowned. The snow demon seemed to have abandoned the corner of the board, moving 1 square up. That made little sense, considering that it could have reached the Shrine of Truth already, unless the Snow Tyrant wanted to use the shrine as a lure to trap Sunny and his ash beasts, with nowhere to retreat. If that was its plan, then the Snow Demon would politely let them pass, instead of intercepting them come morning. Sunny sighed. So what does it look like? Kai hesitated for a while. Well, I'm not sure. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How come? Don't you have the all-seeing eye? Kai smiled faintly. No, I merely have the most seeing eye. He chuckled quietly and added in a neutral tone. Remember how you mentioned creepy wraiths made of snow? Sunny did vaguely remember suggesting something like that when they had first encountered the snow devil. Don't tell me. Kai nodded. Indeed, the snow demon is a creepy wraith made of snow. There is a blizzard raging on the mountains, and something is hiding in that blizzard. But I'm not sure what it is. Honestly, I only noticed its presence because the currents of snow seem unnatural, as if avoiding something or someone. Sunny sighed. My damn tongue. Why couldn't I have suggested pretty wraiths made of snow instead of creepy ones? Or better yet, creepy wraiths made of delicious food. That'd be great too. Kai scratched his head. Can wraiths be made of food? I thought wraiths were supposed to be intangible. Sunny grimaced. You make a fair point. He lingered for a moment, and then added in a disgruntled tone. Have I ever mentioned that I hate wraiths? I once spent a few thousand years with a wraith stuck in my head. It had its uses, sure, but by the dead gods. Having a head wraith is so obnoxious, I do not recommend. Kai stared at him silently for a while. Eventually he asked in an even tone, Who do you hate more, wraiths or birds? Sunny blinked a couple of times. What an interesting question. He contemplated the answer, then shook his head decisively. Birds are still worse, definitely. With that, he wandered off to find a place to rest. Sunny had been joking, but hunger was letting itself be known. It was merely a psychological dependency, of course, since he could sustain himself on nothing but his essence. Kai was far from being weakened by the lack of food as well. Saints could go without sustenance for a long while. But everything was relative, of course. If it'd been Effie whom Sunny took with him on this journey, for example, she would have been dead or dying from hunger by now because of her flaw. The realization that he could have led one of his friends to their death and had only been spared that guilt by dumb luck made Sunny feel enraged. He had not felt that powerless in a long, long while. It was not a good feeling at all, but the truth was both obvious and ruthless. No matter how much Sunny had grown, and no matter how well he prepared, he was still nothing in front of beings like the Demon of Dread. The laws of a miniature realm Ariel had created to use as a toy were enough to render all Sunny's power meaningless. I'll throw this damned board into the sky below after we get out of here. But of course he wouldn't. Ariel's game was too precious. Once it was cleared of the frightening abominations left here by Ariel and Weaver, it could be populated by far more manageable monsters. Then it could be used as a training tool for the saints who aspired to become sovereigns, or even for those supremes who had risen to their rank only recently. After all, while the Ash domain was a downgrade for Sunny, the experience of ruling it could be precious to someone else. He sighed and went about his business. In the morning, the snow demon remained where it was, indicating that Sunny's suspicion was true, The snow tyrant was leaving the road to the Shrine of Truth wide open, intending to completely surround them there. Sunny did not mind, though. In fact, that was exactly what he wanted to happen as well. They traveled one more square west in the evening, reaching the westernmost column of squares. At dawn, the snow demon once again remained in place, while the clockwork giant once again conquered the volcano they had just left. That makes two. Once they reached the shrine, both the snow demon and the snow beast would make one move north, surrounding Sunny and his companions from south and east. That would only leave an enemy to close the blockade from the north, and then the three of them could attack the shrine together. Sunny did not know who the enemy would be, but he was going to find out soon. Finally, on their sixth sunset in Ariel's game, they reached the Shrine of Truth. Stepping on the slope of the lonesome mountain, Sunny knew that this was where the decisive battles of this death game were going to be fought. He sighed heavily. Game on, I guess. Chapter 2353, Sacred Battlefield. The square of the shrine was not different from the rest of them. It had been a snow-covered mountain before, but now that the ash domain swallowed it, the peak of the mountain shattered, and rivers of lava flowed down its slopes, melting away the snow and ice. Soon enough, it was covered in ash. Sunny and his companions slowly ascended the slope of the newly born volcano, not in a hurry to reach the caldera. There was some time to spare, after all, since their enemies would need at least two moves to launch an attack. It's interesting. Sunny glanced at the pillar of smoke rising into the sky. He was reminded of his first nightmare. The nameless temple had also been located atop a snowy peak, after all. But now, the peak of the mountain had exploded and crumbled, replaced by the crater of a fuming volcano. This meant that the Shrine of Truth could not have been located there. Was it hidden in a cave? He could ask Kai, but really Sunny was not that curious. Kai, meanwhile, seemed a little troubled. This time, there will be 3 snow figures launching an attack at the same time, won't there? Sunny shrugged. Most likely, the charming archer exhaled slowly. The 2 we killed were already terrible enough. Are you sure we will be able to handle 3 at the same time? Sunny hesitated for a little while. Well, we also have the obsidian hive and the shadow of abundance with us now. And we don't need to kill all 3, we just need to hold out until the sun rises. If we fortify this place well, it should be doable. His expression darkened a little. The real problem is that we will have to repel them the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that, as countless times as it takes until one side is entirely obliterated. He smiled faintly. But that was the very reason we decided to come here, wasn't it? To grow stronger every time a snow figure is sacrificed to the Shrine of Truth? In fact, Sunny hoped that he would be able to make use of the shrine even before the first siege. He carried 2 jade figurines. After all, the idea of wasting 2 truths pained him. But if the figures could be sacrificed to strengthen him and his allies, he was willing to part with them. Kai chuckled. You are still full of confidence, I see. Aren't you even a little bit afraid? Sunny shook his head. Why would I be? These things stopped scaring me a long, long time ago. It's like I've exhausted all the fear allotted to me at birth, but I am not completely fearless. Do you know what really frightens me? Kai raised an eyebrow. What? Sunny took a deep breath and shivered, watching Nephis pour honey on the pancakes I made. Now, that's frightening. Kai blinked a couple of times. What's wrong with honey? Sunny gave him an indignant glare. Everything. The better question would be, what's right with honey? Who in their right mind would taint innocent pancakes with something so vile? The charming archer just stared at him silently for a while, then took a shaky breath. And you're being sincere, too. But if you fear honey so much, why not tell Nephis to stop using it? Sunny coughed and glanced away. Well, why would I? If she likes honey, I am willing to fill the entire ivory tower with honey. If that is not enough, I'll replace the water in the lake with honey, too. Kai laughed. Aren't you sweet? Just like Sunny gave him a dark look. I suggest you stop there, pal, if you know what's good for you. Kai only laughed louder. Eventually, they crested the edge of the caldera and began the descent. Soon enough, they reached the main vent of the volcano and the pillar of smoke rising from it. The Shrine of Truth rested on a platform suspended above the abyssal chasm on soot-covered chains. Unlike the Ash Castle, though, there was no fortress on the platform. Instead, there was a charred temple built from large blocks of stone, its edifice turned black by ash and smoke. Tall pillars, a broad frieze, a triangular pediment decorated by weathered reliefs. The Shrine of Truth looked vaguely familiar, like a shabby cousin of the nameless temple. The two were not exactly the same, but definitely resembled each other, as if built in the same style. Sonny stared at the charred temple for a few seconds. Curious. He knew that the nameless temple was truly ancient. Since it had been originally dedicated to all seven gods of the pantheon, it must have been built at the very dawn of existence, after the void was sealed, but before the seventh god was forgotten, his very memory forbidden. The demons had been born roughly at the same time. So this kind of temple must have just become ingrained in Ariel's mind in the days of his youth. So, when he needed to create a rough model of a temple, he could have simply defaulted to this style without thinking too much. Sonny tilted his head. Was it right to think about demons in such easy terms, to imagine them so human? Demons had been born sacred, having been torn from the soul of a god, so they could not have been too human. That said, they had been young once, too. They had experienced passions and sorrows, too. They had walked the path of ascension and elevated themselves to the divine rank. So who was to say that they had shared no similarity to mortal men like Sonny and Kai? Shaking his head, he turned to Slayer and grinned. "Should I toss you over the chasm again?" She gave him a cold, sinister look, then took a graceful step toward Kai, stopping near him silently. Sonny opened his eyes wide. Ah, the bitter pain of betrayal. Chapter 2354, Plentiful Choices. The interior of the Shrine of Truth was much like the interior of the Ash Castle, a mere facsimile of an actual structure, as opposed to a real one. It was one vast chamber, more modest in size than the smoke-filled hall of the crumbling fortress, but still large enough for an enormous abomination to occupy. Of course, there were no nightmare creatures inside at the second, just Sonny, Kai, and Slayer. The shrine was not exactly comfortable, but at least there was no ash falling on them from above. The smoke was contained in the middle of the great chamber, so the rest of it was clean, and even pleasantly cool. Kai studied their temporary shelter for a few seconds, then sighed. Honestly, it is a bit of a downgrade compared to the houses you've been building. You are getting quite good at making those. Sonny chuckled. Am I? That's good to hear. He shook his head. I spent most of my life being homeless, you know. So in the end, I got myself a home that can follow me around and eat my enemies. He let out a wistful sigh. Who knew I wouldn't be able to bring it with me, this time? Sonny shook his head again and headed toward the pillar of smoke. Apart from its form and size, the interior of the Shrine of Truth was different from the Ash Castle in two ways. First of all, since this volcano had just emerged, there was only a thin layer of ash on the floor. Secondly, Sonny reached the circular pit leading to the depths of the volcano and stopped, looking at its edge with a thoughtful expression. I feel like I was right. Instead of a single pedestal, there were two altars in front of the pit. If Sonny's suspicion was correct, they were meant for the jade figurines. One altar would allow him to exchange a snow figure for a truth, while the other would most likely allow him to sacrifice it in exchange for some kind of boon, either for himself or for his warriors. He was not going to decide how to spend his trophies just yet, though. First, he needed to learn the identity of the third snow abomination they would be fighting in 2 dawns. Let's rest for a bit. Kai had commented how the Shrine of Truth was not that comfortable, but nothing prevented Sonny from making it more habitable. He manifested a few pieces of furniture and sprawled on a sofa, feeling a little satisfied by the fact that it felt far less weird than the previous ones. He had not slept inside Ariel's game yet, and while there was no real need to, Sonny still felt himself drifting into a slumber. There would probably be no opportunity for him to rest later, so he could just as well use this last one. Sleep did not come easily, though, and Sonny soon found himself laying there, wide awake, plagued by uninvited thoughts. Eventually, he sighed and sat up. Kai was awake too, looking at the billowing smoke with a distant expression. Sonny rubbed his eyes, then stared at the charming archer silently. Is something bothering you, Sonny? He smiled crookedly. I guess. Sonny remained quiet for a few seconds, then said, You are a curious person. You know that, right, Kai? The charming archer raised an eyebrow and turned to look at him. Me? If anything, I thought that I was quite a boring person compared to my comrades. I mean, Sunny scoffed. Oh, but that is exactly what makes you curious. The fact that you are different from the rest of us? Kai remained silent as if inviting him to continue. Sunny leaned on the backrest of the sofa and sighed. This armor I wear was forged by Nether, the demon of destiny. He is also known as the demon of choice, and here we are, searching for a piece of the demon of fate. Fate, destiny, choice, you might not know it. But all these things are of great interest to me. He crossed his arms. It used to be that very few people apart from the legacy scions got to choose whether they wanted to be infected by the nightmare spell or not. They were forced to face the first nightmare, and then they were forced to enter the dream realm come the winter solstice. Some survived and some didn't. However, once the carriers of the spell awakened then, they finally got to choose something for themselves, whether they wanted to challenge the second nightmare or not. Sunny smiled darkly. At least in theory, in truth, none of us had a real choice in that matter. For Nephis, it was the only way to survive and return to the waking world. For Effie, it was the only way to gain a healthy body. For Cassie, it was a necessary step toward fixing what she had broken. Mordred was a mirror wraith with no vessel to call his own. Jet had to keep growing stronger to survive her flaw. As for me, well, I could not allow myself to fall behind someone. He pointed to Kai. So, really, out of all of us, only you had that choice, Kai. You could have stayed awakened and spent the rest of your life in safety, living comfortably. And yet, you still chose to answer the call of nightmare. So, I'm curious why. Kai seemed a little uncomfortable. He lingered for a few seconds, then shrugged. I guess I did indeed have the luxury of making more choices than most of my friends. At first, I did exactly what you said, stayed safe and lived comfortably, closing my eyes to the sorrows of the rest. That was in the bright castle. But after escaping the forgotten shore, I did not want to live like that anymore. He smiled. Samion once told me, I don't quite recall who, that strength was the only virtue, while weakness was the only sin. It seemed convincing at first, but then I changed my mind. Actually having strength but misusing it felt like a far greater sin than being weak. I had already sinned by being weak, so after awakening, I did not want to sin again by wasting my strength. So I chose responsibility. I also chose to follow my friends who did not have the same freedom of choice I had. Sunny leaned forward a little. That is exactly it. You had freedom, but surrendered it in favor of responsibility. His eyes grew darker. Don't you ever regret it? Don't you miss the freedom you gave up? Kai simply laughed. His eventual answer made Sunny flinch a little. No, I haven't missed it once. Chapter 2 and 355, Empty Vessel. Sunny studied Kai intently, hiding his surprise. He had expected his friend to give a negative answer. Of course, after all, he knew Kai too well to think otherwise. And yet the categorical nature of his denial left Sunny rattled. He leaned back a little, frowning. Not even once, Kai shrugged. Of course, this freedom you talk about, well, it is an elusive concept, I guess. It changes depending on how you define it. Are we talking about freedom from responsibility, from duty, from having to act on behalf of the others? The charming archer smiled softly. If so, then I see no reason to regret surrendering it. You seem to regard freedom as something inherently positive, but is it, really? To me, it seems that freedom is neither good nor bad. Rather, it is like a transparent, empty vessel. You can fill it with good things or bad things, making it either benign or malignant, but the very act of placing something in the vessel breaks it, and you're not free anymore. So I guess it's a bit of a paradox. He sighed. The only way to remain free, in this context, is to leave the vessel empty. And while emptiness is neither benign nor malignant, it is certainly much sadder than either. Kai shook his head. The things I filled my vessel with suit me fine. So what if it's not empty and transparent anymore? Why would I want to live a life of emptiness, anyway? Sunny slowly shook his head. I guess there's no reason, but still, doesn't everyone want to be free? Kai considered his question seriously. True, people generally long to be free, free to live their lives the way they want. That is, not to be free for the sake of freedom. So what they really want is freedom to make their own choices, not freedom from the consequences of those choices, even if they become bound to something as a result, unable to do as they want anymore as a result. Sunny smiled bitterly. Ah, that old nugget of wisdom. He remained silent for a while, looking into the distance somberly. Someone told me once that no one is really free in this world. Everyone is chained to someone or something, so the only real freedom there is the freedom to choose your own chains. He grinned darkly. Of course, I proved this wisdom wrong. Using your metaphor, I put the broken vessel back together and cleaned it until its walls were transparent once again. Kai raised an eyebrow. Peculiar? You are telling the truth, and yet what you say can't possibly be true. Sunny was surprised. Can't possibly be true. How so? Noticing his bewilderment, Kai chuckled. I mean, I might have some responsibilities, but they are really nothing compared to what you, Sunny, have chosen to bear. You volunteered to fight in the Domain War despite not having a stake in that fight, carried the weight of innumerable lives on your shoulders, faced a sovereign in battle, and took his crown. Now you are one of the two guardian angels of humanity. Well, possibly a guardian devil is a more fitting term. Sunny's face twitched. Please don't mention angels when I'm around. Kai gave him a strange look, then shrugged and continued. What I mean to say is that you used to enjoy infinitely more freedom than I had ever possessed, and you discarded it all in favor of infinitely more responsibility than I will ever bear. So how can you claim that your vessel is empty? He coughed and glanced away. Oh, and also, can we steer away from this whole empty vessel metaphor? Honestly, it's not one of my best lyrics, were never my strong suit, but still, I used to be a musician. So it's a bit embarrassing. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Sure, we can. He remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. Well, if you put it that way, there does indeed seem to be a contradiction. Actually, it was exactly as you said. I had strived to break free for a very long time, but when I finally did, it came at a cost. And what followed after was empty and sad. You don't seem to regret surrendering your freedom, but I was full of regret after gaining mine. I was alone and had nothing, so I made a choice to come back and change everything. That, of course, bound me to a lot of things, and now I feel compelled to see them through. Kai smiled. Then all is well, no? Since you chose that path yourself? Sonny sighed, then rubbed his face tiredly. It's not that easy. The path is long and winding. What if following it will rob me of the ability to make choices for myself in the future? Kai scratched the back of his head. To be honest, I lost track of all these metaphors a bit, so I'm not sure I understand. But if the choice not to have as many choices is your own, then all is good as well. I think? Sonny looked at him and smiled. Then he laughed. So it's okay to be chained as long as I decide to wear shackles myself? All this talk and we ended up where we began. Kai gave him a guilty look. Sorry if I wasn't helpful. But in my defense, I have no idea what you're talking about. Sonny gave him a nod and laid back down on his sofa. It's all right. I appreciate you humoring me. Kai hesitated for a few seconds, then said in a tentative tone, Perhaps I could be more helpful if you told me what choice you are contemplating. Sonny yawned. Oh, it's just, I'm wondering whether I should go bird hunting sometime in the future. That's all. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it again. Then he exhaled slowly. I see. Well, good luck with whatever you decide to do. After a few moments of silence, he asked, Are you going to sleep? If so, I can stand guard. Not that nights here are dangerous. Sonny sighed, then shook his head. No, I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight, so I'll do something else instead. Clan, 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 lek. Letting go of the familiar image of himself, he set the shadow free, unleashed from the confines of a human silhouette. His shadow swelled and surged in all directions, covering the spacious interior of the Shrine of Truth in an instant. Then it burst from its gates like a dark tide. In a matter of seconds, Sunny had become vast enough to swallow the entire volcano, up to the point where its slopes disappeared into the sea of clouds at least. His shadow covered the gargantuan bowl of the caldera and the ash-covered slopes, flowing into each crack and crevice. He enveloped the luminous depths of the main vent too, as well as the suffocating confines of the secondary fissure vents. Slayer shifted silently and placed a hand on the hilt of her sword. Kai simply glanced around, lingered for a few seconds, and closed his eyes to rest. Sunny, meanwhile, summoned the Shade of Abundance. The giant worm rose from the depths of his soul and bit into the rock, crawling through the solid mass of the volcano to a wide tunnel through it. The shades of obsidian wasps scurried behind it, clearing the tunnels of debris. Sunny concentrated, and his vast shadow stirred, numerous arms growing from its black depths. His essence flowed like a torrent, and his countless hands wove it into black strings. He had considered for a long time what he would weave for the upcoming siege. In truth, Sunny was not as confident in the outcome of the battle as he had made it look. Fighting 3 snow figures, including a demon, was a perilous task, especially considering how few advantages he had. The crystal wasps had been weakened when they attacked the Ash Castle. But that was because, at that point, the Ash Castles had been bordered by 2 squares of the same color. The Shrine of Truth, however, would be surrounded by the snow domain from all sides during the battle, which meant that the invaders would not be weakened that much, or perhaps at all. Sunny and his companions would not be suppressed either, unlike how they had been during the battles against the Ice Hive in abundance, but that was all there was to it. The odds were not in their favor, so Sunny needed to prepare, and the sacred soul shard that had fallen into his hands was one of 2 precious resources he had, the other being the jade figurines. What would be the best use for it? Should he create a deadly weapon for himself? A powerful charm that could be enhanced by the jade mantle? A tool that would allow him to pull off some insidious trick? There were numerous options, but none of them would be as impactful as he wanted. There was another problem as well: time. A sacred memory was worthy of a truly sophisticated enchantment, but weaving an intricate enchantment was a long and complicated process. Sunny was not sure that he would be able to complete something so elaborate before the snow figures descended upon the Shrine of Truth. So the enchantment had to be relatively simple, just scaled to an entirely terrifying level of power. No weapon, charm, or tool he could think of would be able to produce the results he needed while bound by these limitations. So Sunny decided to do something else. He decided not to create a memory at all. Instead, he decided to enchant the mountain itself, all of it from the deepest part of the caldera to its steep, ash-covered slopes. The sacred soul shard would serve as the core of his grand enchantment, while the tunnels abundance created would become channels for the strings of shadow essence, forming the complicated patterns of an enormous spellweave. That spellweave would turn all of the fuming volcano into a magical fortress where Sunny would face the cursed warriors of the snow domain and slay them all one by one. Of course, creating such a spellweave was not an easy task. The paths carved by abundance were crude when compared to what Sunny could weave when creating a memory. So he could only imbue the mountain with a relatively simple enchantment. But that was all right. He had just an enchantment in mind, a perfect solution to numerous of the problems facing him. The scale of forces involved was so distressing that Sunny could not be sure that his great masterpiece would survive a single battle. But that was all right too. As long as it served its purpose, he would have a few more powerful shades to assist him during the next siege. So much work, he sighed silently. Controlling abundance was difficult, commanding the obsidian wasps on top of that was straining, and he had to weave the strings of essence to boot. I better hurry, though. The night passed rapidly. In the morning, the clockwork giant and the snow demon both moved 1 square north, just like Sunny had predicted. And at the same time, a third figure arrived at the peak of the snowy mountain to the north, closing the blockade. It was another snow beast, one of the 2 who had been protecting the snow castle, it seemed. Ignoring the newcomer for the time being, Sunny concentrated on excavating the volcano and forming the grandiose spellweave. He had to control the flow of lava to prevent it from flooding the network of tunnels, but that had proven easy enough to accomplish with a bit of foresight. In the end, he managed to finish the enchantment with just a few hours to spare before the next dawn. Assuming the human form for the first time since his candid conversation with Kai, Sunny let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his brow. He was terribly tired. But there was no time to rest. Standing up, Sunny lingered for a moment, and then took out the 2 jade figurines from inside his armor. They lay on his palm, feeling cold to the touch. Sunny exhaled slowly. Let's deal with you 2 then. Chapter 2357, Second Altar. Slayer was where he had left her, standing silently in the darkness of the shrine. Now that the sun had risen, a bit of light was falling into the empty hall of the scorched temple through the opening in its roof, and the towering fissure of its gates. Still, shadows swallowed most of the hall, so her motionless figure was entirely unnoticeable. Naturally, Sunny could see in the dark, so she could not hide from him. He sighed. Slayer was a peculiar shadow. She had been a shadow of a mortal woman once. That woman perished, and her shadow traveled to the shadow realm. Like all shadows did, however, once there she refused to be destroyed like the rest of them and persisted, hunting down the others like her to sustain herself. Whether it was because her sense of self was especially strong or for some other reason Sunny did not know. In any case, her stubborn refusal to succumb eventually bore fruit. Slayer ceased to be a mere shadow and was reborn as a shadow creature instead. The passage of time had erased what little remained of her original self, turning her into the feral, ruthless huntress Sunny met. She did not even remember her own name by then, let alone her past. She was killed once more, and reborn again, this time as his shadow. So Slayer was neither human nor a creature, but something in between. She did not possess an aspect like humans did, but she was also far more intelligent and lethal than a beast was supposed to be, which was to say that she did not possess any special powers. All she had was her skills, her sharp intelligence, her frightening killing intent, and her stubborn will. It was with these tools that she had endured thousands of years of surviving in the Shadow Realm, crafting weapons and arrows from pieces of obsidian, preparing traps for her enemies, and hiding when an essence storm passed nearby. Perhaps that had not always been the case, though. She was a peculiar shadow full of soul essence instead of shadow essence, after all not quite transcendent, but not quite supreme either. Perhaps Slayer had indeed wielded some kind of power, or even an aspect before her radiant soul deteriorated and lost its initial form. Maybe her aspect could be recovered one day. In any case, Sunny was not going to think less of her or consider her less of a threat, simply because Slayer did not have any special powers. She was incredibly menacing even without them, after all, to which he could personally attest. Still, he was very curious to see how the Shrine of Truth would make her stronger. The same held true for Kai. In fact, Sunny had no idea how the Shrine of Truth was supposed to work. All he knew was what Seishan had told them, that killing an enemy figure on this square was supposed to make the killer more powerful somehow. All of them desperately needed to grow more powerful, so that was really fortunate. The fact that the Jade figurines could seemingly substitute kills was, as well. I wonder what Ariel's game will do. Would it grant them a sorceress boon? Evolve the figure to a higher class? Bestow magical weapons and equipment upon them? Would these boons be permanent, or would they disappear as soon as they left the board? He was going to learn soon. Just as Sunny headed to the center of the shrine, Kai descended from above, landed near him, and smiled. "Sunny, are you done with your sorcery?" Sunny nodded and said, his voice both tired and satisfied, "Yes. It turned out well despite the difficulty. Ah, am I not a genius? Who else could have invented something so groundbreaking, huh?" He glanced at Kai with a hint of expectation, remained silent for a moment, then added, "Groundbreaking? Get it?" Kai coughed suddenly. "Oh yes, the volcano has been shaking quite a lot. I was afraid there was going to be an eruption." Sunny chuckled. "That was just me excavating the mountain. Come, I'll explain what I did in detail a bit later." As they walked toward the two altars, Slayer following silently from behind, Sunny gave Kai a curious look. "You're back from observing the enemy, right? So, who is our guest from the north?" Kai frowned a little. "Well, it is a beast. However, it is not a single beast." Sunny stopped for a second and blinked a few times. "Don't tell me. Are there another 100 of them?" Kai shook his head lightly. "No. There seems to be around a dozen, a pack. They look like ghostly wolves made of snow." Sunny grinned. "A pack? Finally, good news." This might have been awful news, actually, but Sunny believed otherwise. He did not think that cursed ones were so plentiful as to travel in packs, so the snow wolves had to be great beasts, which meant that he would not have to battle 3 cursed nightmare creatures at the same time. Great, great, the more, the merrier. Smiling brightly, he approached the 2 altars and studied them intently. The one on the right looked almost identical to the altar in the Ash Castle. The one on the left, however, was quite different. It might have had some runes and engravings carved into it once, but everything had been smoothed out and erased by the passage of time. Now, the altar was simply covered by soot. Sonny could still see the indentation in the center of the altar, though just the right size for a jade figure to fit. He sighed. Here goes my opportunity to learn two tantalizing truths. It was funny, really. He had expected the Shrine of Truth to be a place where one learned truths, but instead he was going to sacrifice truths in order to gain power. Here, take this. He handed one jade figurine to Kai, the other to Slayer. Kai raised an eyebrow. Me? I thought you would try to strengthen yourself. Sonny shook his head dismissively. I am plenty strong already, so maybe later. The two of you need to become more useful right now, though. Taking a step back, he gestured to the altar. Come on, put the snow beast figure on it. Kai hesitated a little. So, and what will happen when I do? Sonny grinned. No idea. We'll know soon, won't we? Kai frowned slightly. You're not letting me go first just to see if something awful happens before trying it yourself, are you? Sonny glanced at him with reproach. Of course not. His smile returned. If that was my goal, I would have let Slayer go first. He looked at Slayer, scratched the back of his, and added quietly, this definitely has nothing to do with the fact that, as a shadow, she would be an unreliable test subject, believe me. Chapter 2358, First Ring. With a sigh, Kai walked over to the altar and placed the snow beast figure, the one they had retrieved after slaying Abundance, on its surface. Sonny watched him intently, wondering if the figure would still have to be tossed into the volcano, and how would it have worked if the Shrine of Truth belonged to the snow domain instead? There would be no pit filled with smoke here if it had been, after all. However, he did not have to worry. Almost as soon as Kai placed the figure on the altar, it began to glow. Then luminous fissures appeared on the surface of the flawless white jade, and a second later it suddenly exploded into a swirling mass of ash. Huh. Before either of them could react, the ash swirled around Kai and then suddenly flowed right into him, disappearing into his chest. Neither Sonny nor Kai moved for a few moments. Eventually, Kai coughed and waved his hand in front of him. Great. More ash. His expression was a little miserable. They had enough water to drink, but not enough of it to properly clean themselves. Considering the nature of the ash domain, with its pillars of smoke and ash constantly falling from the sky, that meant that Kai was constantly covered in smears of soot. The charming archer had managed to maintain a neat appearance even on the forgotten shore, so Sonny knew how much his friend was suffering. Kai. Hey, Kai. The charming archer turned and glanced at him bitterly. What? Sonny sighed. Did you not notice that cloud of ash did not just swirl around you? It went into you, you fool. Kai blinked a couple of times. It did? Sonny nodded. In fact, the whole process looked quite familiar. It was similar to how Essence entered Awakened when they broke soul shards, to the point that Sonny was inclined to assume that Ariel had modeled the process to look the same. He hesitated for a moment. How do you feel? Kai looked into the distance as if concentrating on the state of his body. Slowly, a startled expression appeared on his face. I feel stronger. Much stronger. Sonny studied him for a bit, then shifted his gaze and studied Kai's soul. Eventually, he said in a curious tone, well, buddy, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's a ring of ash surrounding your soul core now. He was naturally telling the truth. There, under his gaze, Kai's transcendent soul core was shining brightly with breathtaking light. But now there was a ring of ash suspended around it, many black flakes shining with reflected radiance. It looked very much like a planet surrounded by a thin ring system. Peculiarly enough, the soul essence that flowed in and out of Kai's core passed through the ring of ash first, assuming a new and peculiar quality. Kai flinched. There's ash inside me? He looked like someone desperately wishing to take a shower. Sonny cleared his throat, then patted him on the shoulder. Relax. It's mystical ash, not real ash. Point is, it's making you stronger, so all is good, right? Kai let out a long sigh. Sonny studied him for a moment, then asked, but more importantly, how much stronger is it making you exactly? The charming archer remained silent for a while, then said evenly, I am not entirely sure, but I feel like I can crush a mountain. Sunny grinned. How about you try crushing me first? He summoned a pedestal made of shadows and put his elbow on it, inviting Kai to an arm wrestling match. After a brief struggle, the back of the charming archer's hand slammed into the pedestal and he took a step back, massaging it with a pained expression. Ouch. Sunny contemplated for a bit, then smiled. You're not exactly as strong as a supreme beast, but you are way stronger than a transcendent should be now. Your essence has become more potent, and even your will seems to be receiving a boost. I can understand the former, but how the hell does the latter work? Not only had Kai's will become more intense, but it also felt familiar somehow. Cold and murderous. Quite unpleasant, really. Like the will of a despicable, unhinged psychopath. Wait, that was the flavor of Sunny's own will. He blinked a couple of times, then stared at Kai again. No, it actually makes sense. Kai was being enhanced by the Ash domain, and who was the ruler of that domain at the moment? It was Sunny? So the source of the force empowering Kai was not Ariel's game itself, but the Ash Tyrant. The Ash Beast was being strengthened by the power of its ruler, with the laws of the miniature realm and the Ash itself serving as intermediaries. But if I am the master of the Ash domain, Sunny extended his power outward, trying to form ash like he had always shaped shadows. To his surprise, it worked. A bit of ash rose into the air, solidifying into a crude effigy of a human. Allowing the effigy to crumble, Sunny peered into Kai's soul once more. If I can manipulate this ash, then won't I be able to influence that ash as well? And indeed, he felt a subtle connection. Using this connection, Sunny poured more of his will into the ring surrounding Kai's soul core. It accepted a bit, but rejected the rest as if reaching its capacity. Sunny looked up, studying Kai's face. And how much stronger do you feel now? Kai moved his shoulders slightly. I can't say that I feel any stronger, but I am not quite sure how to explain it, but I do feel much deadlier. Sunny remained silent for a while, staring at him with a neutral expression. Then he grinned widely. That you are. With that, he looked the other way. Slayer, Slayer, you turn now. Come on, put the figure on the altar. As the same minor miracle happened to his shadow, Sunny laughed. Great, amazing. That is almost like a miniature, way more modest version of what happened to me once. Kai gave him a hesitant look. And what happened to you exactly? Sunny shrugged dismissively. Oh, nothing too insane. I just received a blessing by making a sacrifice on an altar once, too. Naturally, I did not have such handy jade figurines with me back then, so I had to sacrifice myself. Good thing Shadow God was in the mood to rise from the dead for a second and bless me. Kai sighed. Right. Nothing too insane. Indeed, Kai and Slayer had little time to get used to their new power. Granted, Slayer had not required time for adjustment at all. She simply took the change that had happened to her because of the boon of Ash in stride, as if remembering something she already knew instead of coming to terms with something new. Then again, she wasn't very expressive, so it was hard to tell what was on her mind. Why am I always surrounded by stoic women? Sunny chuckled. Perhaps it was neither good luck nor bad luck, but simply a sign of the times. Considering the world they all lived in and the horrors Awakened faced, it was really not that surprising that there were a lot of strong, silent types walking around. Couldn't be me. Kai, meanwhile, had spent the few hours left until sunrise training. He performed a variety of exercises and shot his bow hundreds of times, slowly getting used to his newfound strength. Sunny observed him, feeling like he was watching an intricate masterpiece of a machine tune itself to perfection. Then the sky in the east finally brightened, and as the violent winds howled in the distance, a familiar snowstorm enveloped the world. Plumes of snow stretched toward the fuming volcano like tentacles, ready to turn into glass bridges as soon as the first ray of sunlight spilled over the horizon. Sunny inhaled deeply. Get ready! He felt a bit of trepidation in his heart. This time they were going to be attacked by 3 figures of the snow domain, a cursed demon, a cursed beast, and a pack of great beasts. Therefore, he had to split his forces to face all 3 threats simultaneously, Slayer and a number of obsidian wasps would be defending the north slope of the volcano against the snow wolves. Kai and the Shadow of Abundance would defend the east slope against the clockwork giant. Sunny and the rest of his shades were going to face the cursed demon on the southern side of the mountain. The odds were not in their favor, but thankfully they did not have to defeat their fearsome enemies. All Sunny and his companions really had to do was hold the enemy back until the dawn exhausted itself. That said, Sunny had no intention of choosing a passive strategy. Only death was waiting for them that way. True, they could simply hold the enemy back, but that would simply mean facing the same threat tomorrow. And by tomorrow, their power would be diminished. They would be wounded, lacking essence, with fewer shades to help them in battle. The burden of consecutive battles would only mount after that, and sooner or later it would crush them. So Sunny had to finish today's battle and every battle after that, in a way that would leave him more powerful than he had been yesterday. That meant removing at least one snow figure off the board, or better yet, all of them. If he managed that, there would be new shades in his slowly growing army and new jade figurines for his companions to sacrifice. Let's hope things go according to plan. Sunny had an ace hidden up his sleeve naturally, the grand enchantment he had woven into the mountain. But there were certain conditions that had to be met for his sorcery to work, and both he and his companions would have to work hard in order to make sure that it delivered the desired result, which was complete and utter annihilation, of course. What do you think, guys? Will we convince the snow tyrant not to underestimate us too much? He looked at the obsidian wasps that surrounded him from both sides. Considering their size, Sunny had to crane his neck a little to look at their expressionless, gem-like eyes. Their eyes were huge and compound, so he could see hundreds of his reflections staring back at him. It was a good thing that Mordred wasn't around. In any case, the wasps did not respond, making him sigh in disappointment. I mean, who does that bastard take me for? Sending a mere demon and two beasts to kill me? How humiliating. He forced out an unconvincing smile. Of course, Sunny knew that the snow tyrant was probably not trying to kill him seriously today. Rather, today's battle was merely meant to wound and exhaust the ash tyrant until the true elites of the snow domain arrived. The devils, the monsters. The coming days would be quite eventful, to say the least. This was one more reason why Sunny had to destroy as many snow figures as he could this morning. The Shrine of Truth could only be attacked from 3 directions. But that did not mean that it could only be attacked by 3 figures. If more of them occupied the surrounding peaks, there could be up to 10 horrors attacking the fuming volcano at the same time. Actually, it was a bit peculiar that the snow tyrant had not employed that strategy already. So peculiar, in fact, that Sunny was starting to suspect that being able to bring several figures to a single square was a unique privilege of the Tyrants. After all, Slayer and Kai had never remained on a mountain without him. That was something to consider, at least. As Sunny did just that, the snow plumes finally solidified into ethereal bridges of glistening glass. The golden light of dawn washed over the sea of clouds. It looked just as dreamlike and gorgeous as ever. But Sunny was in no mood to appreciate gorgeousness. Instead, he watched chillingly as a vast protuberance seemed to extend from the milky wall of the snowstorm, as if the blizzard itself was crossing the glass bridge. That was the cursed demon coming to kill him under the cover of swirling snow. Ah, hell! Summoning the helmet of the jade mantle, Sunny reached into the shadows and pulled a black odachi from them. The obsidian wasps seemed to tremble a little, as if shivering in the cold. On the other side of the mountain, Slayer had begun her barrage. The pack of great beasts was rushing across the bridge, turning into billowing streams of snow from time to time. Sunny was not sure what attributes the grotesque wolves possessed, but they seemed quite elusive. He did not sense any new shades entering his soul, at least, which meant that none of them had been slain by the arrows. On the eastern slope of the volcano, Kai sent an arrow flying, as well. Sunny heard it fly. This one was quite unique, having been crafted specifically for the charming archer. Its enchantment allowed him to imbue the arrowhead with sound, which allowed Kai to record his commands and deliver them from a distance. In other words, the arrow carried his mystical voice. Far away, the clockwork giant had already stepped onto the glass bridge. The singing arrow struck him square in the chest and powerlessly bounced away, not dealing the cursed beast any damage. That was just as Sunny had expected. Empowered by the boon of Ash and Sunny's own deathly will, Kai might have been able to wound some other cursed being. but the brass giant glanced like a thing that had been created specifically to be sturdy and resilient, practically indestructible. Sonny had known that this particular adversary would be too tough to be pierced by arrows, enchanted or not. That was the very reason why he had sent Slayer to fight the snow wolves. The nature of the malevolent training dummy made it impervious to most of her arsenal. In fact, it was probably impervious to most anything, which was why Kai with his rattling sonic attacks and Abundance with its sheer mass were a better choice. Even if they were not able to destroy the cursed beast, they would at least be able to stall him. Sonny was not at all ashamed to use the easy but effective powers of Abundance to his advantage. A dumb meat shield was a perfect foil for an indestructible adversary. He was actually most worried about himself. Unlike his two companions, Sonny did not try to attack the snow demon on the bridge. He just waited patiently, watching as the blizzards rushed toward the volcano at great speed. Ah, this thing just had to go and make me angry. Sonny had not felt any personal animosity toward the cursed demon before seeing it advance just now. That was because any creature using a veil of snow as cover reminded him of Winter Beast, and although Sonny had already killed that titan, he still carried quite a lot of spite toward it and its ilk in his heart. Come here, then. Finally, the billowing mass of snow reached the slope of the volcano and enveloped it in bitter cold. This was Sonny's territory, though. This was his domain. As soon as the blizzard and the thing hiding within it reached the ashen ground, the shadows surged. Darkness swallowed the entire southern side of the volcano, and the ash rose into the air, mixing with the snow. The ash remained, but the snow turned black and melted, disappearing without a trace. Even the cold winds were suffocated. In a matter of seconds, the blizzard was no more. And once it was gone, the wraith that had been hiding within it was revealed, standing motionlessly in the hurricane of ash. Sonny smiled darkly. Unexpected. What faced him was a frozen corpse. It was the corpse of an enormous wolf, its rotten fur as white as snow. There were innumerable crude spears sticking out of its desiccated hide like a palisade, the spearheads carved roughly from flint and obsidian. The cursed monstrosity had 3 eyes, each burning with malevolent crimson flames. The sight of them reminded Sonny of the primordial hunter Jet had slain once, an eternity ago, in front of the Nightmare Gate in NQSC. That gate guardian had worn a skill with 3 empty eyes as a helmet, too. Sonny had suspected that most of the nightmare creatures trapped in Ariel's game had been collected by the daemons in the frozen wastelands west of the Jade Palace. If so, he could imagine the corpse of the appalling wolf being encased in ice after dying to the spears of the primordial humans of the bygone era, only to become possessed by a malevolent spirit thousands of years later and emerge from it as a vengeful wraith had it been an appalling predator who hunted primal humans and feasted on their flesh. Had it been a benevolent guardian spirit of a human tribe, whom the hunters from a different one had slain to eradicate the adversary? Had it hunted alone? Or had it led other predators like a bestial deity? Slayer was fighting the pack of wolves on the northern slope of the volcano right now. But this one might have been the leader of the pack, or possibly their god. In any case, Sonny was going to have to face this primordial horror in battle. The 3 harrowing eyes of the wolf glanced at Sonny, and he felt his very soul shiver and shudder under their gaze. The pressure that descended upon him was suffocating, and he felt something that he had not felt in a long time. A primal, utterly irrational, overwhelming fear rising to drown his wildly beating heart. The fear that prey instinctively felt when facing a predator. Sonny scoffed. "Hey you, who do you think you are?" He took a step forward, walking between the obsidian wasps. Then he pointed to the ground with the tip of his odachi. "This here is my volcano. So I suggest you tuck your tail and run." Instead of answering, the cursed demon lowered itself to the ground and let out a dreadful growl. Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine, and his very soul shook, as if straining to remain intact. He was quite certain that this malevolent growl alone could have snuffed out the souls of many humans of a lesser rank mundane people, awakened, possibly even masters. Saints would be left paralyzed and writhing in agony after being exposed to this malice, he grimaced. "Very well, come closer. Then I'll give you the honor of becoming the second god I've slain." The wolf lunged forward. As it did, the world itself seemed to crumple and shrink, the space folding on itself as the cursed demon tore through. Sonny felt it in his bones, an alien violent presence invading his domain, its boundless ferocity pushing against the brittle walls of his authority, making them rattle and crack. Not so quick. Sonny gritted his teeth and pushed back, asserting his will over the dark expanse of the towering volcano. As he did, the surrounding space became less pliable and more indomitable, as it was meant to be. So what if the snow demon was a god? Sonny was a sovereign within the bounds of his domain. He was the ultimate authority here, and a mere cursed one was not powerful enough to assert dominance over his kingdom. The three-eyed wolf might not have been weakened by the ash domain because the Shrine of Truth was surrounded from all sides by snowy peaks, but it was still an invader here. The rules of Ariel's game were not helping Sonny, but the laws of existence were any adversary would be at a great disadvantage when attacking a supreme within their domain, especially if that supreme was a titan. As Sonny's titanic will clashed with the will of the snow demon, the distressing advance of the latter slowed down, enough so, at least, for the obsidian wasps to rush down the slope and intercept the wolf before it could leap at Sonny. The shades moved in harmony with each other, assembling into a crescent phalanx as they scurried down the slope at great speed, some moving on the ground, some jumping into the air and unfolding their translucent wings to fly. Sonny was getting better and better at commanding his shades, so this kind of intricate control was not beyond him anymore. The wasps were meant to break the snow demon's momentum, stall it, and attack it from both sides, opening it up for the punishing attack by Sonny himself. However, before they could descend upon the grotesque fiend, the figure of the giant wolf suddenly burst into a hurricane of snow. The billowing white walls swallowed the front rows of the shades and simply erased them from existence, each snowflake cutting into glossy obsidian like a razor-form blade. Sonny lost dozens of his obsidian wasps in an instant. Feeling concerned, he quickly called the rest of them back and thrust his odachi deep into the ground. A web of fractures shot through the slope of the volcano from the point where the black blade pierced the rock, and in the next moment, roaring geysers of luminous lava shot from under the ground, making the raging snow shine with a gorgeous red glow. The snow demon coalesced into its bestial form once more, jumping over the fiery fissures to tear into the retreating shades. Its awful maw opened and closed, easily crushing several of them between the jade fangs in one bite. The rest of the obsidian wasps escaped into the air, circling around the cursed nightmare creature like a swarm. By now, Sonny knew that his shades would not be able to buy him much time, but they could still buy him a second or two to think, at least. I wonder Sonny had not fought a lot of cursed nightmare creatures just yet, but he already suspected that each of them embodied some kind of concept, or at least wielded one as a weapon. The snow worm, Abundance, was the easiest example. The name Sonny had given it was also its essence. That cursed beast had used the concept of infinity to make itself inexhaustible, indestructible, and inevitable until it had met an inglorious end by Sonny's hand. What concept did this cursed demon embody then? What was the weapon it used? Then again, beasts were easy creatures by definition. Demons, meanwhile, were beings of a far higher order and sophistication. They were cunning, insidious fiends whose dreadful malice was born of keen intelligence. So, possibly what a cursed demon embodied was incomparable to the easy nature of Abundance. Who is this adversary of mine? Sonny felt that victory or defeat, as well as his very survival, depended on finding a correct answer to this question. The creature in front of him had been a bestial spirit once, a primordial predator who had hunted the first humans at the dawn of time, only to fall to their flint spears when the humans learned to be hunters instead of prey. Perhaps it had been corrupted by the void back then already. Perhaps it had been a benevolent guardian spirit of a human tribe before falling prey to human malice and being reborn as a harrowing wraith. In any case, it was truly ancient. It was a being from before history existed, having been born and slain in the age when even the gods were young, let alone the world they had created. A horror from the beginning of everything. So wasn't Sonny's thinking too constricted by the complexities of the modern era? He felt something, a hint of an intuitive understanding. It came from the primal fear he had felt when the snow demon's gaze fell upon him. Why did the grotesque wolf have to embody a concept of anything? Why couldn't it just be the embodiment of a wolf? of the wolf. The first, or perhaps the most flawless member of their storied tribe, Sonny shifted faintly, watching the wolf eviscerate the swarm of hapless supreme shades. If his enemy was indeed the embodiment of the concept of a wolf, then it was already at a deadly disadvantage. It was alone, after all. While the true strength of a wolf was the pack, just as Sonny thought that, a litany of dreadful howls resounded from the other side of the volcano, where Slayer was fighting the great beasts, the snow wolves. He paled. Crap. At that moment, he knew that he had to prevent the wolf from uniting with the pack of lesser beasts on the northern slope of the volcano at all costs. And he also knew something else. His odachi rippled and elongated, turning into a black spear. Sonny dismissed most of his armor and aimed his spear at the distressing demon. If his enemy was truly the source and embodiment of all wolves, then who was its greatest adversary? Naturally, it was the hunter. Chapter 2362, Hunter and Prey. The ultimate adversary of a wolf was the hunter, and therefore, if Sonny wanted to resist the primordial demon who embodied the concept of the wolf, he had to embody the concept of the hunter. To the best of his ability, at least. That statement sounded like an inspirational adage, but actually, there was nothing abstract or philosophical about it. Instead, it was strictly a matter of cold practicality. At the level of power where Sonny had found himself, the physical battle between two creatures was merely an expression of the violent clash between their wills, their spirits, their essences, an ultimate expression, true, but still only an outward one, no more than the tip of the iceberg. So, channeling a concept that was both superior and in direct opposition to the essence of his adversary would help Sonny resist their will better, empowering his own against the foe. At least that was what he hoped and expected to happen. Obviously, Sonny had never attempted a technique like that before. He had never even thought to think about such a technique before, let alone implement it. Luckily, Sonny had several vital advantages as far as channeling the concept of the hunter went. First of all, he was a hunter, one of the most accomplished hunters of mankind, no less. The number of powerful nightmare creatures he had hunted was almost incalculable, and there were few people in the world more knowledgeable about how to stalk prey. Secondly, he had witnessed the primordial hunters from the era of the wolf once, a long time ago. Not only had he witnessed and battled them, but he had also learned their primal, ruthless battle style. He even used it when sparring with Morgan during the Southern Campaign, increasing his familiarity with the combat techniques of those prehistoric humans. And lastly, Sonny was a master of shadow dance. That power of his allowed him to learn the essence of the enemy and assume their form. But even if there was no adversary for him to shadow, or if he did not dare to shadow anyone due to the fear of losing his unmoored, untethered self, he still had a great wealth of experience channeling the mindset and physicality of someone other than himself, of becoming someone else even. Shadows were a malleable sort, after all. So even if Sonny had never attempted to channel an opposing concept to gain an advantage in a battle of wills with a superior adversary, he was still sufficiently confident that he could pull it off. Flying down the slope of the volcano while the wolf was distracted by the obsidian wasps, Sonny steeled his mind. Feel it. As Sonny lunged forward, the tip of his spear slicing the fabric of the world apart, he imagined himself as someone else. His imagination summoned a vision from the depths of his being, and submitting to his will, that vision came true. He could almost feel it. He did feel it. The chill of the early morning as he left his crude hut, its walls made of rough hide, the drops of dew trembling on the blades of grass, the smell of fresh blood in the air, the cries of his kin, the ghastly sight of a body ravaged by beasts. The wolves had attacked his tribe in the night, stealing a life, the anger, the sorrow, the hunger, the dark malice in the eyes of his fellow tribesmen who glanced at him for guidance. He was the best hunter among them, after all, their leader, their chieftain. The familiar weight of his spear as they headed toward the woods, the polished texture of its well-worn shaft, the wicked sharpness of its flint blade. With this spear, he was going to kill the wolf. He was going to kill it because it had dared to prey on his kin, because it had dared to hunt in his territory. Ah! Sonny could feel his blood growing hotter, running faster. His eyes glinted with harsh, murderous light. His clear mind was engrossed with the channeled image, his movements turning sharp and economical, devoid of elegance or grace. His will had become different as well. It changed to fit the essence of a fearless, ruthless hunter. In the next moment, Sonny was upon the wolf. His spear lashed out, aiming for the beast's glowing, malevolent eyes, bringing with it the absolute finality of death, however. The wolf was a ferocious and cunning predator as well. It was larger than Sonny, stronger than Sonny, faster than Sonny. It was hungrier than Sonny, too. It avoided the spear easily, leaping away and letting out a fearsome growl. The distressing gaze of its three crimson eyes pierced him, penetrating into his very soul. And suddenly Sonny was little and weak. He was prey paralyzed by fear. The ash billowed around him, and before the wolf could lunge forward again, Sonny disappeared into the shadows and stepped out of them somewhere else, his ruthless spear piercing the wolf's side. The ancient fiend whined and exploded into a storm of obliterating snow, retreating down the slope of the volcano to take shape again. Sonny took a step forward and aimed his spear at the cursed demon once again. His lips twisted into a vicious grin. Am no one's prey. The wolf stared at him with madness and hatred for a split second, and then rushed forward in a hurricane of rabid killing intent. Sonny met the beast with the tip of his spear, and at the point where they clashed, the slope of the volcano fractured, innumerable tons of ash and rock sliding down into the sea of clouds. A deafening thunderclap sent the clouds rippling, and the world shook, hurt by the violence of the cataclysmic forces they had unleashed. Neither Sonny nor the wolf paid it any attention, though, having turned into a rolling, distressing whirlwind of destruction. The two of them were intertwined in a frightening dance of death, and nothing could withstand the lethal horror of their primal fury. The towering volcano shuddered. Chapter 2363, Shattered Rock. The mountains of Ariel's game were titanic, towering much higher than any peak on Earth. They were impressively rugged and durable as well, nearly indestructible they had to be, considering that each was meant to become an arena for tremendously powerful beings. And yet, in every battle Sonny had fought in this miniature realm, the mountain in question would inevitably be damaged. The two clashes with the Ice Hive and the harrowing battle against Abundance had resulted in dreadful devastation. But even that level of destruction paled in comparison to what was happening to the Shrine of Truth volcano now that 6 figures, 3 figures of ash and 3 figures of snow, had collided on its slopes. The unimaginable scale of the unraveling calamity contrasted peculiarly against the dreamlike, glowing gorgeousness of the gilded clouds below. The billowing black veil of ash above was illuminated by the golden glow of the rising sun, as well, contributing to the striking sight. Between the gorgeous white gold of the clouds and the elegant black gold of the ash, a scene of utter devastation was taking place. On the southern slope, an immense mass of shattered rock had collapsed into the sea of clouds. The ground was torn by wide fractures, and rivers of lava were flowing down the weathered stone, spilling into the milky veil of swirling mist. The calamity was only just beginning as well. Sonny and the wolf had intertwined into an obliterating whirlwind, slowly moving toward the caldera as they left a trail of destruction in their wake. On the northern slope, the snow wolves had reached the end of the glass bridge. This was the natural bottleneck they had to be brave if they wanted to step onto the ash-covered surface of the volcano, so that was where the phalanx of the obsidian wasps met them, scurrying forward to keep the enemy away from Slayer. The snow wolves were quite cunning, though. Instead of colliding with the orderly battle formation of the insect-like shades, they turned into a rushing mass of snow and tried to bypass them. These great beasts were intelligent enough to know that the lethal archer hiding behind the obsidian wasps was the true threat, and so they were determined to deal with Slayer first. Their attempt had been spoiled, though, when the wasps unfolded their translucent wings. Her hurricane wind was raised by the beating of the obsidian wings, pushing the avalanche of snow back and arresting its advance. The snow wolves had no choice but to assume corporeal forms and descend upon the shades in all their bestial fury. Scarlet eyes glowed viciously as they bit into the glossy obsidian and shattered it with their paws, shattering several wasps in an instant. The wasps were shades of supreme beasts, and there were more of them than there were snow wolves. However, shades were inherently weaker than their living counterparts, and these great beasts seemed far more powerful than each individual crystal wasp had been. Still, the clash of so numerous beings of the supreme and great ranks was nothing short of distressing, producing almost as much violent destruction as the battle between Sonny and the wolf did. The northern slope shook almost as much as the southern one, and sharp pieces of stone flew in every direction like shrapnel. Fissures and cracks appeared on the surface of the weathered rock, and the mountain seemed to groan. Its titanic edifice shuddered in pain. The obsidian wasps seemed to disintegrate under the vicious assault of the snow wolves, but they fought with the tactical awareness and precision of a well-trained army unit. What they lacked in strength and ferocity, they made up for with seamless coordination and unity. That was only possible because Sunny commanded them with an intricate level of control naturally. One of the shades fell, shattered in the maw of the towering white wolf, but that gave two more just enough time to bite into the wolf's legs with their obsidian mandibles. And that, in turn, gave Slayer just enough time to draw her bow. Now that the wolves were not rushing across the bridge but were instead bogged down in the crumbling phalanx of obsidian wasps, they were easy targets. A black arrow flashed through the air and sank into the wolf's rabid eye. In the next moment, the entire upper half of the beast exploded into a bloody mess. The great beast fell down, its body crumbling into snow and ice. On the eastern slope, the indomitable clockwork giant stepped onto the ash. Its stiff motions were measured and inevitable, and the world itself seemed to be bending around him, as if pushed by the crushing mass of the cursed beast's heavy presence. The giant glanced up at the huge body of abundance that was already descending upon him like an avalanche of black flesh. His sword rose like the blade of a guillotine and fell down, cleaving through the enormous worm's neck. Even the great sword's immense length was not enough to cut cleanly through it, though. And even though the cut delivered by the clockwork giant extended far beyond the brass blade of his sword, leaving a huge scar on the face of the mountain, Abundance refused to be beheaded. Instead, the giant was buried under the endless flesh of the worm shade. The volcano shook and shook from the cataclysmic impact, a hurricane of ash rising into the air as the weathered rock split and turned to dust. The surface of the volcano broke, but the indomitable brass giant did not. Instead, it simply carved his way through the flesh of abundance, emerging on the other side with mechanical, unfeeling malevolence. As soon as it did, a sonic wave crashed into him violently, making the ancient metal rattle and pushing the cursed beast back. High above, a dark dragon was soaring among the ash, its eyes shining with a gorgeous silver light. Kai was a saint, and saints were not supposed to battle cursed ones. However, he was strengthened by the boon of ash and emboldened by Sunny's own deathly will, so today he could achieve things he would not have been able to achieve otherwise, like, for example, meaningfully affecting a sacred shade with the mystical power of his voice. No sooner than the clockwork giant staggered back into the coils of abundance, an eerily gorgeous voice thundered from above, "Crush him!" And suddenly the giant found it much harder to escape from the endlessness of the black worm than before. The mountain shuddered, breaking apart, as the cursed abominations and the sacred shade clashed on its slope, the breathtaking dragon unleashing the annihilating power of its songs on the shattered slope. The sun crawled slowly from behind the horizon. Chapter 2364, Wolfbane. Sunny was bleeding. It was a peculiar and unpleasant thing, but he could not stem the flow of blood from his wounds. His side was torn apart, and his forehead was cut. Blood was flowing down his face, stinging his eye. The world had turned half red, and the shaft of his spear was slippery in his hand. Of course, the smell of blood only made him hunger to kill his adversary more. The only thing he regretted was that the wolf did not shed blood. As well, despite being cut and mangled by his spear, the vile thing was a corpse after all, and corpses rarely bled. Sunny himself was not a corpse, but he was not in the habit of bleeding either. Today was the exception to the rule, though, because of who his adversary was. The wolf was the epitome of a predator, and therefore everything that it hunted was prey, was supposed to be prey. And it was the nature of the wolf's prey to bleed, to be mangled, torn, and devoured. Sunny found himself struggling to push against the confines of being prey, of having this concept be forced upon him by the will of the wolf, and therefore Bloodweave was cowering in fear of the malevolent spirit. Of course, he was not bleeding as much as a normal person would if he did. He would have turned into a corpse himself already. His will was resisting the cursed demon viciously, and to great success. That was why Sunny was still alive. That was why the wolf could not move freely on the slope of the volcano, And that was why the harrowing fiend had more wounds on its body than Sunny did. And the reason why Sunny's will was so effective against the will of a being that was far more ancient, far more powerful, and far more frightening than him was, in large part because he did not wield it blindly. He wielded it as a swordsman would a sharp blade, with finesse and precision. He had donned the essence of the hunter, too, making that weapon uniquely suited to fight against the wolf. Sunny pierced the cursed demon with his spear, scorched him with lava, and set his obsidian wasps upon it like hunting dogs. He poisoned its soul with death will, smothered it with ash, and chained it with manifested shadows. He broke its fangs and shattered its bones, slamming the giant wolf into the slope of the volcano with the power of a supreme titan. He made sure that every step the vile fiend made inside his domain cost more than it could afford to pay, and pay it would, arg. Barely blocking the swipe of an enormous paw with the shaft of his spear, Sunny was tossed back. The wolf moved with speed which made the concept of time meaningless. The world, those parts of it that were not pushed by Sunny's own will, seemed still. Flakes of ash were frozen in the air, and fountains of lava had turned into glowing statues. The sun stood motionless, half hidden behind the horizon. Feeling the iron taste of blood on his tongue, Sunny wanted to laugh. He had wanted to hold out until the dawn exhausted itself, hadn't he? That hope seemed senseless now. At the speed with which he and the wolf were moving, the dawn might as well have been eternal. Landing on the jagged rocks, Sunny slid on the ash and righted himself with the butt of his spear. The wolf was already upon him, and there was no time to evade. You damn grotesque monstrosity. Sunny did not have time to evade, and he did not even have time to dive into the shadows, so he did not even try. Instead, a split second, whatever that meant now, before the wolf's inescapable jaws snapped shut across his torso, he simply turned into a shadow himself. It did not matter for a cursed demon whether its enemy was tangible or intangible, so Sunny kept himself manifested as a clump of matter, a formless mass of darkness that was pushed by the fiend's snout-like fabric. Instead of biting him in two, the wolf simply got entangled in him, carrying both of them hundreds of meters up the slope with its lunge. Then Sunny imbued his formless body with the weight of a mountain, pushing the wolf down. His spear was hopelessly beyond reach now, but that was all right, because there were 100 perfectly fine spears sticking out of the creature's back, their ancient flint blades still retaining their lethal edges. 100 hands rose from the formless mass of darkness entangling the cursed demon and grasped the shafts of the ancient spears, rending them out of the wolf's hide and then plunging them back with vicious strength. The wolf let out a distressing soul-destroying howl and tore into Sunny's formless body, shredding it apart with its fangs and its claws. The pain was blinding. Everything about Sunny, his body, his soul, his spirit, was being torn apart. But he simply laughed, continuing to stab the rabid beast with the 100 flint spears. Some of them broke, but more remained intact, piercing deeper and deeper into the fiend's flesh. More still plunged into its shadow, rending it to shreds. The wolf fell and rolled, crushing Sunny under its weight. Both of them were receiving grievous wounds, but Sunny knew that the wolf would easily outlast him. There would be only one winner in this reckless exchange of mortal wounds, and it was not going to be the human. The volcano shuddered once more, another section of the southern slope becoming utterly pulverized and broken. In fact, most of the southern slope was simply gone by now. The eastern slope looked better, but not by much giant, with sonic blasts to buy the huge worm a little bit more time. Slayer had managed to slay a few more snow wolves on the northern slope, but most of the obsidian wasps were already gone. She had to abandon her bow and unsheath her blades, slicing open the throat of a lunging beast as she dove beneath it. The terrain of the volcano had completely changed, the very landscape being reshaped by the frightening battle. It almost felt like the entire mountain was ready to collapse. Drowning in pain, bloodlust, and fury, Sunny thought chillingly, "It should be time, shouldn't it?" He would have smiled if he had a mouth. The spear, after all, was not the only weapon of a hunter. The hunter's best tool was a trap. Chapter 2365, lured into a trap, Sunny was wounded. The wolf was wounded more. It was because Sunny was defending his domain while the wolf was invading it. It was also because Sunny was especially tenacious, while the wolf was simply furious. Plus, Sunny fought with a spear, the purpose of which was to keep the fangs of the enemy away from his body. The wolf, however, fought with its body, so naturally its body had received more damage than Sunny's own. But that was not going to last much longer. At the end of the day, even though the time seemed frozen and the day showed no sign of ever progressing, let alone coming to an end, Sunny was still much weaker than the cursed demon. He could have defeated it in combat, possibly if there were no other figures attacking the Shrine of Truth at the same time. But as things stood, his temporary advantage was rapidly coming to an end. Soon enough, the balance of power between them would be broken and reversed, and when that happened, Sunny was going to be ripped apart by the fangs of the harrowing wolf. He would become its meal, so there was no point in continuing their calamitous fight. Luckily, he had accounted for his lack of strength in advance and prepared a trap. The trap he had built was quite a simple one, but also quite devious. Sunny knew that. He going to weaker than his enemies, even his sorcery would be weaker than them, no matter how intricate of a weave he wove. So he needed to borrow power from somewhere to deal with his enemies. But where would he borrow power to kill cursed abominations? After thinking for some time, Sunny had decided to borrow that power from the cursed abominations themselves. There had been no time to create a truly complicated spell, but the one he wanted to enchant the mountain with was relatively simple. All Sunny had to do was scale it to titanic proportions and invent a way to etch the spell weave into a towering volcano instead of a memory. The enchantments he wove belonged to a shield he had received as one of the Dream Tournament rewards courtesy of its sponsor, the great clan Valor, only to use it later to kill one of the Valor Knights in the Night Temple. Both Sunny and Saint had used that shield well in the Kingdom of Hope. Later, it was inherited by Quentin, whom it served faithfully in Antarctica and the Second Nightmare. The gallant master was still using it, in fact. That shield was no other than Patient Avenger, and its enchantments were called Burning Heart and Cold Steel Burning Heart Enchantment Description. This shield can store a portion of fire damage it receives to enhance another weapon of its wielder or unleash a destructive shockwave. Cold Steel Enchantment Description. This shield can store a portion of impact damage it receives to enhance another weapon of its wielder or unleash an immolating wave of fire. As Sunny had already noted, the mountains of Ariel's game were incredibly sturdy, and yet they were on the verge of toppling after each titanic battle. Since the forces unleashed by the clashing figures were simply too awful, how could they not be when literal gods were fighting on the weathered slopes? So, Sunny had enchanted a fire-breathing mountain in a way that allowed it to absorb the damage it received, store it, and then unleash it in one distressing, world-ending conflagration. To be precise, he had enchanted the volcano to incinerate everything and anyone touching its surface. Ha! As the wolf shredded Sunny's formless body furiously, repeatedly slamming it into the fractured, crumbling slope, he exhaled slowly. Am I not a genius? No, but really, he would have laughed if he could. Any other enchantment would have needed time to collect charge, which would have doomed Sunny because of how rapid the battle was progressing. However, the enchantments derived from the Patient Avenger he had woven into the mountain did not depend on time. They only depended on the amount of damage dealt to the mountain. The faster the wolf, the pack of its lesser kin, the clockwork giant, as well as Sunny, Slayer, Kai, Abundance, and the obsidian wasps, moved, the fiercer their battles were, the more damage they dealt to the volcano. And the more damage was dealt to the volcano, the more of it absorbed, hastening the moment when the enchantment would reach critical mass. It's time now. I think Sunny was ready to spring his trap on the wounded wolf. The formless hundred-handed mass of darkness tore all of the flint spears from the body of the cursed demon, ripping its white fur, and then it simply dissolved into the shadows. Sunny sent himself to the Shrine of Truth. At the same time, Slayer was pulled into the shadows as well, appearing next to him in a stagger. If the murderous shadow was surprised by suddenly being taken out of the fight, she did not show it. If anything, she seemed dissatisfied by the fact that Sunny had robbed her of the chance to kill more wolves. Kai had just landed on the shattered rock a split second ago to avoid a world-severing strike of the clockwork giant's sword. He was pulled into the shadows too, and there was suddenly a giant dragon in the vast hall of the shrine. The surviving obsidian wasps and the shade of abundance were dismissed, leaving only the snow abominations on the slopes of the volcano. That was quite a dangerous situation. not only because the enemies could converge freely on the caldera, but also because the wolf could unite with the pack of great beasts, regaining its greatest strength. But naturally, Sonny was not planning to give the nightmare creatures a chance to meet. Assuming his human form and falling to his knees, awash in blood, he grinned wildly and sent a pulse of essence into the scorched floor of the ancient shrine, activating his spell. Chapter 2366, Grand Enchantment. Brace yourselves, Slayer sank one of her swords into the floor of the temple, while Kai crouched low to the floor. The sight of a crouching dragon was peculiarly magnificent, but also slightly comical. Sonny had no time to laugh, though. He could feel an abyss of shadow essence raging somewhere deep below him, the gigantic weave he had etched into the mountain coming alive at his touch. The pulse he had sent spread through the intricate web of essence strings running through the vast network of tunnels Abundance had created, and then the entire mountain moved. Some distance away, on its southern slope, the wolf had been given no time to reach the caldera. On the northern slope, the snow wolves were still disoriented by the sudden disappearance of their enemies. On the eastern slope, the unflappable brass giant was taking a step. The ash covering the slopes of the volcano suddenly ignited with a soft glow, as if the rock beneath it was shining. The soft glow rapidly turned into blinding, luminous radiance. Then the ash was incinerated, dissolving into the searing light. Sonny belatedly remembered his own advice and glanced for something to take hold of. Damn! The shadows rose to envelop the shrine of truth, and the platform it was resting on into an impenetrable cocoon. The world turned white and absolutely silent. Outside, the entire volcano suddenly ignited with pure white light, shining brighter than the rising sun. The luminous white mountain was like a finger pointing at heaven, carved from peerless white jade. The golden radiance of dawn paled in comparison to its radiance, seeming dim and bleak. Then came the heat. The ash was annihilated. The shattered rocks were annihilated as well. The rivers of lava were turned into clouds of radiant plasma. The plasma was turned into something else, something unknown. Divine flame, possibly. The primordial soup of creation. Creation was just the other side of destruction, though, if Nephis was to be believed. And Sonny was about to witness that destruction with his own two eyes, metaphorically speaking, naturally, since he was on his knees in the darkness of the temple, with his eyes closed. There were no shadows left anywhere on the volcano either, so he could not even sense the frightening majesty of the destruction he had unleashed. Outside the range of his senses, a wave of unfathomable heat was unleashed from the slopes of the volcano. The veil of ash above it ignited like a starlit sky, then dissolved into the blinding light. The glass bridges melted. The sea of clouds around the mountain evaporated. Luckily, he was not there to see what was hidden below. He did hear something, however. "You have slain an adversary. You have slain an adversary. You have slain." The enchantment was aimed at anything that touched the surface of the volcano, which meant that the shrine itself, which stood on a hanging platform suspended above the main shaft, was the only safe spot. However, the scale of the unleashed power was far too great for it to remain unscathed. As an annihilated heat wave radiated outward from the slopes of the volcano, making the atmosphere boil and causing the snow on the mountains dozens of kilometers away to melt, some of it reached the cocoon of shadows enveloping the shrine as well. The shadows burned, but that was only the beginning, because the volcano was melting like a candle from its own heat. The damage dealt to it by the first activation of the grandiose enchantment was absorbed as well, and then released as an obliterating shockwave. Damn, the towering volcano shuddered. And then it exploded. It simply ceased to exist, the part of it above the vanquished clouds at least. Deep fractures covered its melting slopes, and in the next instance the slopes disintegrated into a rapidly expanding mass of burning rock and boiling lava. The fiery debris rained down, some leaving scorch marks on the surrounding mountains. The chains that held up the shrine had been melting, and now they snapped. The platform plummeted down. Sonny had made himself as heavy as he could, but still he was almost thrown into the air. "You have slain an adversary." The cocoon of shadows was pulverized by the tidal wave of sound that arrived in the wake of the harrowing explosion. Sonny was suddenly both blind and deaf, barely cognizant of where up and down were. By the time the Shrine of Truth crashed into something solid, the sound wave reached the surrounding mountains, stripping them of the remaining snow and sending cracks running through their slopes. There would have been a secondary eruption of heat and a secondary explosion, but now that the entire upper part of the volcano was no more, the enchantment Sunny had woven into it was gone too. The snow wolves were dead. The cursed demon, the wolf, was dead too. It had already been wounded, and while it did survive the initial wave of heat, the following shockwave tore what little remained of its scorched body apart. A god died just like that, slain with the help of its own strength by the trap of a cunning hunter. The clockwork giant, though, was still alive, but he did not stay alive much longer. His brass breastplate had melted in the heat, but then restored itself. The following explosion, though, sent him flying high into the sky. He plummeted down like a luminous comet, seemingly impervious to all harm. Soon, however, his shining metal body reached a point where clouds would have been before. Something monstrous moved far below then, reaching up to grab him and pull him down. Soon enough, the sinister construct was no more. The clouds slowly flowed from afar, repairing the vast rift in the torn sea. The melting glass bridges finally cooled, turning into peculiar and gorgeous sculptures. Where the towering volcano had once stood, only a melted stump of it remained. White mist washed against the glowing rock, turning into steam. The entirety of the broken volcano had turned into a giant bowl, filled to the brim with lava. And in the middle of the fiery lake, a lonely platform floated on the lava, supporting the weight of a scorched temple. Inside, suffering from unbearable heat, Sunny slowly rose from the floor and glanced at one of the two altars with a dazed expression. There, 3 jade figurines had appeared at some point, as if summoned by magic. He smiled, causing the crust of baked blood covering one side of his face to crack. His voice was hoarse and unsteady. I think we won. Chapter 2367, Lake of Lava. Your wounds are quite severe. Sunny was sprawled on the floor, his breathing labored. Kai had assumed his human form and was standing above him, a concerned expression on his face. His worry was appreciated but entirely misplaced, since there was no real need to fret. The wounds looked worse than they were. Surely the sight of mangled flesh with bone visible in the deeper tears was disconcerting, and his soul was hurt too. But Sunny was supreme, after all. A bit of damage like that was not going to kill him. In fact, these wounds were going to heal rapidly, but not rapidly enough to be healed completely before the next battle, which was unfortunate. The obsidian wasps he had lost would not repair themselves in time either. The spell he had woven went up in flames with the volcano. Sunny let out a sigh. Really, he had suffered quite a loss in this battle. Well, I did fight a cursed demon, you know. The battle against the wolf had been truly frightful. Now that it was behind him, Sunny could truly appreciate the fact that he had somehow managed to last this long against a fallen deity of that class. Kai himself was battered and exhausted, but most of all he seemed bewildered. A cursed demon, yes. I still can't believe that you killed it so quickly. Sunny let out a hoarse laugh, then winced and thought better of it. Quickly? It might have felt quick to you, but I had been wrestling that fiend for an eternity. It wasn't quick at all, far from it. Time itself had fallen victim to their battle, so measuring how long exactly he had been trading blows with the wolf was a fool's errand. Groaning, he turned his head and glanced at the 3 jade figurines standing on the altar, as if wanting to make sure that the feral fiend was truly dead. Then Sunny sighed again. You've done well yourself, though. How many saints are there who can boast battling a cursed beast? Kai smiled. Not too many, I hope, by which he meant that he hoped that as few saints as possible would find themselves in a position to fight a cursed nightmare creature naturally, not that there would be few who could match his glory. That guy, Kai's gaze shifted back to Sunny's bloodied form. Kneeling beside him, the archer spoke firmly, heal, and obeying his command, both Sunny's body and soul started to heal faster. It was not quite as effective as what an actual healer could do, especially not a transcendent one, but still quite miraculous. Sunny let out a weak laugh. Wow, you are a real magician, then. He closed his eyes. I'll rest now if you don't mind. I am a bit spent. As Kai nodded tiredly, beads of sweat running down his soot, covered face, Sonny released his manifestation and turned around into a shadow. Since his soul was wounded as well, not just his physical form, the pain did not disappear, but at least he did not have to feel the damn heat anymore. Damnation. Why couldn't I have become the snow tyrant instead? Enjoying the cool embrace of shadows, Sonny slowly collected his thoughts. The battle might have been over, but that did not mean that the death game was. He had to start preparing for the adversary's next move. First things first. Now that dawn had run its course and the sun was climbing the vast dome of the sky, Sonny allowed his shadow sense to spread across what remained of the volcano. There wasn't much left, really just an enormous stone bowl containing a lake of lava and the shrine of truth floating in its middle. Sonny did not try to explore how deep the lake went, since that would mean catching a glimpse of what hid beneath the clouds. For now, it was enough for him to know what the next battlefield he would have to fight on looked like. He was sufficiently certain that all three of the snow abominations were dead, but it was a relief to confirm that no trace of them was left. Sonny remained motionless for a while, coming to terms with the fact that he had indeed won. He had slain the wolf. That primordial fiend was the most powerful adversary he had killed to date. The battle against the ancient fallen deity had without a doubt been dreadful and tremendously harrowing, and yet it had not been as desperate as Sonny expected it to be, but that was simply because he was too used to utter desperation. In truth, the battle had ended the way it had because he entered it sufficiently prepared. He had understood the nature of the adversary and devised a strategy according to that knowledge, executing the plan splendidly. The beast had died in the hunter's trap, and now no trace of the beast remained. Sonny groaned. Actually, he would have preferred it if some trace of his enemies had remained. The wolves seemed more like wraiths than actual beasts, which meant that eating their meat would have probably not been an option anyway. But what troubled him more was that there were no soul shards left in the wake of the three snow figures either. They had probably drowned in lava or possibly had been outright destroyed with the nightmare creatures. Sonny had never witnessed soul shards being destroyed with their hosts before, but then again, he had never witnessed such a battle either. The cataclysm summoned into existence by his sorcery had unleashed truly profane power, so there was no point to be surprised. He still felt despondent at the loss of 4 sacred soul shards, though. How regretful. Sonny allowed himself to feel disappointed for a while, then pushed his thoughts in a more productive direction. It was not like he had gained nothing from the battle after all. The first benefit was quite obvious. It was that he was still alive. Kai and Slayer were also in one piece, and even the Shade of Abundance had not been destroyed completely, meaning that it would be able to participate in the next siege. The second benefit was the 3 jade figurines standing on the altar of the Shrine of Truth. They were the very reasons Sonny had driven his companions all the way to the shrine in the first place. By sacrificing them, they would be able to grow much stronger and therefore much better suited to face the next battle, and it was what Sonny had learned from his battle against the wolf. That one was an unexpected boon and one he was most curious about. Chapter 2368. Wrong orders. Sonny had made the decision to channel the essence of a concept opposite to that of the wolf in the spur of the moment. However, it had not been a baseless idea. Rather, he had come up with that countermeasure after coming to understand his enemy deeply. Learning the very essence of his enemies was one of the things he did best. After all, having shadowed countless humans and nightmare creatures in his life, Sonny had learned that skill while mastering the first step of shadow dance. In the beginning, it was all about glimpsing the secrets of his adversary's battle style, but just as shadow dance had outgrown the confines of merely being a combat technique, its purview had expanded greatly as well. Sonny had long become capable of sensing the flow of essence through his enemies, but after fighting the wolf, he realized that he was also capable of sensing the adversary's will, not just its impact, but also its affinity. Understanding the nature of the wolf was one part reasonable deduction and one part being able to sense what its ferocious spirit truly was. It was strange. Sonny felt that he had stumbled onto something profound. Channeling the concept of the hunter had helped him survive the ferocious assault of the cursed demon. Possibly it was the very reason he had managed to survive until the volcano absorbed enough damage to produce a powerful enough explosion. And he did not delude himself into thinking that just anyone could have been able to accomplish the same. That last part was especially important. Nephis possessed a singularly powerful will, but her will was firm and indomitable. It was like a sword that refused to break and demanded that everything else break under its blade. Her uncompromising spirit strived to be absolute. Sunny's own will, however, was subtle and insidious. Nephis described it as a weapon that only knew how to kill, and there was certainly truth to her words, but that slaying weapon was flexible and versatile, willing to assume any form it needed to kill the enemy. Just like shadows were inherently formless and therefore willing to assume any form. That was the reason why Sunny was uniquely positioned to channel any foreign concept, which meant that it was something that only he could do, or at least do so effectively. That ability suited him perfectly. So perfectly, in fact, that he wondered if he was meant to discover it, not in the grand way of being fated or influenced into stumbling upon it, though more so in the way of that ability being the next step on the path he had been walking all along. Was this the sixth step of Shadow Step? I think it is. Sunny felt that it was, and that was why he was so bewildered. After all, he had not mastered the fifth step yet. How novel. This was the first time his understanding of shadow dance had become greater than his actual mastery of it. Before, he had always stumbled in the darkness, seeking epiphanies and revelations. Usually the act of fathoming the secret of the next step meant mastering it. But this time things were different. The fourth step of shadow dance allowed him to assume the shapes of his enemies. The fifth step was supposed to allow him to shadow their powers and attributes. As well, he had even discovered a way to master it by fusing with his shadows and augmenting those of his domain, humans and shades both. However, Sunny had never gone through the actual process of doing so. That was because by the time he learned the secret of the fifth step, his fate had already been lost, and his true name was gone. Without the true name to anchor his self, it was too dangerous to delve so deeply into the essence of other beings and assume their form. He could easily lose himself forever, forgetting how to return to his own form in body, mind, and soul. So the fifth step of Shadow Slave remained beyond his reach. It had remained unreachable for so long, it seemed, that both Sunny and his enemies had grown in power greatly, and now, having failed to master it, Sunny was already discovering the secrets of the step after that. So, was what he had done in the battle against the wolf dangerous? Sunny felt bitterly reluctant to admit it, but he knew that it was. The absence of a true name was once again holding him back. Everything had gone smoothly this time, but that was only because the concept Sunny had channeled was not inherently foreign to his own spirit. It was the concept of the hunter, after all, and Sunny was himself a greatly accomplished hunter. But what if the concept he had to channel was completely alien to him? Would he be able to embody it? Sunny knew that he would, with enough practice. He knew how malleable everything about him was. But would he be able to return from channeling a concept that was in conflict with his own spirit? Sunny was not sure about that. What about channeling 100 concepts, each of them vastly different and in opposition to each other? Well, that sounded like a perfect way to fall into complete lunacy, and Sunny already had precious little sanity left. He was already afraid of losing himself, or at the very least his humanity, to the nature of being supreme, or becoming something he despised on the path to apotheosis. This feels awful. Damn! Sunny felt like he had found a shiny weapon, only to discover that he was incapable of picking it up. Like he was denied something he was owed. He stayed nestled in the shadows, hidden in the darkness of the shrine of truth, unseen and motionless. His wounded soul was once again being ravaged by the scathing feeling of regret. If only he had chosen differently, if only he had not surrendered to his desperate wish, if only he had not betrayed his friends and still possessed his true name. But Sunny knew that these thoughts were meaningless. There was no way to turn back time, and even if he could, regret would have been eating him alive all the same, just for a different reason, for a far worse reason. No matter how much he regretted what he did, it was better than regretting something that he had never dared to do. Which was not to say that he could not correct his mistake and be rid of all this regret altogether. All he had to do was make a choice and get his fate back. I've already killed a cursed demon. Now killing a cursed terror did not seem so impossible anymore. But Sunny still had doubts. Sometime later, He emerged from the shadows and rubbed his face, chasing the uninvited thoughts away. He had no time to ponder these difficult matters now, because there were numerous enemies he had to kill. Right. On to the next point of the agenda. His gaze fell on the three jade figurines. Chapter 2369, Fine Thread. Once again, Sunny gave Kai and Slayer one jade beast figure each to be sacrificed to the Shrine of Truth. Everything happened as it had happened before. After being placed on the altar, the figures turned to ash and were absorbed by them. A second ring was added to the one already encircling their soul cores. Well, a soul core in the case of Kai. In the case of Slayer, though, Sunny was not entirely sure what to call the radiant ember at the heart of her unfathomably dark self, a shard of a core in a shadow of a soul, possibly. Looking at it, he remembered what Yuri's had told him once, that his shadows were not entirely complete. If there was a way to complete them, Sunny did not know what it was, or if there was a need or a benefit to completing them. All he knew was that Slayer had been complete before being slain by his blade, but now she was a part of him, just like the rest of his shadows. Another mystery to solve one day. The second ring of ash made Kai and Slayer much stronger. It also allowed Sunny to imbue them with far more of his will, enough so that he would not worry about sending either of them into a battle with great nightmare creatures. As for the cursed ones, well, Sunny himself was not too confident when facing those. With how much his companions were enhanced by his will, however, they would at least be able to help him take the cursed ones down. Their arrows would not bounce off the flesh of those fallen gods without leaving a scratch. That's something. That was quite a boon, actually. The shadows of the wolf and its pack were resting in his soul now as well. As long as Sunny could summon the shade of the sacred demon into existence, his small army was going to become tremendously more powerful. Still, he studied the third jade figure, the snow demon figure, which was left laying on his palm. He wanted to become stronger as well. 5 of the snow tyrants' abominations had already fallen by his hand, including 3 cursed ones. But instead of making him feel secure, the experience of those battles only made Sunny feel trepidation. The battle against the wolf had been a close one. He had triumphed in the end, and it was quite a spectacular victory. And yet nobody knew better than Sunny how easily he could have lost his life instead. How was he going to fight a cursed devil? There was a qualitative jump in power between monsters and demons because demons were sapient. But there was just as significant of a jump between demons and devils because devils wielded profane and distressing powers. What was he going to do when a fallen deity unleashed its powers against him? What if that deity was accompanied not by beasts but by monsters? Or even creatures of a higher class? So Sunny was not going to refuse more power. That said, he also wanted to learn the truth. Whatever boost he could receive from sacrificing the snow demon figure to the Shrine of Truth was bound to be, if not insignificant, then at least marginal. Kai and Slayer could borrow his will with the help of Ash, but what would Sunny borrow? At most, his strength would somewhat increase. Knowledge, on the other hand, was the origin of all power. It was none other than Weaver themselves who had said it, so learning a useful truth could actually give him far more power than sacrificing a figure would, or not. I've decided. Sunny sighed. I think I'm going to toss this thing into the lava. Kai, who had been drawing his bow to get used to his newfound strength, glanced at him briefly. Whatever you think is best. Then he lowered the bow and looked at him properly. There was a peculiar expression on Kai's face, not quite a frown, but something similar to it. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? Kai remained silent for a bit, then shook his head. No, nothing. It's just that demon. Did you see anything peculiar when fighting it? Sunny blinked a few times. That demon was an eldritch god. Everything about it was peculiar. What do you mean exactly? Kai hesitated a little, then shrugged. It's just, I think I saw something when I was fighting the brass giant. Helping that worm of yours fight him, I mean. His expression soured a little at the mention of abundance, prompting Sunny to grin. What is this I'm sensing? A bit of repulsion toward abundance. Come on now, Kai. It is just a worm. A truly enormous sacred worm. Actually, it is practically a worm. Dragons and worms are kin, so doesn't that sort of make the two of you siblings? Kai shuddered. No worm is a sibling of mine, thank you very much. Please don't say such awful things, Sonny. Sonny laughed. Well, all right. No need to be so offended. In any case, what was it that you saw? We both know how special your sight is, Kai, so don't make the mistake of underestimating it. Sonny was higher in rank than Kai and vastly more powerful, but that did not mean that he was superior to his friend in all regards. In terms of perception, for example, Kai was far ahead of him or anyone else, really, so Sonny was inclined to take whatever Kai had seen seriously. Kai lingered for a while, frowning, then said finally, "During the battle a few times, I thought I saw something glistening in the air behind the giant. But every time I tried to take a closer look, there was nothing there. I would decide that I saw wrong, only to be distracted by that shine again later. Eventually, he paused for a moment, then added, I thought that I noticed a silver thread extending from his back and disappearing into the distance. It was so thin and fine as to almost be non-existent, so even I could not see it clearly. Then it was gone in the blink of an eye, so I can't be sure that I did not simply imagine the whole thing. The battle was quite hectic, after all. Sonny remained silent for a while, looking at him. Didn't you say that there was something strange about all the snow abominations? Could they have strange threads extending from their backs as well? Sonny himself had not seen or sensed any threads. But if these strings were as infinitely thin as Kai had said, there would be no shadows left by them on the ground, and therefore there would have been nothing for him to sense. It sounded quite suspicious, though, summoning imagery of puppets being pulled by puppeteers' strings. The snow tyrant had to be controlling its figures somehow, so Sonny responded to that imagery strongly. Kai shrugged. I don't know. Sonny let out a sigh. Keep an eye out for these threads in the days to come, then. If you do notice another, let me know. With that, he headed away and left the temple. Walking over to the edge of the platform, Sonny glanced across the lake of lava. The heat here was almost unbearable, so he did not loiter around and directly toss the jade figure into the lake. As it was swallowed by bubbling lava, he took a few steps back and sat down. Let's see. Sonny concentrated on the questions he wanted answered the most, hoping that it would affect what truth he received this time. How had the world ended? How had the gods died? What had Weaver then? Suddenly, he was somewhere else. Chapter 2370, A Cruel Fate. The mountains had collapsed, creating a vast valley. The green slopes had turned into a brown desert of crushed rock, and now the desert turned into a red river. The blood-red cloaks of the imperial soldiers were like a crimson tide as they marched forward, sunlight glistening on the tips of their spears. Far above the sea of marching warriors, a hawk was gliding on the gentle winds. It opened its beak and let out a cry, then moved its wings to fly away. It was just in time. A moment later, a golden arrow flashed past it, tearing the sky apart. The hawk folded its wings and plummeted down, then spread them again to glide and escape the cold gaze of the unseen archer. It flew away, across the rolling hills of olive trees and beautiful cities. Across the wine-colored sea with islands where vibrant flowers bloomed among white rocks. Across deep forests teeming with wildlife where holy beasts rested in the shade of emerald canopies, deep quarries where precious marble was being mined and tranquil shrines, across a peaceful realm that was about to be devoured by the jaws of war. Eventually, the hawk reached a vast city that sprawled around a tall hill and landed in the courtyard of a humble manor, turning into a woman who wore a deer hide around her shoulders. Her olive skin was covered in sweat, and her breathing was labored, her face showing fatigue from having crossed such a great distance in such a short time. My lady. Handmaidens rushed to offer her water and fresh fruit, their eyes gleaming with awe and veneration. The woman drank deeply from a beautifully painted amphora, then waved the young girls away. When she looked at them, her own eyes became full of sorrow for a brief moment. Then she hid her sorrow away. No time for that. Where is the prince? I must see him. The handmaidens looked at each other, prompting her to frown. What is it? They looked in the direction of the hill, where an ancient temple stood, its white pillars weathered from the passage of time. It is the oracle you have been summoned, the prince as well. The woman sighed bitterly, then wiped the water off her lips. Now they are speaking, huh? She closed her eyes for a few seconds, then straightened and looked at the young handmaidens one more time. The girls giggled in embarrassment under her gaze, which made the woman's face harden. Turning away, she left without looking back. The atmosphere in the temple was peculiar when she arrived. It stood empty most of the time, but now there were people. She recognized most of them. There was a noble young man with calm and wise eyes, a boy with red hair, an unusual color in this land, a scholarly woman with a long black braid, her graceful beauty both subtle and bewitching. There was also a tall warrior with broad shoulders, his towering height making the others seem puny, a slender man in elegant clothes who looked like a sculptor, a ship captain whose rough skin had turned bronze in the sun, his eyes the same color as the sea, a blind poet whose songs were renowned across the realm, a woman who was either a priestess or a courtesan, or possibly both. Each and every one of them, except the boy, was famous for one reason or another. Some of them were immensely powerful, while some were only slightly so, but all were outstanding. All in all, it was a peculiar crowd of people. As the woman wearing a deerskin around her shoulders arrived, there were now 9 of them. She looked at the gathering with a frown, but chose to say nothing. The warrior spoke, instead his booming voice echoing under the roof of the ancient temple. "What news?" the woman responded curtly. "It is as we expected. The Imperials are already on the match." The warrior clicked his tongue. "Curses! I should be gathering citizens into an army, not wasting my time here." The noble young man looked at him calmly. "We were summoned." Despite the difference in their height, the tall man seemed taken aback. He lowered his head. "I'm sorry, my prince." I spoke out of turn. Soon they were ushered into the inner sanctum of the temple. There, 3 figures sat behind a veil. A young girl, a mature woman, and an old hag. All 3 of them were blind, but saw much more than anyone with sight could. They were the oracle. The young man kneeled before them. "I, Uris, greet you. We have arrived to answer your call." The 3 women smiled and responded, their 3 voices becoming one. "Greetings, brother. Greetings, my son. Greetings, child." The young man, Prince Uris, took a deep breath. "Our homeland is in grave peril, O oracle, and so we beseech you, please, show us how to save our realm." The young girl seemed sad. The woman stayed motionless. The old hag laughed. "Have you finally learned manners, naughty child?" The young man stayed silent for a few seconds, then repeated his words. "We beseech you." The young girl moved, as if wanting to cross the veil and touch him, but the woman held her back. She turned her head to face the kneeling prince and then said calmly, "I am sorry, my son, but that is not why we called you." The 8 people staying behind the prince paled, while the prince himself pursed his lips. The 3 women continued, their voices fusing with each other. "This land of ours cannot be saved. The tapestry of fate is vast, but it is also cruel. The empire won't be stopped. Our cities will burn, our people will be enslaved, our kingdom will fall, its very name forgotten. We cannot stop it." But there was a second of silence before the oracle spoke again. "We can avenge ourselves. The 9 of you can, the 9 of you will. The empire of war must be destroyed." The prince looked up at the oracle, his eyes full of darkness. Eventually he looked down. "My, oh my, how can 9 people destroy an empire? It is protected by a god." There were a few moments of silence, and then the little girl leaned forward. Her childish voice resounded in the silence of the ancient temple, echoing under its roof. "Then you must kill the gods, chapter 23719 Fates." As the echoes of the little girl's voice turned into silence, the 9 of them fell into silence as well. Her words had sounded like jesting, or at least they were supposed to. How could mortal men kill the gods? And yet a solemn atmosphere settled in the inner sanctum of the oracle temple. This peaceful realm of theirs was breathtaking and thriving, but it did not enjoy the protection of a god. The gods had grown aloof and distant long ago, their temples stood proudly, and yet no matter how piously the priests and priestesses prayed, they were usually met with indifferent absence. Even war, the patron deity of humanity, had withdrawn from watching over the great awful empire of his the mortal realm. Where the 9 of them had been born was not protected even by a neglectful deity, and so it venerated no god. The ones they venerated instead were the oracle. The women capable of glimpsing fate, the vast tapestry of fate, was not something that mortals were meant to see, so the oracle was blind, the awful visage of what they had witnessed, burned into their eyes, destroying them forever. That was their curse, but also their solace. The oracle was telling them that their realm was doomed and that they would have to kill the gods. Prince Uri's finally spoke, his voice shaking subtly. Mother, O oracle, but how can 9 mortals kill the gods? The old hag seemed to study him with her blind eyes, then leaned back a little. Her creaky voice resounded in the inner sanctum. The war empire is an insatiable beast that feeds on conquest. It is vast, it is prosperous. However, that prosperity is wicked, and worse than that, it is unsustainable. Their economy and their way of life can only be sustained by an influx of riches or resources, and most importantly of new slaves. Without the slaves, the empire could not produce anything. But slaves are not a renewable resource. The woman spoke next, her words echoing somberly in the inner sanctum of the temple. You've read the imperial treaties, my son. You know the cruelty of their ways. The slaves they take do not last long, enduring endless labor, a few years, possibly a decade at most, and so the empire needs to conquer new lands and procure new slaves. It won't ever stop because it can't stop. If it does, it will starve. The little girl spoke last, her voice turning small. Our kingdom is a peaceful one. It is a land of art, wine, wisdom, poetry, and culture. The empire will come and take our art. It will take our wine. It will take our poets and philosophers and turn them into house slaves to educate the young masters. The rest, those who survive, will be sent to toil in the fields. In just a few generations, our culture will be no more. Our people will be us, no more consumed and stolen by the conquering tyrants. The woman wearing a deerskin around her shoulders finally spoke, her quiet voice sounding calm and even. That doesn't answer the question. All of us can't even stop an empire that one god watches over. How will the 9 of us kill all 6 of them? The oracle grew silent. Eventually the old hag spoke solemnly. You are a huntress, are you not? You should know how to kill a beast that is stronger than you. The woman spoke next. The answer is simple. Not that it will be easy, far from it. It will be difficult. It will be unbearable. It will be impossible even for each of you. The little girl finished what the woman started saying. But you must achieve the impossible, each of you. You must find the beast's weakness. You must lure it into a trap. You must sink your blade into the weak spot that you found. The 3 of them spoke in unison then. The 9 of you were chosen because you're special, just like this realm of ours was. Some of you are wise, and some of you are strong, some of you are holy. However, fate has no use for those who are strong or those who are wise, and neither does it care for sages and saints. The only ones it cares for, their voices envelop the sanctum sounding like a prophecy, are those who are fated, and that is what you are, the 9 of you. You are blessed by fate, you are cursed by fate. The strings of fate wrap around you tightly, and so everything you do will echo across fate, shaking its very foundation. The old hag opened its mouth to continue, but at that moment the prince, who was kneeling on the floor, interrupted her. You say that our land will be ravaged by the empire, that our people will be slaughtered and enslaved, that we cannot save anyone but must instead avenge everyone, that we must kill the gods. His voice shook with barely suppressed anger. But must we really abandon our people, and what will happen to the world? When the gods die aloof, as they are, the gods serve as the pillars of existence. All of it rests on their shoulders. Must we destroy it all? Instead of the oracle, it was one of the 9 who answered, a tall warrior with broad shoulders. His face as pale as ash, his eyes brimming with sorrow and darkness. If everyone we know and love will not exist anymore, then what is the worth of that existence? You are young and noble, my prince. You have no wife, no lover, no children. You will not have to watch them die or be taken by war. There is only one thought more adept at twisting its strings than we are. That being is your greatest adversary, and so the task that you must accomplish is to strike that enemy down. The 3rd oracle shivered, then leaned forward and said in a tone of ruthless resolve, Slay Weaver, the demon of fate that is your fate and what you must do. Chapter 372. Distant gods, Sunny was startled awake, or rather he regained his senses after receiving the truth, just like the previous times the boon he received, was not quite a vision but also not quite a memory. Rather, it was as if the knowledge of what had happened was placed directly into his mind, vague and disjointed, but somehow easy to understand. The world of Ariel's game was the same. The shrine towered behind him, while the lake of lava was radiating insufferable heat in front of him. The sky was obscured by smoke and ash. However, Sunny was different from how he had been before throwing the jade figure into the lake. There was a stunned, disbelieving expression on his face, and his heart was beating wildly. His eyes were open, but he did not seem entirely aware of his surroundings just yet, overwhelmed by what he had learned. No way. Sunny jumped to his feet. He was too rattled, his mind too full of chaotic thoughts to calm down easily. He remained motionless for a while, then commenced pacing, kicking pieces of rubble with his feet. No, really, no way. Finally, Sunny stopped and looked at the distant mountains. With wide eyes, what the hell did I just witness? The magnitude of the revelation he had received as a reward for killing the wolf was too vast to fathom. Gods, daemons, the fate of the world weaver. And then a maiden delivered that truth to the underworld and gave it to Nether. And Nether made his choice. Hell. That was the inception of the Doom War. A maiden of the 9 had indeed built a trap for the gods. The walls of the trap were the hearts of the demons, and he was the one who had shown them the way. Sonny let out a laugh of disbelief. How do you kill a beast that is stronger than you? You could, for example, sick another harrowing beast upon it. The nine were not powerful enough to kill the gods, so they gave Nether the last push he needed to rally his siblings into rebelling against the heavens. That was how the world had ended. Or rather, that was how its end had begun. Naturally, the nine did more than just give the world the initial push to send it rolling into the abyss. After all, Sonny had only considered the horrible and, quite honestly, unbelievable feats of two. There were 7 of them left. The blind poet had probably gone to the demon of imagination. The seasoned sea captain, the vision had not revealed his task, but Sonny could easily imagine him having something to do with the demon of repose and night garden. Eurus had been a spy in the heart of the Empire, most likely, eventually ending up in the demon army. Oro, his task had apparently been the most distressing of them all, even if Sonny had no idea what it was. There was also the courtesan and the tall warrior. They were quite mysterious, and he was not sure what their role had been. And Slayer, naturally, that one he was not ready to contemplate yet. But what had they done? What had their endgame been? Sonny took a deep breath. Find a weakness. Build a trap. Sink your blade into the weak spot of the adversary. The weakness of the gods was the existence of the forgotten god, and therefore the daemons. The trap itself was the Doom War. But what was the blade of the nine? How had intended to deliver the lethal strike to the gods? Had they simply supported the demons in the Doom War? Or had there been more to their machinations? Sonny exhaled slowly. Then, a different set of runes surfaced in his memory. His eyes shook. Chapter 2374, Demon of Doom. They were the runes left on the floor of the underground cell under the ruined Cathedral of the Dark City by one of the 2 high priests of the Nightmare spell, from whose corpse Sonny had retrieved Weaver's mask. He had not been able to read them at first, but managed to discern their meaning during his return to the Forgotten Shore as a saint. Taking a step back, Sonny whispered, "Thus spoke Weaver, they will open the gates." And they did, calling forth doom and destruction upon us. Now in the ruins gods lay dead, and the demons have fallen. The Forgotten One comes wide awake to consume them. He closed his eyes for a moment. The weapon to kill the gods, was it the Forgotten God himself? Had the nine wanted to unseal the void, thus awakening him and causing the end of all existence? Was that their vengeance for the blood of their people that the Empire had spilled? For the land it destroyed and the freedom it robbed? Were these bastards fated, or were they a personification of doom? Those lunatics. He shuddered, then shook his head. No, I am jumping to conclusions. Weaver had proclaimed that they would open the gates. The they in question could have been the nine. It could have been the demons, or the gods. It could have even been Weaver themselves. The demon of fate could have been simply proclaiming their own intention. Sonny raised his hands and rubbed his face fiercely. He had learned so much, but he still did not have any answers. How had that damned war ended? Had the nine achieved their goal, or had they ultimately failed? Were the gates of the void open, or were they still closed? The spreading corruption, the blossoming nightmare seeds, and the constant expansion of the dream realm suggested that they were wide open, and that the forgotten god was free. And yet the forgotten god also seemed imprisoned and asleep, because if he was not, there would be no existence left. All of it would be swallowed by the void. Everything was a paradox, and Sonny did not have the key to solve it. "Ah, I don't get it." He groaned. One thing was certain, though. There had always been a third player hiding behind the curtain. The daemons, the gods, and the nine. The fate of the world had been decided by these 3 forces, and while the nine seemed pitifully weak in comparison to these mythical figures, their influence was anything but. In fact, because of how little was known about them, the nine seemed especially dangerous. No, actually, there was a 4th force as well, the most important of them all. How could Sonny have forgotten? There was Weaver. Sonny exhaled slowly. He still did not know how Weaver fit into all of this, what goal Weaver had pursued, and what had happened to them. The Oracle had seemed to believe that the demon of fate would be the greatest obstacle in the path of the nine. Considering that the Nine had intended to kill the gods and destroy the world, did that mean that Weaver's goal had been the opposite? No, it did not. Knowing that slippery demon, not that Sunny knew them that well, it could have been anything. Weaver might have been the enemy of the Nine, or they might have been using the Nine to further their own goals. Who could know the truth? Well, Slayer could if she had her memories. After all, her task was to kill Weaver. Insanity. To hell with this. Turning around, Sunny headed for the Shrine of Truth with determined steps. Entering the cool darkness of its great hall, he ignored Kai and walked directly to Slayer, who was sharpening her swords while leaning her back against one of the altars. Stopping in front of her, he looked down and growled. "So tell me, did you manage to kill Weaver?" The sinister shadow stared at him silently, showing no trace of emotion. He scoffed. "Or did you fail?" "Right, you must have." Naturally, she had. How could someone so insignificant slay the demon of fate? The very thought was preposterous. But then again, the thought that 9 mortals could bring about the death of the gods was preposterous as well. And yet the gods were dead. Was the woman whose shadow now served him truly Weaver's killer? No, it was impossible. You must have died by Weaver's hand instead. Slayer showed no reaction at all, as if his words held no meaning. However, he felt her cold, black eyes changing faintly. Finally, there was a hint of emotion. What was it? Pride? Despair? Resolve? Confusion? It seemed that Slayer did not know herself. Well, why would she? She did not even remember her name, let alone her past. Sunny covered his face with a palm and sighed deeply. What the hell did you do, you lunatics?" Slayer stared at him for a few more seconds, then shrugged and returned to sharpening her swords, completely indifferent to the turmoil in his heart. Sunny cursed quietly. "I have some strong words to say to Yuri's the next time I meet him." Kai, who had walked over and was looking at them in confusion, raised a brow. "Yuri's? Who is that?" Sunny looked at him, blinked a few times, and waved a hand in a dismissive gesture. "Yuri's, he's just an acquaintance of mine. A god-slaying slave, but also a prince who was banished from death by a divine curse. He just sort of hangs out in the shadow realm now. So I visit him from time to chat, joke around, and try to kill him. Oh, he's also a skeleton, a talking skeleton. Well, about 80% of a talking skeleton. He had lost a few bones over time." Kai nodded slowly. "Ah, I see. Makes sense, I guess. Are you all right, though? You seem on edge." Sunny glanced at him darkly. "Naturally, I am all right." He smiled and pointed at himself with a thumb. "I am perfectly all right being on edge." Kai coughed. "Oh, that's good then." Next morning, 3 new snow figures arrived to surround the destroyed volcano. Chapter 2375, Hear No Evil. The abominations of the snow domain surrounded the Shrine of Truth in the morning. This time it was a cursed demon and 2 cursed monsters, the force that had been defending the Shrine of Fear at the start of the game. By then, the lake of lava was already starting to cool. It slowly lost its radiance and dimmed, solidifying into a vast plain of ash-gray rock. However, Sunny knew that the solid nature of this crust was merely an illusion. It was like a thin layer resting atop a scorching abyss of magma, too easily broken by the forces that a battle between deific figures would unleash. Actually, he was considering using the treacherous nature of the thin crust as a strategy. Cursed nightmare creatures would not be seriously harmed by something as trifling as taking a plunge into a pool of lava, and they were not going to drown in it either. However, he could still gain an advantage by pulling them into the depths of the volcano, just not too deep, since he was wary of descending lower than the Sea of Clouds. Cursed nightmare creatures were not as bound by the mundane logic as lesser beings were, but some things were still dictated by their nature. For example, creatures that were meant to walk the earth would grow weaker if forced to fight in the water. Sunny himself, however, did not have that problem. He could change his form freely, and so any battlefield was his home. The form of the onyx serpent was one he was attuned to the most as well. Or rather, would it be the jade serpent now? In any case, he had battled Daron the Serpent King while using this shell, and countless abominations since. So if he managed to pull the new snow demon into the lava there in the depths, he might actually defeat it, but Sunny did not feel confident. In fact, he was overcome by a feeling of unease. He felt like a rat that had been pushed into a corner. The battle against the wolf had already been dangerous enough. It had been a close call. Now, however, Sonny's wounds, both physical and unseen, were quite severe. They had healed somewhat, but not enough to allow him to enter the battle at his full strength come tomorrow. So facing a cursed demon, even in the depths of the volcano, did not seem like a winning bet. Far from it. If Sonny was honest with himself, he had to admit that he would not be of much use as a warrior in the upcoming battle. Luckily, there was a different strategy he could use, had to use, considering that there were no better options. Instead of participating in the battle himself, he could turn into a shadow and enhance someone. Kai and Slayer both received 2 boons of ash. They were already far more powerful than transcendent beings were supposed to be, and while Sonny could not enhance Kai, his friend was neither part of him nor a subject of his domain, he could amplify Slayer. That was not an optimal use of his power, though. The optimal use of it would be to amplify one of his most powerful shades. The shade of the wolf, for example. The shadows dwelling in his soul were not alive and did not possess the sense of self. As a result, they could not really wield the will, which was of paramount importance in a battle between deities. So even the sacred shades were not too different from immensely powerful, but ultimately mundane beasts. That was unless Sonny wrapped himself around them. If he did, not only would their power be amplified, but he would also be able to substitute their absent will with his own. That way, a sacred shade would become much closer to the glory of its former self. If Sonny enabled the shadow of the wolf, the 2 of them together would stand a decently good chance of slaying a cursed demon. That was something to consider, at least. That was the best strategy he could come up with in the absence of sacred soul shards to cast some powerful spell or any other material and resource to pull off a daring trick. It should be good enough, right? If Sonny and the wolf faced the cursed demon slayer, Kai, the shadow of abundance, the pack of shadow wolves, and the remaining obsidian wasps would have to deal with the 2 cursed monsters. Could they? Alternatively, he could take a risk and concentrate all his forces on one of the enemies first, gambling on the chance of slaying it speedily. There was a lot to consider, but he could only consider it after learning more about his enemies. At that moment, Sonny and his companions were standing on the roof of the Shrine of Truth, observing the surrounding peaks tensely. The sun was rising above the miniature realm of Ariel's game, and the glass bridges were collapsing into plumes of snow. Sonny sighed and glanced at Kai. "Are you sure?" Kai nodded. "Quite sure, yes. It should be a demon." Kai could see further and better than Sonny, but he could not see the souls of living beings like Sonny. That said, awakened possessed senses beyond that of mundane people, and these senses developed the more experienced they became and the higher their rank was. Saints would rarely be mistaken about the class and rank of an adversary, even without gazing into the adversary's soul. Sonny remained silent for a few seconds, then asked somberly, "So what kind of loathsome horror is it?" Kai raised a hand to shield his eyes from the rays of the rising sun and looked east at the distant snow-covered peak. His expression changed subtly. "I see it. His voice changed, too. "It is looking back?" Then Kai fell silent, his body trembling faintly. Sonny frowned. "What does it look like, though?" Clan's lips moved as if he was going to say something before he did. However, Sonny was distracted by a sudden movement. He glanced to the side in confusion, where Slayer seemed to be unsheathing her swords. Odd. Kai finally spoke, the words leaving his mouth sounding like a jumbled mess of eerie, alien curses. Sonny belatedly realized that listening to these words was a dreadful mistake, but by then, they had already crawled into his ears and slithered their way into his mind. Not good. Then everything turned dark. Chapter 2376, Missing Time. "I'm hurt." The first thing Sonny felt was pain. He was supposed to be in pain considering that both his body and soul had been ravaged by the wolf, but the mild suffering he had been enduring without even paying attention to was gone, replaced by a new and unfamiliar agony. His entire body was in pain. The pain was not concentrated in one spot, but instead emanated from a dozen different sources, fusing into one odious sensation. Therefore, Sonny had to conclude that he was seriously hurt. Since it hurts, I'm still alive. That was good news, at least. He opened his eyes slowly. The black sky hung above him at an angle, awfully close. It was also made of scorched stone with deep cracks running through its broken surface. Additionally, it was moving. No, it was not the sky. He was staring at the ceiling of the Shrine of Truth. Or was it a wall? In any case, neither the ceiling nor the wall of the shrine were moving. Instead, it was Sonny himself. He was being dragged across an uneven stone surface, its ridges biting into his back. What the hell? The last thing he remembered was asking Kai to describe the snow demon. How did he end up back in the shrine? More importantly, why was he being dragged and who was dragging him? Craning his neck, Sonny looked up. Someone was holding his wrist in a vice-like grip, using it to drag his body across the stone like a sack of synth paste. That someone was shrouded in a veil of ghostly smoke which made discerning their form difficult. Sonny recognized them instantly, naturally. It was Slayer, however. Slayer looked much worse than she had before. Her light armor was torn and scorched. Dark smoke was seeping from myriad ghastly wounds on her ebony body, and one of her arms was hanging limp, seemingly broken. What happened to Slayer? No, more importantly, what happened to him? Sonny finally regained his senses and evaluated the situation. What he sensed sent him into utter shock. First of all, the ceiling above him was indeed the wall of the Shrine of Truth, and it was indeed looming above him at an angle. That was because the entire shrine was tilted, half of its vast interior drowned by lava. Slayer was currently dragging Sonny up the slope of one of the pillars, away from the radiant lava. Secondly, there were several arrows sticking out of his body. The body itself was in even worse form than Slayer's, riddled with torn wounds and lacerations, new ones on top of the old ones. And most shocking of all, his entire right arm was missing. Where did my arm go? Where was his arm? Sonny was so shocked that he remained motionless, allowing Slayer to drag him to where the pillar met the ceiling. Letting go of his wrist, she straightened and observed the interior of the shrine darkly. Everything was too odd. Sonny simply could not understand what had happened and what the situation was. He let out a pained groan and sat up, then evaluated his condition somberly. His wounds were quite severe and his arm was indeed missing. Luckily, blood weave had prevented him from bleeding out, so his life was not at risk. His essence was nearly depleted, though, and his soul seemed to have sustained dire damage as well. His head ached horribly. Sonny had no words to describe his feelings. Something really bizarre must have happened. Manifesting a bit of shadows to create a replacement for his missing arm and hand, he grimaced and pulled one of the arrows out from between his ribs. He stared at it, then glanced up at Slayer. "Mind telling me why one of your arrows was sticking out of me?" Naturally, he would not have failed to recognize an arrow of his own exquisite making. She regarded him silently for a while, then raised a hand and extended 4 fingers. Sonny frowned. 4? What is that supposed to mean? Then he glanced down and sighed. "Oh, you meant that there were 4 of your arrows sticking out of me, not one duly noted." Grimacing from pain, he pulled the rest of the arrows out, hesitated a little, and handed them back to Slayer. Instantly, his body felt 100 times lighter. "That knave? She used my own enchantments against me." Indeed, the 4 arrows in question were meant to immobilize the adversary, or at least slow them down. So Sonny could at least surmise that his shadow had not tried to kill him. She had merely tried to debilitate him. He glanced at his missing arm. The stump was not bleeding, and the wound was messy. Not at all a clean cut, so something else must have torn his limb off. That was a relief. How is this a relief? "One of my limbs is missing," Sonny groaned. Still, he would have been quite cross if it turned out that Slayer had cut off his arm. It was better to think that something else had rended it off. There was a hole in the wall of the shrine where there had been none before, and through it he could see the dark sky. It was night. It had been morning just a few moments ago. Sonny concentrated on his shadow sense, then turned his head and glanced at the nearby pillar. Kai was hanging from it, impaled by 2 black arrows, his mouth covered by a makeshift gag. He was alive but unconscious. Sonny studied his friend for a bit, making sure that he was all right, then turned to Slayer once more. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded a little strained. So do you want to tell me what happened to the day that is missing from my memory? Slayer stared at him chillingly for a while, then raised a hand and extended two fingers. Sunny sighed. What do you wait? 2 days that are missing from my memory. She nodded silently and sat down, tiredly leaning her back against the wall. Sunny paled. 2 days had passed. Then the snow demon and the two snow monsters had already launched their attack. The battle was over. Chapter 2377, Oblivious Victors. 2 days had passed, and it was night again, which meant that the three figures of the snow domain had besieged the Shrine of Truth and failed. Someone had stopped them. But who? Sunny studied his own pathetic state, then glanced at Slayer. Finally, he glanced at Kai. A few seconds later, he muttered a stifled curse. His thoughts were in disarray. What the hell? He had been saying that a lot after entering Ariel's game, so he had to be careful not to say it again unless he wanted to get stuck with another catchphrase. And he had plenty of those already. In any case, it seemed like Sunny and Kai had fallen victim to some kind of mind attack while observing the snow demon, and then. Something happened, but the snow demon failed to conquer the shrine and kill them. From what Sunny had seen so far, that something seemed to have been Slayer. That did not make much sense, considering that Slayer was not nearly powerful enough to defeat a cursed demon, let alone one accompanied by two cursed monsters. And yet, the evidence was hard to deny. The evidence being that they were still alive. Sunny sighed deeply. Slayer was not going to talk, so he had no choice but to try to deduce what had happened slowly. But first, I should probably take Kai off that wall. His friend did not look very comfortable, pinned to a pillar by arrows and gagged. Granted, Slayer must have gagged him for a reason. I'll take it slow. Sometime later, Sunny and Kai climbed out of the tilting shrine and observed the scene of utter devastation outside. Both looked rattled and confused, not to mention battered, and seeing the lake of lava did not make them feel any better. Slayer had stayed inside, seemingly too tired and wounded to move. What? The Sunny stopped himself from finishing the sentence, raised his hands, and rubbed his face ferociously. One of his hands was made of flesh, sinew, and bone. The other was entirely black, manifested from shadows. The platform on which the Shrine of Truth stood had split in two. One half of it was entirely gone, the other was partially submerged in lava. The ancient temple itself was tilted on the side, half drowned in the lake. The layer of cooled lava that had formed a crust atop the lake was almost entirely gone, shattered and swallowed by the scorching crucible. Still, some of it remained hideous silhouettes formed from volcanic rock protruded from the luminous depths, reaching toward the sky with eerily shaped fingers. They glanced like unfinished creations of a mad sculptor, and simply looking at them made Sunny's skin crawl. It was as if a swarm of indescribable beings had tried to form themselves from fiery lava, but were frozen solid midway, failing to take form. Now, only their empty husks remained, soulless and twisted in agony, like a legion of sinful souls who had failed to escape hell. Or perhaps someone had just wanted to create a garden of creepy statues. Either version could be true. Kai opened his mouth and whispered, "What the hell?" Sunny glanced at him with gratitude. "My thoughts exactly." His friend was in rough form, but far better off than Sunny and Slayer. Apart from the wounds caused by the arrows, he was relatively unscathed, and those weren't a threat to a transcendent being. He had no memory of what had happened in the past 2 days either. The last thing he remembered was catching a glimpse of the snow demon, and yet he did not remember what the creature looked like or what it was. Sunny felt deeply unnerved. He would have been frightened, really, if not for the fact that they had found 3 jade figurines laying in the ash near the altar, just a few meters away from the lava. The snow demon, whatever that thing had been, was dead. The monsters were dead too. Sunny, Kai, and Slayer were alive. Somehow, that should have been good news, but Sunny only felt more disturbed, not knowing how their enemies had died. Humans feared the unknown the most, after all. He looked down with a grimace. Well, let us see what we do know. Even if his memory of the past 2 days was gone, he could deduce some things from the clues left behind by the missing time. As the two of them flew to the edges of the volcano, the night sky rippling with shimmering starlight above them, Sunny went over all these clues, First of all, Sunny and Kai were missing their memories. They had been affected by some kind of mental attack, while Slayer had seemingly resisted it or had been incapable of being targeted by that attack to begin with due to her inherent difference from them. It was easy to deduce that Sunny and Kai had not remained passive and motionless while under foreign influence, too. In fact, they seemed to have involved themselves in all kinds of activity. Their wounds were solid proof of that. Additionally, their behavior in the past 2 days had to have been different from what they would usually do. In other words, they had not been acting as themselves, otherwise Slayer would have no reason to debilitate them with arrows or gag Kai. Sunny could not be sure, but after studying Kai's wounds as well as his own, he suspected that the two of them had not only fought Slayer but also other powerful beings as well as each other. That was quite a disturbing theory, and although Sunny could not thoroughly prove it, he could not confidently refute it either. This is the worst. If they had indeed suffered a mental attack, this would be the worst crisis of that nature he had encountered in a long while, maybe even ever. After all, he had retained at least some senses even at LO49 or on the Ashen Barrow. But now he could not even remember what he had done. That should not have been possible. His mental resistances were extremely formidable, and even if his other incarnations were not here, he still possessed the will of a supreme titan. No mental attack should have been able to enthrall him so thoroughly. It was the fact that something that should have been impossible had happened that was driving Sunny mad. Just what kind of creature had that cursed demon been? The worst part of all was knowing that now with the creature gone, there was a high possibility that Sunny would never find out. It could all remain a mystery forever. Looking around, he wondered if that was a mercy instead. Chapter 2378, Eerie Clues. The only witness, Slayer, was not talking, but Sunny had some other clues as well. His own state, for example. Quite a lot of his essence was gone. Not only that, but he could not summon any of his shades, which meant that they all had been destroyed in the battle and were currently repairing themselves. The Shadow Wolf and its pack, the Obsidian Wasps and Abundance. Had I actually implemented the shade augmentation strategy? It was possible. But had he implemented it against the adversary or against one of his companions? There was no answer to that, although Sunny doubted that either Slayer or Kai could have survived his assault. The three snow figures were dead, and he was missing an arm. So unless it was Kai who had bitten it off in his dragon form, Sunny was inclined to believe that he had clashed with the cursed demon and the two monsters instead. He glanced at Kai peculiarly. Kai noticed it and forced out a smile. "What?" Sunny lingered for a while, then shook his head. "Nothing. Just wondering how sharp your teeth are." Kai touched his lips, then blinked a couple of times and looked away. The problem was that the shades of the three snow abominations were not in Sunny's soul, which meant that although they were dead, he had not killed them, and neither had Slayer. So how the hell had they died? Sunny folded the wings he had manifested and landed on a rock outcropping at the edges of the lake of lava, too close to the misty shore of the Sea of Clouds to feel comfortable. Kai landed nearby, and the two of them stared at the enormous corpse in front of them. Or rather, a half of it. The cursed monster was unmistakably dead. It was an indescribable monstrosity that was vaguely humanoid in form, with myriad eyes littering the malformed dome of its grotesque head. It had a gaunt, pale torso and too many arms, each ending in a set of traumatic claws. As for the lower part of his body, there was no saying how it looked. It was missing. Sunny could swear that the detestable face of the fallen deity had frozen in a grimace of horror. He glanced at Kai and shivered. "Any idea how it died?" Kai remained silent for a moment, then said stiffly, "Well, I'm pretty sure that it died from being torn in half." That was pretty indisputable logic. Well, actually, it wasn't. A cursed monster would not have been killed by something as mundane as being torn in half. Neither would it have been terrified in its last seconds. Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, Sunny forced out a pale smile. "Are there soul shards inside?" Clan nodded slowly. "I see one, but if you don't mind, I'd prefer it if we don't try to dig it out just yet." Sunny scoffed, then grimaced and pressed a hand against his wounds. "Yeah, let's not just yet." There was another corpse they had to take a look at, almost exactly on the other side of the shattered volcano. Flying there took them a little bit of time, and when they reached the colossal remains, Sonny just stared at them with a peculiar expression. The second corpse had turned out to not be the second corpse. Instead, it was the lower half of the cursed monster they had already investigated. There was no explanation as to how it ended up all the way on the opposite side of the lake of lava, and no additional clues as to how the creature had died. Neither was there any trace left of the second cursed monster. It had simply vanished, as if it had never existed at all, just like the snow demon had. Maybe their bodies had drowned in the lava, maybe they had fallen into the sea of clouds. Possibly they had simply ceased to exist for some unknown reason. Anything could have happened, really. Sonny took a shaky breath. Let's explore more. We might find something else. And so they did. In truth, he did not really hope to find more clues. He simply wanted to get away from the mangled remains of the cursed monster and do something to occupy his rattled mind. Sonny and Kai spent some time exploring the lake of lava. They studied the eerie, half-formed sculptures of volcanic rock protruding from it here and there. Being close to them gave both an eerie and unpleasant feeling, so they proceeded to investigate the shores of the lake instead. Eventually, they did find something. Well, what would you know? Sonny landed on a small island of cooled lava and looked down incredulously. He seemed to have found his missing arm. It was still encased in the black carapace of the jade mantle, laying in the middle of a vast web of cracks that stretched from one edge of the small isle to another. The hand was missing a couple of fingers, but those that remained were still clenched into a fist. His severed hand was holding onto something. Sonny crouched near it and tried to pick up an impossibly thin piece of torn string that protruded from the mangled fist. He failed at first and only succeeded after putting some will into his touch. The string was infinitely fine, but also unbelievably durable, almost impossible to tear or cut. It resembled a single thread of black silk or maybe a single string of a frightening spiderweb. All he knew was that at some point in the past 2 days, he had lost an arm while trying to cut that thread. Looking at Kai, Sonny remained silent for a while and then asked in a subdued tone, "So what do you think happened to us?" Kai's expression was deeply disturbed. He shook his head faintly, then said quietly, "I don't know." Sonny let out a long sigh. "Well, I have a couple of ideas." But really, he was in complete darkness, just as full of doubt as Kai. That cursed demon, it must have been some kind of mind demon if such things existed at all. Whatever Kai beheld on the snowy mountain might have been simply its vessel, while the demon itself might have been a being of neither flesh nor spirit. It might have been like an idea instead. At least that was what Sonny imagined after witnessing all these unexplainable things. In any case, Sonny and Kai had fallen under the influence of the demon, had maybe become its new vessels even. They would have been simply debilitated at first, then fully taken once the morning of the attack came. Slayer must have restrained them before that, but that was as much as she could do. How had she defeated the demon and the two monsters then? Sonny did not know. He vaguely suspected that the strings Kai had seen were how the snow tyrant controlled the rest of its figures. So, by severing one of those strings, Sonny must have liberated one of the abominations, the cursed demon itself, possibly from under the tyrant's control, which meant that he had been resisting whatever had happened to him at least to some degree. Maybe he must have. And then there was no knowing what had happened then. Possibly the demon itself had killed the monsters. Maybe Slayer had somehow incited and dodged it until the sun rose above the horizon. If the demon had failed to eliminate the ash figures and stayed on a black square after the end of its move, who knew what could have become of it? Nobody did. It was a complete mystery, and a frightening one at that. Sonny was in pain, tired, and deeply disturbed. He did not even want to admit how disturbed he was. It was to the point that missing an arm seemed a minor thing in comparison. Picking up his arm from the stone, he turned and glanced at Kai with a somewhat lost expression. "You know, I have never lost a limb before. This is a first," Kai smiled weakly. "Really? I would have thought?" Sonny shook his head. He wanted to add something like, "Well, unless you count the head as a limb," but remained silent instead. He was not in the mood for that. Eventually, he said in a concerned tone, "Really? I guess we've won, though. Should we be happy?" Kai did not answer. Sonny did not speak for a while either. Somehow, this particular victory, if it could even be called that, made him feel more troubled than any defeat. Chapter 2379. Point of no return, Sonny had never discovered any solutions. The puzzle of the snow demon stayed unresolved, and he suspected that he might never learn what that being had been and what it had done to him and his allies. Perhaps they would encounter each other again, someday in the shadowy depths of the Shadow Realm. But since Sonny did not even know what the strange demon had appeared like, or if it had even appeared like anything at all, they would not identify each other. So he could only comfort himself with the fact that the mysterious horror was dead. Dejected, Sonny and Kai went back to the Shrine of Truth. Slayer was still resting against the stone atop the angled pillar, apparently sleeping. Sonny had never witnessed a shadow sleep before, so she must have been truly drained by what happened during the 2 lost days. He could call her back into the protective darkness of his soul. But that would mean not being able to call her again until her injuries were completely healed. Sonny shut his eyes, suddenly conscious of just how bruised and damaged his body was. He was lacking an arm, damn it. Kai watched him with a curious expression. Sonny glanced at him and grinned darkly, trying to regrow an arm. In reality, even some saints could regenerate missing parts of their bodies. It just required a lot of time. Supremes were even more resilient, but Sonny naturally did not have much knowledge into how long it would take a sovereign to regrow a limb. There was simply no information on that matter. He recovered a lot quicker than most due to the blood weave, but still, reattaching a severed arm was going to waste much less time than growing an entirely new one. Plus, he was fond of his arms. I need both hands for cooking, you know, as well as for other activities. His effort to brighten the mood failed. They might have survived the fight, but it was not due to their ability or work. It was not even due to fortune. There was simply no reason for why they were still alive, which meant that they were only alive by chance. Eventually, Kai breathed out. I don't know why I'm shocked. Sonny lifted an eyebrow. What do you mean? I guess it is because of you and Nephis. The two of you have a tendency of making the impossible appear normal. You are strong beyond logic, and the way both of you think is beyond logic too. So sometimes it is simple to forget that the things you do are not logical. They are not normal at all. It is not normal to defeat a god. In fact, it is completely unreasonable to even attempt fighting a god, especially an ancient, evil, corrupted one. And yet, that is what we have been doing ever since entering the weird realm, isn't it? Not only that, but we've even managed to destroy several of those fallen deities. You appeared to take it in stride, so at some point I found myself believing that that was how things were meant to be. But, Sonny, they're not. No matter how strong we are, these beings are still cursed ones. They are former gods. They are actual beings of legends, the frightening and disturbing kind of legends. So, I shouldn't have been shocked when something like that occurred. Actually, it is a wonder that something like that had not occurred sooner. Are you trying to say that I am careless? Kai moved his head. No, not really. Being careless means that you have a choice between security and risk, and we weren't really given a choice, were we? It is not like the cursed ones would not have hunted for us if we stayed motionless here in this damned place. What I am trying to say is that maybe encountering that snow demon was a bit of fortune. It gave us a warning that beings like that are beyond our level, so much so that we cannot even comprehend them, let alone fight them. Well, some of them, at least. Every foe we face can be our final, and what would you know? We managed to receive that warning without perishing. That's a good thing. Kai was correct. Sonny had done well facing great nightmare creatures, so he assumed that battling against cursed ones would not feel much different now that he was a supreme. But really, every single one of them was an opponent he could not afford to undervalue, and cursed nightmare creatures were on an entirely different level as far as evil is concerned. Before all this began, you told me that a couple of Supremes would not be able to guard humanity, and that becoming sacred was the only path for you and Nephis. You appear so incredibly powerful to me, so out of reach. So I did not take it seriously enough. But now I see now that you were correct. The cursed ones are already this frightening, and I don't even want to picture what unholy nightmare creatures are capable of. I'm not sure that I can. So there is indeed only one path forward, whether we want it or not. Sonny stared at him for a bit, his expression unreadable. A warning, huh? No, it's just, I think my nerves are reconnecting. He could suddenly sense his missing arm again. And while being reunited with it felt amazing, it also hurt like hell. Chapter 2380 Changing Balance. By dawn, Sonny's bones had mended, and his arm was not at risk of dropping off anymore. That said, he could not really use it yet, so it just dangled weakly at his side. There was also the issue of the missing fingers. Unlike the arm itself, he had never located them, so the fingers would have to develop on their own, which was not going to be a quick or comfortable process. Of course, if Sonny managed to escape from Ariel's game early, Nephis would cure him in no time. The issue was that he had a far greater chance of never exiting this odd place at all. As the sun revealed itself from beyond the skyline, 3 new snow figures did, indeed, move to fill the surrounding peaks. Both Sonny and Kai felt nervous about scouting their enemies, considering what had occurred the last time they tried, but they had little option. Going into combat blindly was a far worse possibility. So Sonny gathered his courage and asked Kai to take a peek. This time his friend stayed quiet for far longer than usual. When he finally turned to Sonny, there was a very odd expression on his face. Sonny scowled, not liking it one bit. "What?" Kai paused for a few moments. "Listen, Sonny, before I say anything. I feel that I need to mention that I have nothing." Sonny pressed his lips. Kai cleared his throat, then gestured at the northern peak. Kai nodded. "Yeah, it's a white dragon. It's very gorgeous, actually." Sonny stared at him some more. "Are you mocking me?" Sonny raised a shaking hand and tugged on his hair. "No, seriously? What the hell is this? How come? Listen here, you. Let me tell you, I've been around the dream realm and back, and never, not once, have I encountered a dragon without you around. What are you, a dragon magnet? How the hell are you drawing all these dragons, bastard? Calm down, please." "Well, true people call me the Dragon Slayer, and I have an attribute of that name. But if you think about it, technically, I only ever met one dragon. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Every time there was a dragon, Kai was somewhere nearby. Damn Dragon Slayer." Sonny let out a long breath, then winced and decided to let it go. Kai gestured to the eastern peak. "That peak seems to be overrun with rats. I can't count how many of them are there because there are too many. The whole mountain is crawling with them, and they seem to be devouring the mountain. How in the world, actually, never mind, and the last one, a cursed devil to the north, a cursed devil to the south, and a cursed beast to the east." Things looked quite grim. He was barely in a condition to fight, and most of his shades could not be summoned yet. Slayer was in a rough state, too. Her situation was worse than his, really. Just like Sonny, she could not move one of her arms, which meant that she could not draw her bow. There was a day left before the 3 cursed nightmare creatures descended upon the Shrine of Truth. The odds would not be any better tomorrow, either. How are we going to repel this assault? Well, the answer is simple. He looked at Kai and shrugged, wincing from the pain of his damaged arm moving up and down. As Kai looked at him silently, Sonny shook his head. He had come to the Shrine of Truth to make his warriors stronger, and he accomplished just that. With the jade figures in his possession, Slayer and Kai would receive the 3rd Ash enhancement. As long as his will empowered them, that would make them as deadly as any great nightmare creature. More than that, his army, as long as it was given time to repair itself, now consisted of 2 sacred shades and 2 groups of great shades. The Snow Tyrant, meanwhile, only had 2 devils and 1 beast left. It was actually at a disadvantage in terms of pure numbers. What a shocking reversal it was, considering its overwhelming numerical advantage at the start. More importantly, the Snow Tyrant had to send all of the figures that had been protecting it into battle, which meant that it was almost defenseless, so there was no point in staying in the Shrine of Truth anymore. Sonny had the enemy where he wanted. Breathing deeply, he summoned the few obsidian wasps that had already repaired themselves and sent them off to dig out soul shards from the remains of the dead cursed monster. He would finally have something to eat. Chapter 2381, Final Hunt. It was the depth of night when Sonny and Kai returned to the temple. Slayer was still resting, so he simply placed one of the jade figurines next to her and gave the other one to Kai. The last one, though, that final one, he kept to himself. The shrine was angled and drowning in lava, so placing the figures on the altar was an awkward task. Still, Kai could fly, so it did not pose much of a problem. As the third ring of ash was forming around his soul core, Sunny left once again, threw a cautious look at the eerie sculptures rising from the lake of lava, and made his sacrifice. This was going to be the final truth he would learn before killing the snow tyrant. They were going to leave the Shrine of Truth in a few hours, which meant that even if another abomination fell to their blades, he would only be able to make another offering after conquering the snow castle, if it was similar to the castle of ash. Sunny was not sure what would happen after the tyrant died, so there was even a possibility that this was going to be the final truth he would receive as a reward in this cursed game. His shadowy body was being devoured alive by a terrible curse. His hidden mind was being consumed by savage illusions. His heart was being torn apart by indescribable terror, and his very spirit was shattered, his will and desire to live stripped from it by a merciless hand. And yet he refused to. He stumbled, walking across the sand with unsteady steps, surrounded by darkness. Somewhere above, the black sky shimmered with the light of countless silver stars, but their pale radiance was not enough to illuminate the shadowy valley, let alone warm his mangled, freezing body. Blood was flowing out of his mouth, spilling through the fangs of his mask as it shone with a beautiful golden light, with the light of divinity. Radiant blood was flowing out of the wounds covering his body too, soaking the fabric of his dark mantle. The sound of leaves rustling under the foot of a predator. The sound of graceful wings parting the night sky. The sound of an arrow piercing the fabric of fate. The arrowhead struck him in the neck and he was thrown to the ground. Sunny fell to his knees, the drops of golden blood shining like precious gems on the sand. Raising a hand, he grasped the smooth black wood of the arrow's shaft, not too different from the polished wooden surface of his mask, and pulled the arrow out, shattering it in his grip. The steady hand of the archer who had sent the arrow flying was much too weak to harm a being such as him. It only managed to pierce his flesh because there had already been a wound there on his neck left by a far more terrifying foe. The arrow was of no consequence. The legendary poison smeared on its tip, however, was anything but. It was a poison that was not supposed to exist in the world anymore, and yet here it was. A freezing cold spread through his body with alarming speed. Then it invaded his soul, his mind, and his spirit. Suddenly, Sunny felt weak. He even found it difficult to keep his eyes open. His broken body trembled. Cold, cold. He was cold and alone. The woman wore battered dark armor and a veil that covered her beautiful face, her long, luxurious hair tied into a braid. The starlit night cast a deep shadow onto her, but he could see her cold eyes clearly. He was Weaver, the demon of fate, the mighty, terrible daemon. That mighty daemon was now kneeling in front of a mortal huntress. A muffled laugh escaped from the daemon's lips, made strange and elusive by the mask. The demon of fate knew the endless despair of struggling against fate better than anyone else. The nine were nothing but pitiful mortals, but they were also destined. Their lives were a convergence of fate. To anyone else they would seem tiny and pitiful, no more than vermin, but to Weaver, who could see the great tapestry of fate, their figures towered like those of giants, looming above, oppressing Weaver with their crushing weight. The woman looked down at the daemon silently. The daemon smiled behind the mask. "It was your doing, wasn't it? Oh, what a wicked trap you set for us. We have escaped our siblings, but it seems that we've failed to escape you in the end." The daemon knew the woman well. She had been stalking Weaver for a long time, this mortal with a pure soul. Sometimes she came as a beast. Sometimes she came as a huntress. The daemon had not seen her moving stealthily across the realms, enduring battle after battle, all in order to grow stronger. But they had felt her figure growing closer and closer in the tapestry of fate, constricting them like a serpent, until they could not move at all, and there was nowhere to go. Finally the woman spoke. The daemon had thought that her voice would be triumphant, but it was simply tired. "I know what you are." The daemon was tired too. "If you know what we are, then you know what destroying us means. There is a price that has to be paid for slaying a demon." The woman did not answer. The demon let out a long, sorrowful sigh. The woman unsheathed her sword then and plunged it into the demon's chest in one fluid, swift motion. There was no hesitation in her strike, and no mercy. That shadowy figure fell to the ground, lifeless. The black mask stared blindly at the starlit sky, then fell apart into a hurricane of sparks. The huntress sighed deeply and looked at the sky. At long last, her task was finished. She swayed lightly and raised a hand, touching her veil in confusion. Her lips moved subtly, producing a barely audible whisper. What task? Chapter 2382, Fury of Mortals. Just before the sun touched the skyline, Kai joined Sunny on the roof of the Shrine of Truth. He looked prepared for combat, the arrows bristling with the black feathers of their fletching in his quiver, summoning the outer layers of his armor. The archer breathed deeply and looked east. Lady Slayer has received the third blessing of the Ash Domain. We seem to be prepared. Sunny agreed slowly, a distant expression on his face. Has she now? Kai agreed. Yes. Why? Your voice, it sounded a little odd. Sunny stayed quiet for a while, then sighed. She is set to play a crucial role in this combat. I've just been wondering about how skilled she truly is. Kai studied him a bit. What is on your mind? Sunny smiled weakly and looked at the towering mountain to the east, its peak covered in snow. Eventually he said, well, the cursed beast we'll be battling tonight is a swarm of rats. They are infected by corruption now, but that means that they weren't at some point, which means that there was a swarm of sacred rats once upon a time. Isn't it odd? Kai blinked a few times, prompting Sunny to chuckle quietly. I mean, it's one weird deity, don't you think? Who would want to worship a swarm of rats? His friend tilted his head a little. Actually, you are correct. I have not considered it from that point of view. Sunny shook his head. But then again, who said that sacred beings have to be worthy of worship? Conflating divine power and benevolence is a very modern way of thinking about things. Actually, for most of history, people had not worshipped gods out of love or gratitude. Rather, they did so to appease and calm the deities, hoping to avoid drawing their anger. He smiled. After all, mortals can't survive the rage of gods, not the other way around. At that moment, Slayer emerged from the shrine, still shrouded in ghostly smoke and cradling her damaged arm. Sunny studied her with a dark expression, or at least it's not supposed to be. This shadow of his, she was definitely an overachiever. Sunny had a lot to think about and a lot to say, but he did not have any time for that at the moment. Instead, he looked at Kai and said, prepare yourself to feel weaker than you are now. We'll be invading the snow domain once again, after all. You remember the plan, right? Kai agreed somberly. I do, leave it to me. Sunny looked west where the sun had just touched the skyline, painting the sea of clouds in a million shades of crimson. Let's go then. What was left of it trembled. The fantastical scene of ethereal obsidian bridges forming from the plumes of ash played out once more, just as breathtaking and stunning as it had been in the past. But after seeing it so many times already, Sunny paid little attention to the great bridges that spanned the sea of clouds. Instead, he turned himself into a shadow and wrapped himself around Slayer. Immediately, he felt himself merging into her ragged, battered form. A sense of fierce power and cold confidence filled him, as well as of a sharp and merciless killing intent, much similar to his own, but also different. Subtle, determined, inescapable, he could vaguely sense Slayer's thoughts and emotions, all of them painted in hues of gray by her sinister, dark resolve. There was a certain purity to her feelings that he did not share. Her black heart might have been filled with nothing but malice and desire to kill, but that malice and that yearning were pure, unblemished, and pristine. Sunny could not really read the thoughts of his shadows when merging with them, but he could usually sense fragmented echoes of what they were thinking about, sometimes even see glimpses of their subdued, distant, dreamlike memories. In the case of Slayer, though, he could sense none of the latter, just a vague impression of a vast emptiness, impenetrable darkness, and of an imperative need to hunt to kill. The sound of the wind howling across the obsidian dunes, the deadly beauty of annihilating essence storms, as if Slayer had only ever existed in the Shadow Realm, and that was the only thing she had ever known. On a purely physical level, merging with Slayer was an exquisite experience. She was different from both the indomitable saint and the mighty fiend. Hers was a graceful, subtle kind of strength. She was nimble and agile like a dancer, but at the same time ruthless and fierce like a prowling predator. Sunny himself followed a somewhat similar path. The origin of his battle art had been a beautiful dance, after all, so he could appreciate Slayer's deadly grace and fierce litheness. As soon as Sunny took Slayer into his dark embrace, he could feel a raging torrent of power flow into her body. This shadow of his had already been enhanced by 3 consecutive infusions of mystical ash, and now she was augmented by the power of shadows as well. The result was quite frightening. That said, Slayer was still not in her best shape. She was severely wounded, and Sunny was as well. Neither of them made for a good fighter at the moment, but together they could easily pass as one. That was why Sunny had decided to guide her in this battle instead of participating in it himself. "Well, good luck to us, I guess." Behind them, Kai's voice boomed as if commanding the world. "Be strong." And with it, Slayer and Sunny suddenly felt augmented even more. There was no time to waste, so Sunny did not waste any by sending her running across the obsidian bridge. Instead, he commanded the shadows to open before Slayer, and as she stepped forward, the two of them emerged from the darkness directly on the slope of the distant mountain. One of Slayer's swords left its sheath with a quiet hiss. In the next moment, the pristine white snow around them boiled, and numerous savage rats rushed at them like a writhing avalanche of rotten fur and sharp, needle-like fangs. Chapter 2383, Sovereign of Vermin. Briefly, Sunny felt confused. Adjusting to Slayer's perceptions was a challenge. Her 5 senses were immensely heightened, far sharper than his own, except for touch, which Bone Weave had long ago enhanced. Merging with her felt like plunging into a world saturated with sound, scent, flavor, and piercingly vivid sight, each layer more overwhelming than the last. The experience would have crushed him if Sunny hadn't built an incredible ability to understand and process fresh data through the years, particularly while advancing in rank. Moreover, Slayer had additional senses beyond the standard 5, including a basic form of shadow perception, plus others Sunny couldn't identify. Countless disgusting rats were now swarming around them from every direction. A cursed beast's will was warping reality itself, while Ariel's game drained Slayer's power. This combination left Sunny stunned for an instant. Too many, yet Slayer was already in motion. When the tide of writhing rats crashed down toward them, she showed her fangs beneath her ripped mask and lunged forward to face them. Her dark eyes sparkled with the icy hunger of a ruthless hunter, while spectral mist flowed behind her like a streaming cloak. Right then, Sunny experienced something strange, something he'd never encountered while bonding with Slayer as a shadow. Her essence shifted, flowing clumsily in a manner that shouldn't have been feasible yet deliberately, as though she was recalling something that had once been instinctive to her, but had grown rusty over time. Like she was trying to direct her bright soul essence into her sword's keen edge, not to feed its spellwork and trigger its magic, but simply to fill the icy steel with it as she did her flesh. She almost succeeded in whatever she was attempting to remember, but not quite. Therefore, Slayer triggered the enchantment built into her weapon instead. Sunny had made 2 short blades for his deadly shadow, one from the metal chain supporting the chained aisles, another from a bone fragment from Godgrave. Both were enchanted to be frighteningly sharp and remarkably tough, plus designed to fly back to her grip if lost. The scabbards holding the twin blades were also enchanted, created to repair the weapons when damaged. However, the 2 swords differed in one key way. The active magic of the bone-carved blade wrapped it in an unseen layer of piercing energy, designed to penetrate the strongest defenses. The active magic of the metal-forged blade, conversely, wasn't built to pierce. It was built to slice. This enchantment created a zone of terrible energy and compressed it into a blade-thin surface that stretched forward along the weapon's trajectory. Unlike his other shadows, Slayer couldn't alter her dimensions at will compared to the massive nightmare creatures Sunny regularly battled. She was completely small, so he'd considered giving her a weapon to fell giants. The blade itself was brief, but the invisible cutting zone could be as vast as Slayer could manage. While this enchantment was designed for enormous enemies, it proved quite effective against huge swarms of pests too. As the short sword sliced through air with a whistle, reality itself seemed split along its route. Boosted by Slayer's furious, brilliant essence, the slash carved a 100-meter wound through the falling mass of rats, destroying thousands instantly. Gore, organs, and chunks of crushed bodies flew skyward, and a red mist suddenly covered the mountainside, staining the snow crimson. Every rat was technically part of a cursed entity, but 3 rings of ash now surrounded Slayer's incomplete core, completely filled with Sunny's supreme will, while Slayer herself was enhanced by his dark embrace. Even while diminished by the snow domain, she easily annihilated the small beings. This was the benefit of visiting the Shrine of Truth. Something was amiss. Something terribly amiss with the rat horde, though. Sunny felt the strange, incomprehensible will of the cursed beast growing briefly, then sensed something that made his blood run cold. Figuratively speaking, Sunny lacked a spine currently, and Slayer wasn't the type of creature to be bothered by anything. Numerous rats covered the mountain they'd been chewing on it, gradually consuming its stone foundation before rushing to devour Slayer. The rats were infinite, yet Sunny had still anticipated feeling their numbers drop slightly when Slayer eliminated several thousand. Instead, he felt the reverse. Where thousands of dead rats had been, even more seemed to materialize from thin air. The corpses of their fallen companions were immediately devoured, and the swarm expanded, growing in size. At that moment, Sunny instinctively understood his enemy's nature. He'd suspected this before setting foot on the snow-covered mountainside. But now he was certain. This realization only increased his concern. So my hunch was correct after all. Hell, in a way the rat swarm the Rat King resembled abundance. It also sought endlessness, but while abundance achieved this through infinity, the Rat King did so through multiplication. The concept the Rat King embodied was multitude. Perhaps there had been one sacred rat originally, ages ago, but as time passed, corruption consumed it. There were many. Then there were countless. Simply put, for every rat slayer and Sunny eliminated, 2 would replace it. Ah, that's not good. Nothing was worse than a cursed army of corrupted rats. Except a cursed army of corrupted rats that expanded endlessly the more you slaughtered them. Sickening. Sunny held no particular hatred toward rats. Actually, he considered them quite remarkable creatures. Fellow survivors, in a way. Twisted rats whose bodies and spirits were warped by corruption's vile darkness, however, presented a completely different problem. At this moment, a torrent of these revolting pests was ready to consume him and Saint, and worst of all, no clear method existed to overcome them. Fortunately, Sunny always prepared backup plans, and this day proved no different. Strategy A involved simply destroying the rat horde through combat. Strategy B, though, had been crafted specifically for situations where the rat horde proved too massive to eliminate through raw force alone. I trust Kai will succeed. The flood of cursed rats nearly reached them when Slayer swung her blade once more, carving a broad corridor through their midst. She sprinted ahead, advancing through the bloody mist, while rats poured around them on either side. The lethal shadow stayed composed, excited, even, but Sunny felt an overwhelming urge to tremble. Too many rats cascaded down the mountainside for each creature to scurry along the ground, so they simply scaled over one another in mad chaos. Their bulk created massive barriers on both sides of Slayer, surging past her like an actual landslide of squirming gray forms, wild eyes, and razor-sharp fangs. The most horrifying aspect was how quickly the Gap Slayer's attack had torn in the rat mass, sealed itself as existing rats mindlessly pressed forward and fresh rats materialized, threatening to engulf her beneath their writhing bodies. Since the entire mountain crawled with the infinite swarm, no escape route existed for her. Then an arrow struck the mountain further up the incline, immediately triggering a massive blast. A devastating blend of brightness, flame, and noise obliterated innumerable rats, exposing a wide circle of naked stone. As enormous amounts of snow were scattered by the blast and a genuine avalanche tumbled down, Sunny created a passage through the shadows for Slayer. Before the rat wall towering overhead could collapse and crush her, she moved through the shadows and fled into the safe zone Kai's arrow had formed. The shallow pit left by the explosion was also encircled by walls of maddened rats and would only last a few seconds. Before it vanished beneath the carpet of gray bodies, Slayer carved another route through the rats. And before that route was consumed by the swarm, a second arrow landed some distance away, creating another explosion and clearing another section of empty ground. The chaos persisted. The writhing mass of gray forms flowed like a deluge, consuming the whole mountain, while Slayer navigated through it wielding her weapon. Arrows descended upon the trembling peak like heavy cannon fire, pulverizing countless rats. Slayer's blade destroyed even more, and the reek of blood filled the atmosphere. The mountain would have resembled a horrible, nightmarish butcher shop if not for the fact that mangled, bleeding corpses of countless rats were instantly consumed by their many siblings, who only multiplied further as time passed, maddened and empowered by the hellish massacre. Sonny was, frankly, confused. He had seldom faced an opponent who became exponentially more powerful the more it was butchered, torn apart, and destroyed. Slayer and Kai were inflicting terrible damage to the swarm, but the more damage they caused, the more enormous the swarm grew. What a cruel little pest. He wasn't certain what part he should play in this fight besides creating shadow passages for Slayer. Abundance had maintained a single form at least. Sonny hadn't been able to overwhelm its will, but he'd managed to gradually corrupt it with his own. Furthermore, he'd prepared weapons to neutralize the giant worm beforehand. The rats, though, were infinite. No single form existed for him to focus on, and thus he wasn't sure how to counter the concept of endless reproduction that the swarm represented. He also didn't know what opposing concept he could have wielded if not for his duty of empowering Slayer, and he lacked much time to consider. Time wasn't his ally, after all. Not only would Sonny need to withdraw once the sun vanished below the horizon, but the swarm would simply grow so immense as to become unavoidable long before that. He even contemplated using the Rat King's own ability against it. What if he expanded the rat population on the mountain to such extremes that the entire peak crumbled under their mass? There was definitely a poetic justice in that strategy, and it might have succeeded under different conditions, but not today. After all, Sonny required the mountain to stay intact because he couldn't claim it if the mountain was destroyed. And if he failed to claim the mountain, two cursed devils would attack him at dawn. That was a confrontation he desperately wanted to prevent. So lacking a clear method to defeat the vile horde of cursed rats, Sonny could only trust in Kai. Go ahead, friend. You've got this. He had positioned Kai atop the Shrine of Truth deliberately. Sonny had guessed that the cursed beast would wield a power that defied logic, and he'd also suspected that its power would involve numbers somehow. Such things weren't hard to predict, after all, because the most terrible thing about a mob of enemies was that they formed a mob, and the world rarely failed to fulfill its darkest promises. Therefore, Sonny had assigned Kai a specific mission. He wanted to turn the Snow Tyrant's power against its own servant. Kai needed to locate the hidden thread through which the tyrant commanded its beast. Sonny reasoned that the Rat King could not be merely a swarm of mindless vermin. He had battled hordes of abominations before, and they were not at all like the adversary he faced today. The entity he was facing was indeed a swarm, but one guided by a single will, which hinted that there was a single source of that will, the origin of the innumerable legion of detestable rats that lusted to devour Slayer in berserk hunger. Even if there had not been, the Snow Tyrant would have forced it upon the Rat King. After all, it needed to control the Snow Beast figure somehow, and Sonny doubted that his enemy could freely create an endless number of invisible strings to subjugate each individual rat. So, he had theorized that there would be a single string connected to a single rat. That rat was the commander of the Rat Legion, hidden somewhere in the terrifying sea of squirming vermin, the vessel through which the Snow Tyrant controlled the cursed beast as well as its source. Finding a single rat among myriads seemed like an impossible task. It was much harder than finding a needle in a haystack, to say the least. After all, neither the needle nor the haystack was supposed to move, let alone seethe and writhe in mad bloodlust on the quaking slopes of a crumbling mountain. But if anyone could accomplish that task, it was Kai. He had been the first of them to notice the existence of the invisible strings, after all. Sonny himself was not even sure that he was capable of perceiving them, but Kai could. And although he was not capable of differentiating the original rat from its myriad brethren, he could catch a glimpse of the Snow Tyrant's string again, and then he could follow it to the target. That was how Sonny intended to use his adversary's own power against them. The problem, naturally, was that he and Slayer had to survive long enough for Kai to succeed. And that was not only difficult, but also continued to get harder and harder with each moment. Slayer was like a dark hurricane, moving across the mountain in a whirlwind of blood and torn flesh. She had already been a force to be reckoned with in the past, a malevolent, sinister force, but now that she was enabled by shadows and ash, wielding enchanted weapons forged by the sovereign of death himself, her dreadful malice was simply awesome to behold. The mountain was covered by the swarming rats entirely, so Slayer could only exist in the wake of staggering slaughter. She had to carve a path for herself with her severing blade, and when that was not enough, she had to escape into the small islands of fleeting safety created by Kai's annihilating bombardment. Sunny guided her through the shadows, matching the frenetic cadence of the alarming battle. The slaughter was unimaginable. The sight of it all, the crimson blaze of the sunset, the dark writhing walls of vermin closing in on them like mudslides, the plumes of fine red haze drifting on the wind, was unbelievable. The noise, however, was the worst. The ear-piercing, deafening cacophony of sounds produced by the myriad of rabid rats was grotesque, appalling, and utterly indescribable, especially so because Slayer's hearing was incredibly sharp, capable of catching the sound a needle dropping countless kilometers away. It was to the point that Sonny thought that he hallucinating, hearing a hum of demented voices being born from the rustle of innumerable vermin rushing to tear his shadow apart. Those voices were not voices, and the words they spoke were not words, and yet somehow he could still faintly understand them, at least at times. Hungry, hungry, we are hungry. We are hunger. That was what he imagined he heard, repeated a myriad times by the myriad of berserk voices until it lost meaning. Slayer moved without reprieve, dancing in the gaps between the tendrils of the swarm that aimed to consume her. Her movements were speedy and graceful, but the slaughter she unleashed was utterly barbaric, slowly painting the whole mountain red. Sunny was appalled by the ghastly scale of the violence she was perpetrating, but at the same time he found himself being enthralled by it. It was truly a joy to witness a master doing what they were best at, to experience it all as they were experiencing it, feeling each step, muscle contraction, and reverberation of the sword. He was quite familiar with Slayer's battle style by now, and yet he had never felt her going all out like this before. Now that Sunny had the first row to the dark spectacle of it all, he could discern subtler details about the way his shadow wielded her blade. There was a certain sincerity to the way Slayer fought. He had noted how pure her emotions seemed, and that purity translated to her every move. There was no pretense, no hesitation to her macabre dance, just sincere, pure, and adamant resolve to maim, mangle, and kill, which was not to say that Slayer's battle style was unsophisticated or blunt, far from it. It was nothing short of beautiful. She was just devoted fully to her every motion without holding anything back. Her intent and her actions were flawlessly the same. It was a peculiar state of being, one that was alien to Sunny and would be to most humans as well. After all, humans had innumerable thoughts and innumerable experiences. Such a degree of single-minded certainty was impossible for most, if not all, and would only be harmful otherwise. But Slayer made it work. In fact, she made it work splendidly. The sincerity of her resolve influenced how efficiently she could wield the will as well, since there was no barrier between her intent and her actions. Nothing was wasted in translation. As a result, she could achieve far more with far less, displaying a level of resourcefulness and efficacy that Sunny found wondrous. She wielded the will with incredible finesse. That was why Slayer and Sunny were still alive and relatively unscathed. However, with every moment that passed, the swarm grew. The paths Slayer cleaved in the mass of writhing rats grew narrower, the time the gaps existed grew shorter, and the walls of vermin surrounding them grew taller. Sunny was not sure how much longer they would be able to last before the Rat King buried them under its revolting mass. "Come on, Kai." When the end came, it came suddenly. Slayer was rushing through a gap between two tides of vermin, her sword hissing as it flew at incredible speed, slicing apart individual rats who had managed to jump at her from the writhing mass of their brethren. The path she had cleaved was about to disappear, and there was nowhere for them to retreat to. Kai was late with his next arrow, so no island of safety had been created by a powerful explosion. Slayer was already pouring essence into her sword, preparing to activate its enchantment immediately after using it a split second ago. Already, it was wasteful and dangerous, but they were short on choices. It was then that Sunny felt a condensed and oppressive mass of barely contained power rushing at them from behind at awful speed. Almost at the same time, he sensed a speedy shadow flying across the obsidian bridge, the shadow of an arrow. In the next moment, the arrow flashed above their heads and clashed the mountain close to the peak. There was no fiery explosion this time, but what followed next was several magnitudes more violent. The mountain shuddered as an incredible amount of concussive force and sound was released in an instant. A myriad of rats were instantly pulverized by the obliterating shockwave, turning into a crimson haze. More than that, there was no island of safety created on the slope this time. Instead, the impregnable stone simply shattered, and myriad tons of it were thrown high into the air. The fountain of shattered stone extended into the sky, expanding as it rose. Then came the deafening roar of the impact, and the powerful tremors that made several sections of the fractured slope collapse. The damage near the peak was much worse, though. In fact, the entire peak was obliterated, crumbling under its own weight and plummeting down. A gigantic rockfall turned the western face of the mountain into a scene of chaotic devastation, billowing clouds of dust obscuring the view as myriad rats were crushed and buried under the enormous boulders. Then the debris that had been sent flying into the sky rained down, pulverizing even more. That was the result of Kai using the final enchantment of the supreme bow Sunny had crafted for him, the tried and tested Death Dealer, modified to incorporate his latest insights into weaving. Kai had to have poured most of his essence into this one shot, sending his most fatal arrow fly, and there was only one reason he would have done that. Sunny wanted to grin. The destruction of the peak of the mountain, the countless rats destroyed by the initial impact and the rockfall that followed. All of it was merely a side effect. Kai's true target was a single rat, the source of the Rat King. He must have found the invisible string and traced it to the source rat's back. After that, his task was easy. He had to clash that single moving rat among a million identical vermin from dozens of kilometers away. What could have been simpler than that? And he did. Sunny was sure of it because he could already sense the behavior of the swarm changing. His heart was filled with vicious glee. The first change was somewhat subtle and hard to describe. The rats were not disoriented, and the will of the swarm did not diminish in its harrowing, oppressive power, but it became wilder and more unbridled, losing all pretenses of guidance. That was because the rat swarm had escaped from under Snow Tyrant's control. The second change was far more impactful, though. It only took Sunny a moment to realize that there was something lacking. And when he concentrated on that stark absence, he realized that no new rats had appeared to replace the ones killed by the rockfall. With the death of its progenitor, the swarm ceased its endless growth. The Rat King was Rat King no more. Now it was merely a vast horde of starving abominations, and these nightmare creatures were already starting to devour each other. Sunny wasted a heartbeat observing the distressing sight of a myriad of rats lunging at each other to rend each other apart. Maybe if this was allowed to continue, if all the myriad rats were given a chance to devour each other, then at the end a new Rat King would have been born. A single dreadful creature who had feasted on the flesh of its kin and absorbed the essence of the entire swarm to become the source of a new rat plague. But Sunny and Slayer were here to prevent that from happening. Well, mostly Slayer. Come on, hurry. She did not make Sunny ask twice. Before the violent tremors shaking the mountain could cease, and long before the dust of the enormous rockfall settled, Slayer had already resumed her barbarous slaughter. She was almost gleeful, eviscerating vast swathes of the frenzied vermin with each graceful swing of her sword. This time the gaps cleaved in the swarm by her blade closed much slower, and after a while they did not close at all. Soon enough, Kai joined them as well. He arrived in the form of a dragon, blasting the slopes of the mountain with the sonic booms of his haunting songs. The sun was speedily falling behind the horizon, and the mountain was groaning, barely supporting its own weight. After all, the rats had gnawed on it in their hunger, eating away at its roots. Sunny, Slayer, and Kai were racing against time. There were too countless rats to kill, some of them buried under the stone debris but still alive. Maybe they would have failed to clean every single one of them up, but luckily Kai's vision could penetrate the slopes of the mountain. while Sunny's shadow sense could envelop the mountain whole. In the end, he separated himself from Slayer and poured his essence out, manifesting myriad shadows to finish off the remaining stragglers. And then just before the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, Sunny finally heard it. "You have slain an adversary." Letting out a long sigh, he sat on the ground and glanced west. The battle against the cursed beast, the Rat King, was over. They won. Chapter 2387, Godmeat. Just before the last vestige of the setting sun drowned in the sea of fiery clouds, Sunny took a deep breath and glanced at Slayer. Surrounded by wisps of ghostly smoke, she was cleaning the blade of her sword. His shadow seemed tattered a little. One of her arms was still mangled and hanging limply. Her armor was shredded, and even her veil was torn. Behind the veil was a face that Sunny knew all too well now, the gorgeous face of the woman he had seen in the visions, or rather, a version of it seemingly carved from flawlessly black obsidian. She was the relentless huntress whose fate it had been to slay the demon of fate. Her shadow, at least. Granted, even after learning the unbelievable truth of Slayer's past, Sunny had his doubts about its veracity. Weaver was the master of deceit, after all. Was it beyond that nebulous scoundrel to sneak a lie into the game their brother designed to reveal only the truth? He did not know. Not that it mattered. With a sigh, Sunny threw one last look at Slayer and commanded the shadows to open, pulling her into their dark depths. A second later, she vanished from the devastated slope of the mountain. Just as the ethereal bridge connecting it to the distant shrine of truth crumbled into ash, her graceful figure appeared far away, on the tilted roof of the drowning temple. Kai landed on the ground near Sunny as the mountain shook, rivers of lava flowing out of its shattered peak to announce the end of the ash domain's move. He looked west with a startled expression. "Sunny?" Sunny let out another sigh and sat up, rubbing his face with his one functioning hand. He remained silent for a few seconds, then smiled tiredly. "Don't worry, I am not leaving our resident psychopath for dead." With the move finished, he could not sense the shadows covering the lake of lava anymore. Neither could he see Slayer from this distance, but he knew that she was there, standing alone on the roof of the ancient temple and looking at him. "I have a plan, so relax." Kai hesitated for a few seconds, then sighed and sat down near Sunny, placing his bow on the ground with a trembling hand. He glanced utterly exhausted, having drawn its heavy string time after time with breathtaking speed. Kai had a peculiar expression on his face, so Sunny asked lazily, "What's the matter? You seem a little out of it?" His friend lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "Oh, it's just that we killed another deity. The previous times, it was mostly your doing, but tonight, Lady Slayer and I took the lead roles. Naturally, it was only possible because of your will and the sacrifices we made to the altar of truth, but still, we killed a god." Sunny studied him for a little while, then smiled. "That you did?" Kai exhaled slowly. "I just feel like I should be stunned and shocked by that fact, but honestly, I'm not even bothered. Witnessing deity's fall has lost its novelty, it seems. Unbelievable as that might sound." He let out a shaky laugh. Sunny stared at him silently, then shook his head. "I mean, aren't you the guy who fought a flock of spire messengers as a sleeper, and then jumped into the maw of a transcendent dragon as an awakened? Oh, and then there was the mad stunt you pulled in Verge? Why should you be stunned, let alone shocked?" Kai smiled shyly and scratched the tip of his nose. "Well, true. Still, this repugnant swarm of rats was a god." Sunny grinned, then glanced around, grimacing at the stench of rat fur burning in the flowing lava. "Speaking of which, hey, how about we barbecue some god meat?" Kai changed in the face, turning almost green. "Tea? The rats? Eat them? Tea? Thanks, but no thanks." Sunny laughed. "Huh? Why not? You know, we mostly ate universal ration packs in the outskirts, also known as rat packs. It was all synth paste and the driest, blandest crackers you can imagine, plus a disposable water filter. So I actually always wanted to taste a real rat. Real rats were a rare commodity, though. The stronger kids hunted them down before the rest of us could." Looking around, Sunny inhaled the disgusting stench of burning fur and smiled. "Look how far I've come. Ah, dreams do come true." Kai studied him for a while, then forced out a polite smile. They're all yours then. By all means, I'd rather not stand in the way of fulfilling your dreams. Sunny scoffed. How picky. Kai had not wanted to eat the torn remains of the cursed monster because the manner of its death had been too eerie, and both halves of the hideous corpse were too disgusting. And now he was refusing to eat perfectly fine, if a little cursed rats as well. There was just no pleasing that guy. Sunny gave Kai a look of reproach, then stood up and dusted off his tattered clothes. Well, suit yourself, I'm hungry though. Sunny might have been of the same mind as Kai regarding the eerie corpse of the cursed monster, but he was not going to hold himself back tonight. The poor Rat King had never managed to satiate its hunger, so it was only proper to honor its damned memory by satiating his. He found the beast figurine while scrounging for rat meat, and a little later he found the soul shard left behind by the Rat King as well. It had been buried under the rockfall, which was submerged in lava now, but Sunny retrieved the tiny crystal without much trouble. The rat meat turned out to be diseased, and possibly even cursed. It was still delicious though, and Blood Weave made short work of the contaminants. In hindsight, it was probably for the best that Kai had refused to partake in consuming the slain god's flesh. There was more of it left for Sunny. Is his survival instinct really sharp, or have mine become completely dull, sated, and satisfied? Sunny returned to the western slope of the newborn volcano and sat down near Kai to watch the sunrise. The final act of Ariel's game was going to be decided once it did. Chapter 288 Lure. There used to be 12 snow figures arrayed against the 3 figures of ash on the game board. Now only 3 of them remained, 2 devils and the Tyrant itself, and Sunny was half a step ahead of the devils as well. The path to the Tyrant was almost clear, but there was still a chance that the devils would pursue him. If they did, the vaguely human-shaped tree devil would be of no concern, since it was further south than Sunny and his companions. The dragon, however, was north of the Shrine of Truth, so if it moved east, they would have to clash with it eventually. Sunny wanted to avoid fighting a cursed devil if he could. In fact, he dreaded that battle, even if there were 3 sacred shades under his command now. So he left Slayer in the Shrine of Truth. It was unclear how cunning the Snow Tyrant was and how well it knew the figures of the Ash domain. However, it had shown at least some ability to act strategically, so it would most likely be unwilling to leave the square of the shrine in the hands of the adversary. Not only because the power of the Ash domain would grow the more squares belonged to it, while the power of the Snow domain would diminish accordingly. It was also because Sunny could easily return to the shrine if his path to it was not cut off. The truth of the matter was easy. The Snow Tyrant did not possess enough figures anymore to catch its adversary unless its adversary wanted to be caught. Sunny could wander the board indefinitely, playing a perilous game of cat and mouse with the 2 snow devils. He could stall for as long as he wanted, until his wounds completely recovered, for example, or until all of his shades restored themselves. Additionally, he had in his possession the jade figurine left behind by the Rat King. His power would increase even more if he was ever allowed to reach the Shrine of Truth, the Ash Castle, or presumably the Shrine of Fear. He did not even have to keep Kai and Slayer with him. He could send them to wander the miniature realm of Ariel's game on their own, conquering peak after peak until the Snow domain lost its territorial advantage entirely. So Sunny was betting on the fact that at least one of the devils would waste a move to conquer the Shrine of Truth. And to make it even more alluring for them, he left one of his figures, Slayer, on the roof of the drowning temple. Sunny and Kai sat on the stone slope and watched the sunrise silently. There was the gorgeous golden glow of dawn and the plumes of snow freezing to turn into ethereal bridges. Neither of them spoke, still drained after the battle against the Rat King, and although a lot was going to be decided by what the devils chose to do or were commanded to do, both felt peaceful. Even if there were alarming battles ahead, they were not going to happen until numerous days later. And although they were still imprisoned in Ariel's game, the board was almost entirely empty of horrible nightmare creatures, which meant that they would not be surrounded and attacked unexpectedly. For the first time since the death game commenced, Sunny did not feel like a cornered beast. He inhaled deeply, enjoying the view of the radiant sun. Come on. Finally, the glass bridges were fully formed, and the devils moved. Sonny held his breath, feeling his heart skip a beat. Yes, a wide grin split his soot-covered face. His prediction was coming true, and in the best possible way. The tree devil is moving east. Kai's voice was subdued. The human-like fiend was walking across the glass bridge, moving to the mountain directly south of their position. It was being sent on a hopeless pursuit. The dragon, however, Sonny did not need Kai to tell him because he could see the dragon flying across the sea of clouds himself. The great beast glanced like a tiny dot from the distance, but there was no mistake. It was flying south toward the Shrine of Truth, which meant that nothing stood between Sonny and the snow tyrant anymore. He smiled happily. It was odd. Maybe the snow tyrant did not care to bar his passage. Perhaps it even wanted Sonny to come as soon as possible, before he could fully heal from his wounds. In that case, moving the dragon away and opening a clear path served the same purpose as leaving Slayer alone in the Shrine of Truth. It was a lure. Possibly the snow tyrant simply failed to control the dragon. After all, a cursed devil was a being of immense power, not much inferior to its own. In any case, the result coincided with what Sonny wanted. We're in the clear, Kai. We're in the clear. Finally, the end of Ariel's game was in view. There was only one battle left for them to win, the most dreadful of them all, but still the last one. The battle against the snow tyrant itself. Sonny exhaled slowly and watched the dragon fly across the vast chasm separating the two mountains. He thought he even saw explosions bloom as Slayer set arrow after arrow flying. And just when the dragon was about to reach the lake of lava, Sonny narrowed his eyes and dismissed her, calling her back into the nurturing darkness of his soul. Somewhere far away, the graceful figure of the murderous huntress dissolved into the shadows. A few seconds later, the Shrine of Truth shook as the gargantuan dragon landed on its roof. Robbed of its prey, the cursed devil let out a frightening roar. Its echoes traveled across the golden clouds, reaching Sonny and Kai on the slope of the distant volcano and making them tremble. And soon after that, the snow domain's move was over. Sonny let out a happy sigh and glanced at Kai. See? He smiled in satisfaction. Let me tell you, buddy, a game has not been invented yet that I cannot cheat. Chapter 2389. Final March. Sonny and Kai slept like dead men in the warm cradle of ash. This time there was no manner of shadows to shelter them. Sonny was too hurt and exhausted to raise one, and did not feel the need to do it either. They woke up from the sounds of the dragon roaring at the setting sun. The volcano Sonny had destroyed was now a mountain once again. Granted, the mountain seemed crooked and low, not at all as tall and magnificent as the snowy peaks that surrounded it. He was faintly glad to have left a scar on the realm of Ariel's game. The Shrine of Truth was now encased in ice and hidden in the depths of the mountain. The dragon rested on the peak, baring its fangs at the falling sun, as if warning it not to come closer. The sun naturally paid it no heed. Sonny studied the distant peak for a while, then looked at Kai and asked in a tone of contemplation, "Do you think all dragons come from Sun God?" Severax, the ivory dragon, was a descendant of Sun God. Granted, he was merely a saint who could transform into one, or rather had been. Still, all creatures except humans had either been made by the gods or were sired by those creations. Except for the nothing creatures, I guess. And the remainder. And the darkness creatures. Also the stone saints. Who else? Nephilim as well. Actually, I take it back. Not all creatures were created by the gods, but most of them had been. So, who had created the dragons? Kai hesitated for a while, then shrugged. I'm not sure. Perhaps all white dragons do. Sonny yawned, then rose to his feet and studied his unresponsive right hand for a few seconds. Then he glanced west. Chances are we won't have to fight this particular white dragon. Are you disappointed? Kai raised an eyebrow. Huh? Why would I be disappointed? Sonny chuckled. Well, don't you want to add a third dragon to your collection? Kai studied him with a sour expression, then shook his head lightly. I am not greedy. You are welcome to take this one if you want. Sonny grinned. Thank you kindly. I'd rather not. He was indeed a little envious of Kai the Dragon Slayer because of his glorious track record. How was it fair that Kai went around slaying dragons while Sonny was stuck with rats, worms, and the like? That hint of envy was far too slight to survive the sight of a cursed devil, though. So, Sunny had no desire to battle this particular dragon. He sighed. Let's go. We'll be leaving this place soon. At this point, Sunny had a choice to make. He could reach the snow tyrant in 5 moves at the earliest. Coincidentally, that was also how long his shades would take to repair themselves. Slayer was most likely going to heal from her wounds in that time as well. Sunny did not see a lot of sense in delaying the final battle, so he was leaning toward taking the shortest path. There were 3 routes that would take him to the snow castle in 5 moves, and he did not have to take just one. He could just as easily travel west to the Axis tree and then turn north. Kai, meanwhile, could travel north to the edge of the board, then turn west. That way they would reach the snow castle at the same time, with the added bonus of possibly bringing 4 volcanoes into the ash domain. That was an alluring prospect, but it was also too risky. After all, Sunny was only assuming that the snow tyrant remained in the snow castle. If it had left the heart of the snow domain, though, then sending Kai out alone could mean sending him to die. They could only see the neighboring mountains, after all. If the snow tyrant was waiting in ambush 1 peak over or just happened to be in the way by chance, then there would be no chance for Kai to escape, not as long as one of the devils chose to pursue him instead of Sunny, at least. So, Sunny had to swallow his regret and abandon the plan of potentially expanding the territory of the Ash domain. The 2 of them were going to stay together until the very end, for better or for worse. Ah, am I not the best friend in the world? Hearing that sudden proclamation, Kai gave him a sidelong glance, but wisely chose to remain silent. I knew he would agree. Sunny was delighted. They left the volcano at dusk and moved west, coming in sight of the Axis tree once again. The mountain where they had killed Abundance was now to their right. To their left was the unexplored half of the game board that belonged to the snow tyrant. In the morning, the tree devil and the cursed dragon both moved east in pursuit. Watching the mountain where the Rat King had died become covered by snow, Sunny could not help but feel uneasy. He found it hard to believe that Kai would not end up fighting the cursed dragon somehow. But then he had to remind himself of one easy fact. Not everyone was fated. In fact, very few beings were, and Kai was not one of them. He could end up facing the cursed dragon by some improbable twist of fate or not. Actually, Sunny himself was not fated anymore either, so the odds were in their favor. The only probable future in which they would be forced to fight the dragon was if they failed to kill the snow tyrant and had to retreat. Then the tyrant and its 2 devils would descend upon them together, and they would die. There is no way back, only forward. Failure means death. The enemy is overwhelmingly powerful, and mistakes are not allowed. Ah, how nostalgic. Sunny smiled faintly, knowing that he was staring death in the face. That felt like home. After all, he was the sovereign of death. The next evening, as the falling sun set the sea of clouds ablaze, Kai and Sunny crossed the obsidian bridge and set foot on the titanic branch of the Axis tree. They had reached the very heart of Ariel's game. Chapter 2390, Ye Mighty. The Axis tree was so vast that it could only be perceived as a place, not as a thing. After all, it towered higher than the great peaks of Ariel's game, which were already taller than any mountain on Earth. The branch Sunny and Kai were standing on was numerous kilometers long and as wide as a field, the ridges of the bark covering it more than spacious enough for 2 people to walk on. A complicated tangle of similarly enormous branches extended far down and high up, creating a dizzying 3-dimensional labyrinth. A whole nation could have made their home on the branches of this great tree. Today, however, Sunny and Kai were the only people populating its desolate immensity. The sun had just disappeared beyond the horizon, and although the sea of clouds still glowed with the last vestiges of a dreamlike crimson sheen, the night was already enveloping the world with a veil of velvet darkness. The world was still, but it was not silent. Instead, it was permeated by the soothing murmur of flowing water. The Axis tree had been covered in snow just a few seconds ago. Now, the snow was melting, torrents of cold water cascading down the vast maze of titanic branches in a series of clear waterfalls. Sunny had expected ash and lava to replace it, but to his surprise, nothing of the sort happened. Instead, the great tree was simply stripped of its white mantle and left bare, its naked branches swaying gently in the wind. There were no leaves, no fruit, No sign of vitality to their vast expanse. In fact, countless of the branches were broken, while many more seemed frail and diseased. It was as if the axis tree was truly and utterly dead. Sonny looked around cautiously. What do you think this place does? There were 5 special squares on the game board: the castles, the shrines, and the axis tree. Sonny had mostly figured out the purpose of the first 4, but he still had no idea what the function of the central square was. Kai was looking around as well. I don't see any structures, and I don't feel anything special either. Sonny contemplated for a while. There had to be some use for the central square apart from how important it was for traversing the board. The player occupying the middle would definitely have an advantage, but that advantage alone was not enough to make the square special. Granted, there had only been 4 runes carved on the sides of the jade board: ash, snow, fear. Still, let's explore a little. Kai hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. Actually, before that, he pointed to the streams of clear water falling from high above. Wouldn't it be a shame to just waste all this water? Sonny stared at him in confusion, then scoffed. Sure, go ahead. Soon enough, refreshed and clean for the first time in a long while, the two of them ventured to explore the labyrinth of branches. Kai was in a noticeably greater mood, even humming a jovial tune quietly, while Sonny found himself feeling like a person once more. It was a nice feeling. They wandered the axis tree for a while, jumping to lower branches or flying up to those that were higher. However, there was nothing special on any of them, and as Sonny and Kai drew closer to the trunk, it seemed less and less probable that they would find something special. In the end, they ascended to the top of the tree and looked north, witnessing the next mountain over. Sonny had hoped that they would be able to see further than usual, considering the height of the tree, but he was left disappointed. Everything beyond the neighboring mountains was hidden by a haze, and even Kai could not see through it. The 3 mountains in the north, however, glanced a little odd. Sonny was not sure what exactly was peculiar about them, but they definitely glanced subtly different from all the snowy peaks they had witnessed in the south. He sighed. No luck here, I guess. He remained silent for a bit, then glanced at Kai. Possibly we should check the spot where the tree devil was staying. Kai was the only one who had seen the cursed devil resting on a branch of the axis tree, so only he knew where that place was located. He led the way. They descended along the immense width of the tree's trunk, eventually reaching one of the lower branches. The rest of them, if there were any, disappeared into the mist of the sea of clouds. This particular branch was incredibly wide, especially at its base, where it connected to the trunk. That was where the tree devil had been sitting on the day they first saw it, surrounded by snow. There was no snow covering the tree now, so Sonny and Kai immediately saw the anomaly. Here, not far away from the cursed devil's resting place, the surface of the axis tree's trunk was viciously broken, a dark portal opening into its eerie depths. Nothing but mist dwelled beyond the portal, and out of it, a river of something seemed to have flowed once, solidifying into an amber mass. From a distance, it seemed as if a river of molten gold had escaped the gargantuan trunk, most of it spilling into the clouds, while a little bit remained on the branch in small frozen puddles. Sonny approached the nearest chunk of amber substance and touched it tentatively. It was smooth, hard, and cool to the touch. Kai asked from behind him, "What is it?" Sonny hesitated for a moment. Eventually he answered in an incredulous tone, It's literally amber. It's tree sap." Standing up, he glanced at the breach in the trunk of the axis tree and frowned. Eventually, Sonny glanced at Kai. I think it's dead." The breach was a wound dealt to the great tree a long time ago, and the pieces of golden amber were its blood. He took a deep breath. "Rather, I think it was killed." The breach in the trunk of the tree was enormous, but it was insignificant compared to its titanic size. Such a small wound would not have killed the axis tree unless it was simply an opening someone used to suck its amber ichor dry. Maybe the tree devil had not spent these thousands of years simply waiting for an adversary to show up. Maybe it had drained the young sapling of the world tree of its boundless life force and vitality, devouring it hungrily to nurture his own corrupted soul. If so, then possibly whatever it was that the axis tree was supposed to grant the domain controlling it was long gone. That function of the game destroyed when the great tree died. Ariel's game was broken. Sunny looked at the pieces of golden amber with a distant expression. It was a little bit sad, and a little bit encouraging, to know that even things created by the great and horrible Ariel, the demon of dread, were not eternal. The nightmare spell had been created by a daemon as well, after all, so maybe one day they would be able to kill it too. A pale smile touched his lips. When Nephis first proclaimed her intention to destroy the spell, it sounded like pure delusion, but it did not seem that way anymore. Looking at the deadly wound dealt to the axis tree, Sunny suddenly felt for the first time that their goal was within reach. Chapter 2391, Night Silk. Sunny was getting used to the feeling of being pursued. He and Kai had spent a peaceful night in the dead branches of the axis tree, and in the morning the tree devil and the cursed dragon conquered the mountains to the south and west of it. He watched the western volcano be extinguished and shrouded in snow, familiar with the sight. For a few seconds, Sunny allowed himself to contemplate turning back and attempting to take out one of the devils come evening. It was an alluring idea, no doubt, facing each of the two fiends in sequence, slaying them, and arriving at the snow castle after having completely cleared the board. But no matter how much he wanted to kill the snow devils and add them to his shadow legion, Sunny knew that it was a bad idea. He had not even recovered from his wounds yet, and both Slayer and his most powerful shades were still unavailable. More importantly than that, facing these powerful creatures was at best a gamble. He might have allowed himself to become a little arrogant after attaining supremacy, but the eerie events in the recent past helped him regain his senses. In truth, he had no business confronting a cursed tyrant in his current weakened state, even if he could wield his full power. A battle like that would be a lethal challenge. Sunny was ready to die. Losing one incarnation would be painful but not disastrous. However, if his avatar died here, Kai would die too, and that was not something he was willing to consider. So he had to win. The battle against the snow tyrant was unavoidable, but fighting these two devils was unnecessary. Sunny was not going to gamble 3 times in a row if he could do it just once. With a sigh, he turned away from the distant mountain and glanced at his right hand. A few seconds passed, and then his fingers twitched faintly. A subtle smile appeared on his lips. It's healing well. There was another piece of good news as well. His soul had been healed completely. It happened in an instant, actually, not too long ago. This incarnation of his was isolated in Ariel's game, but it still shared the soul with all the rest. That meant that they had suffered the agony of having their soul wounded at the same time as he had. But that also meant that Nephis could heal his soul by touching any of the avatars. That was what must have happened. The rest must be really confused right about now. I'll have new stories to tell when I come out. Shaking his head, he concentrated on weaving. The pieces of golden amber lay near his feet, glistening in the morning light. In the evening, Sunny and Kai left the axis tree and crossed the obsidian bridge, moving north. The mountain did not offer them any resistance, its peak exploding in a fiery conflagration of smoke, ash, and lava. Sunny could almost move his fingers freely by then, which helped him weave at greater speed. They ascended to the smoking caldera and climbed its edge on the other side, looking north at the last mountain they would have to conquer before coming into sight of the snow castle. And froze. What? What the hell is that? Sunny could not help but say the words despite promising himself to hold back on using them for a while. But he had a good reason to. The landscape in front of them was not at all what they had expected to see. In fact, it was something that no one could have expected to see because Sunny had never even imagined something like that existing. The vast expanse of the chasm between the two mountains was entirely obscured by a vast, tattered shroud. The 3 peaks in the distance were overgrown by that dark mass as well, appearing like towering pillars enveloped in black spider webs. Enormous sheets of ghostly, tattered cloth billowed in the wind, stretching for numerous kilometers in all directions, their surface frayed and uneven, comprised of innumerable strands. These eerie, tenebrose strands reached the northern slope of the mountain Sunny and Kai were standing on as well, disappearing into the snow. As Sunny glanced closer, he saw that the dark mass consisted of myriad threads of flawlessly black silk, each of them as fine as a hair. The entire northern side of the miniature realm created by Ariel was shrouded by this black web, as if a distressing spider had made its nest somewhere beyond the horizon. The silk strands were so countless, in fact, that one could walk from where Sunny stood to the snow castle without needing the obsidian bridges or ever touching the clouds. He shivered. Ah, just what kind of horror had Weaver put on the board? Sunny remained silent for a while, then said in a subdued tone, "You know Kai Weaver's symbol was a spider?" Kai did not seem happy to hear that. Sunny shook his head slowly. But actually it was not Weaver who chose the spider as their symbol. Rather, people commenced to associate spiders with the demon of fate. After all, spiders are masters of weaving as well. He smiled darkly, remembering the spider silk he had found in the nest resting on the branches of the soul-devouring tree. Perhaps even spiders themselves came to see their tribe as servants of Weaver. But come to think of it, even the name Weaver is simply a description of what that demon was. The demon of fate never shared what they knew, so they would naturally never reveal their true name either. I'd imagine someone simply commenced calling them Weaver, and that was what they went on using to introduce themselves. Nether and Hope were also like that. Their names were simply descriptions of what they were. The demon of desire gave living beings hope, while the demon of destiny ruled the underworld. The titles given to them by people had slowly become known as their names, but they were merely descriptors. So, in truth, despite inheriting the cursed lineage of the demon of fate, Sunny did not really know anything about Weaver at all. Even their name was a deception. Kai raised an eyebrow. "Why exactly are you telling me this?" Sunny cleared his throat. "Well, it's just, I'm trying to convince myself that the snow tyrant is not necessarily a spider. You know?" Kai let out a deep sigh. "Do you hate spiders as well?" Sunny forced out a smile. "Not really, but I am considering starting to hate them right now." Chapter 2392, Snow Castle. When the morning came, the sight of endless webs enveloping the entire world became even more eerie. The billowing, frayed tapestries of ghostly black silk covered everything in sight, disappearing behind the horizon. The mountains were buried under them entirely, like gravestones overgrown by mold. Come to think of it, the mountain they had left yesterday must have been infected by the black silk as well. That was why it had seemed peculiar to Sunny from the axis tree. The webs had just burned away when the mountain erupted, but here there was too much mystical silk for it to be consumed by ash and lava. Sunny observed the nightmarish landscape silently, slowly clenching and unclenching his right fist. "I don't like it at all." There were less than 2 days left before the battle against the Snow Tyrant, which meant that he had to start preparing himself mentally for whatever it was he would face. Before that, however, he had to finish the memory he was creating from the golden amber of the Axis tree and the 3 sacred soul shards in his possession. This time he wanted to create a charm. The design of the enchantment had already come together in his mind, and he had already created enough strings of shadow essence to weave it. Now Sunny was simply going over the mental image of the sorceress tapestry while patiently carving the piece of amber into form with a knife made of shadows. The golden amber was impossibly tough, but it slowly gave in under the sharp blade. The form Sunny was carving was both gorgeous and easy. It was a star. That star was going to help him kill the Snow Tyrant, whatever the Snow Tyrant was. After that, he was going to give it to Saint. She had gone without a powerful charm to fit her underworld armament for too long, so he really had to make sure that the evening star glanced worthy of its future owner. I'll be able to build on the initial enchantment later as well. These sacred soul shards are truly remarkable. The weight of the spell weave they can support is simply crazy. This enchantment I envisioned is already more intricate and sophisticated than most of what I have done in the past, and it is nowhere near exhausting their potential. Sunny was pressed for time, so he had to be truly ingenious with the design of the enchantment. The solutions he had come up with to simplify the elaborate patterns and therefore hasten the process of weaving were nothing short of inspired. He had even given the evening star a conditional limitation to greatly strengthen its effect when the proper conditions were met. That was actually an idea he stole from the Sin of Solace, that damn cursed sword. The Crown of Twilight relied on something similar as well, only replenishing his essence in the twilight of dusk and dawn. Come to think of it, numerous, if not most of his most powerful memories had been limited in some way or another. That was what gave them true power. Sunny had always subconsciously understood that principle, but he only fully realized how to make use of it now. There was probably some deep lesson about people and their flaws somewhere in there, but he was too engrossed in his task to go on a philosophical tangent. 2 days, one night. That was all the time he had left before facing the snow tyrant. The first day passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was dusk once more. The obsidian bridge failed to come into existence. The plumes of ash stretched toward the distant mountain and commenced to solidify, but got tangled in the billowing webs and crumbled without ever taking form. Sunny and Kai observed the eerily gorgeous scene in stunned silence, then glanced at each other warily. There was no bridge, but the ash domain could still move, so Sunny manifested a pair of black wings, and the two of them flew across the sea of fluttering black silk, landing carefully atop the northern mountain. From there, they could finally see the snow castle, and the source of black silk, the snow tyrant itself, as well. What? The creature was so immense that even Sunny could see it with a naked eye. He forgot to breathe, looking at the peak of the final mountain with a pale face. Out there in the distance, a huge black moth was perched atop the silken peak, its tenebrous wings covering the slope. Its legs were like obsidian pillars, and its antennae extended far into the sky, swaying lightly in the wind. The block moth was distantly similar to the nightmare butterflies of Ariel's tomb, but also much more gigantic and dreadful than them. It was not even its outer appearance that was so horrible. Instead, simply looking at it filled Sunny with a dreadful, eerie feeling of hopelessness. Something about the titanic moth was so malevolent, frightening, and deeply wrong that he felt the desire to give up and cease his senseless resistance. He was already doomed, after all. But that was not why Sunny was so stunned. Rather, it was because the sinister black moth felt peculiarly familiar. Come to think of it, the black silk felt familiar as well. Sunny shivered and then whispered quietly, I know it. Kai looked in surprise. What? Sunny raised his right hand and pointed at the horrible creature perching atop the snow castle. I know that creature, or at least its kind. He had never met the snow tyrant, but he knew it well. It was the puppeteer. It was a puppeteer worm who had become the puppeteer moth after escaping from the chrysalis of human minds. It had twisted, used as nourishment, and then destroyed. Sunny remembered the description of the puppeteer's shroud. A worm of doubt once found its way into a righteous king's heart. With time, the king was devoured from the inside and became its puppet. A lifetime later, the puppeteer worm escaped from the king's dead body, leaving behind a cocoon of black silk. No one knows where it went. However, once people dared to approach the silent castle, they found the silk among the mountains of gnawed bones and fashioned it into an armor. He did not know whether the creature he was facing was the same puppeteer worm who had been responsible for the birth of the Mountain King, or simply the most accomplished member of their harrowing kind. All he knew was that the description of his old armor failed to mention what a larva evolved to after leaving its chrysalis. He was looking at what it had become right now. Chapter 2393, Who Puppeteers the Puppeteers. As darkness shrouded the world, Sunny and Kai sought shelter from the eerie gaze of the puppeteer on the other side of the mountain. Sunny sat in the ash, his 6 hands dancing in the air as he wove the complicated enchantment of the evening star. One of them was giving him trouble, but he worked through the stiffness and the pangs of pain. His expression was both focused and distant, as if he was in a state of flow, but also rattled to the core. As the radiant patterns of the sorceress tapestry took form, he could feel his shades being mended. The obsidian wasps were restored first, then the shadow wolves in abundance. The wolf was going to recover soon, too. Slayer was close to being fully healed as well. The shade of the Rat King, meanwhile, had never been vanquished, so Sunny could summon it at any second as long as he wished to. The puppeteer moth, really now? Sunny was a little shaken. Locking these feelings in an isolated partition of his mind, he allowed that part of him to take control of his mouth and spoke quietly. What a splendid coincidence. Meeting a nightmare creature that was connected to his first nightmare here was truly unexpected. Unbelievable, even. What were the chances? It was almost as if someone, a certain nebulous daemon perhaps, had pulled the strings behind the scenes to make it happen. Not the strands of black silk that the puppeteer used, though, but an entirely different kind. The strings of fate themselves, maybe. Who was the real puppeteer here, then? Suddenly, the giant black moth perching on the peak of a towering mountain did not seem so traumatic anymore. It even seemed a little pitiful. But naturally, that feeling only lasted for a moment. Kai, who had been staring at the stars idly, turned to look at Sunny. "But how do you know that horror?" Sunny remained silent for a few seconds, engrossed in weaving, then shrugged. "It was mentioned in the description of a memory I owned. It was the second memory I had ever received. Actually, and its description was quite memorable because of how creepy it was. Who knew I'd meet that creepy nightmare creature myself one day?" He sighed, then shook his head slowly. "But actually, it is a good thing. It is a wonderful thing, even." Sunny glanced at Kai and tried to smile. Knowledge is the origin of power, after all. Few things are more important than knowing your adversary. I thought we would have to go into battle against the snow tyrant blind. But would you look at that? Now we don't have to. We know quite a lot about it. In fact, we know the things that matter most. He glanced away and contemplated the situation for a while. Eventually, Sunny said, "The puppeteer's moth can also be called doubt, I guess. That is the essence of its power. It infects the hearts of living beings with doubt and turns them into puppets. In other words, it is an immensely potent manipulator. I hesitate to say that the puppeteer specializes in mind attacks, because at its level of power, these distinctions are somewhat meaningless, but fundamentally, that is what it does." He took a deep breath, then smiled. "Which means that we are actually in a highly advantageous position. These types of nightmare creatures usually rely heavily on their insidious powers and, most of all, on their thralls, but they themselves are relatively weak and frail when it comes to physical confrontations." "And what did we do here in Ariel's game?" Kai studied him for a few seconds. "We killed most of this creature's thralls and put ourselves in a position to attack it when it's alone." Sunny nodded. "Indeed, that is what we did. So in a way we are incredibly lucky. Of all the cursed tyrants in the world, this one might just be the easiest to kill considering the circumstances, that is. Not that killing it will actually be easy, naturally. A cursed tyrant is still a cursed tyrant." He exhaled slowly. "We got rid of most of its thralls and outran those who remain. True, the puppeteer is huge and monstrous, but it won't be that fearsome in a battle, relatively speaking, I mean. I'd say between that thing and the wolf would be more furious." There was a long stretch of silence, and then Sunny added in a concerned tone, "But that does not mean that facing the puppeteer won't be infinitely more hazardous than facing the wolf was. That is, naturally, because while we did kill most of its puppets, the real difficulty will be not becoming its puppets ourselves." Sunny could not help but shiver. "I would imagine that a cursed tyrant can subjugate someone like us in an instant, as long as we give it a chance. It will make us doubt ourselves first, and then, before we know it, there will be invisible strings wrapped around our hearts. Doubt. That was the weapon the puppeteer would use against them. Doubt was truly an insidious concept because no human was really immune to it. Even supremes like Sunny were susceptible to doubt. As for saints like Kai..." Sunny glanced at his friend and shook his head. "Actually, I am not really worried about you." Kai raised an eyebrow. "You're not? But I am quite an insecure person. I doubt myself all the time." Sunny smiled faintly. "That is exactly what makes you dreadful prey for the puppeteer. You do indeed seem to suffer from self-doubt a lot, and yet you have never allowed it to control you. On the contrary, you have overcome yourself at every step of the way. It is like you've been training for this exact moment all your life, really." Kai, despite his lack of confidence, was a faultlessly dependable person. He never failed to rise to the occasion, even if he struggled to get there more than the rest of them did. Sunny sighed and shook his head. "In truth, I am much more worried about myself." Kai smiled at first, as if assuming that Sunny was joking, then looked at him with surprise after realizing that he was telling the truth. "You are worried about yourself more than you are about me?" Sunny simply nodded. "Yes, I am especially vulnerable to what that thing has in store for us." Kai remained silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. "I find it hard to believe. You are a supreme, after all. Didn't you tell me yourself that a sovereign is someone who dares to bend the world to their will? How can someone be that obstinate and doubt themselves at the same time?" Sunny glanced at him with a dark expression and shrugged. "Well, what can I say? People are complicated creatures. They can be two different things at the same time. So I can be sure of myself so much as to force the world to agree with how I feel but also doubt every single thing I do. He was indeed someone who possessed a will sharp enough to cut the world, but at the same time, Sunny's existence was deeply ambivalent. He loved Nephis and enjoyed her affection as well, but at the same time, he always doubted her feelings for him and questioned his place in her life. The person she knew was only a husk of the real Sunny after all. So he wanted to reclaim his fate and make her and everyone else remember him. But at the same time, he wasn't really sure that he wanted it desperately enough to pay the price of becoming bound again. He was determined to resist the horrors of the nightmare spell and protect humanity, but at the same time he was hiding his existence from everyone, forced into the shadows by the cursed lineage of the forgotten god. Sunny was a confluence of irreconcilable contradictions on a good day and a bad day. He was one push away from losing control and falling into a murderous frenzy. All these conflicting emotions had been simmering quietly in the background as he lived his life. Usually they were not a problem, but tomorrow each of the unresolved doubts he harbored would become ammunition the puppeteer could use to destroy him. Each of them was a crack in his armor through which the enemy blade could slide. So tomorrow's battle was not going to be fun for Sunny. He groaned. Ah, I really hate nightmare creatures who mess with my mind the most. Shaking his head, Sunny resumed weaving the enchantment of the evening star and grumbled. Well, you don't have to worry about me, really. I'll handle it. If everything else fails, pure spite has never let me down. His expression turned concerned. That said, I expect the battle against the puppeteers to be horrible enough to push me to the limit. Far beyond my limit, really. I might be forced to resort to doing something really desperate. If I do, your role will be the most important. You will have to help me come back. Kai frowned. Come back? What do you mean? Sunny smiled faintly. It's easy, really. You'll have to make me remember myself, by reminding me who I am. Kai stared at him for a while, then cleared his throat. But, Sunny, I am sorry to say this, but despite our wonderful rapport in these last couple of weeks, I don't really know who you are. We are barely acquainted. Sunny let out a laugh. Fair enough. Then he scowled. No, wait. What do you mean, barely acquainted? You and I are best friends. We fought side by side and killed literal gods together. We rolled in the same mud and ate the same rats. Are there even a closer pair in the world than us? Kai coughed. I didn't eat the rats, though. Oh, right. He refused to partake in the rat barbecue, the fool. Sunny sighed. Naturally, Kai was right. How could Kai make Sunny remember himself if he himself could not even remember the real Sunny? It sounded like a problem, but actually the answer was quite obvious. In fact, Sunny had experienced a very similar situation once, only his role now was the opposite of what it had been back then. A long time ago, Nephis had taught him how to make her escape the mind hex of the Soul Devourer, at least to a degree. All he had to do was recite 3 names to her, the names of the people she hated, and would therefore remind her of the most important thing in her life, her ardent desire to destroy the spell Aster, Song, Vale. Sunny had to come up with an Aster, Song, Vale of his own. He hesitated for a while, then said, just recite a few names to me. Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, Rain, Jet. If that doesn't help, throw in Noctis and Ananke. Iko, Julius, Beth, Kim, Luster, Quentin, Dorn, Bell, Samara, Obel. That should do it, I think. These were the strongest connections to his sense of self he possessed in the absence of a true name, the tethers that bound Sunny to the world and therefore shaped him. If anything could remind him of who he was and what was most important to him, it was these names. In an odd way, these few words were the most meaningful summation of his life. Kai gave him an odd look, then nodded slowly. All right. I'll remember. He lingered for a while before adding, I must admit that I feel a bit weird about my name being there, though. Sunny grinned. What can I say? You make an impression. With that, he beckoned Kai to come closer. Oh, by the way, I'm going to punch you really hard now. Kai blinked a couple of times. Huh? What? Why? Sunny shrugged nonchalantly. You see the horizon? The sun is going to rise soon. I doubt that the puppeteer will leave the snow castle, but it can surely subject us to some kind of terrifying mind attack without moving. You don't want to endure a mental attack of a cursed tyrant more times than necessary, do you? Kai moved back a little, a wary expression on his face. I don't, but what does it have to do with me getting punched? Sonny scoffed. I mean, the best way to avoid a mental attack is to be unconscious. That's just common sense. So, come closer, it will only hurt a little. Kai, however, did not come closer. A few moments later, a cloud of ash rose above the slope of the towering volcano. In the end, Sonny did not punch Kai into unconsciousness. The charming archer did, however, put himself into a state of deep slumber by commanding himself to sleep without seeing any dreams. Sonny remained nearby, standing guard above his sleeping figure while focusing completely on weaving. When the sun rose and an ethereal bridge of glistening glass formed between the snow castle and the fuming volcano, a terrifying mental attack did, indeed, descend upon him like divine punishment. Sonny winced as his hands faltered, a sudden discord introduced into the vast tapestry of essence strings he was weaving. Is it playing with me? Shaking his head, he corrected the flawed pattern and continued with his work. The puppeteer seemed to be probing his mental defenses. Even then, that single distressing attack easily pierced his resistances and the invisible armor of will he had forged around himself, forcing its way into his mind. Sonny felt himself reeling, an insidious presence taking root in his head. His sense of reality started to fall apart. Grumbling under his breath, Sonny partitioned the compromised part of his mind and isolated it from the rest of him. It helped to cope with the insidious, irresistible mental invasion of the puppeteer, but only for a short while. Soon enough, the tendrils of mind-altering corruption spread beyond the walls Sonny had erected, infecting more of him. Luckily, it was not the capital letter corruption, but simply the mental plague summoned into existence by a cursed tyrant instead. Luckily? Does that word really apply here? Sonny smiled darkly. Just a fallen god taking over my mind. No big deal. He isolated the newly compromised parts of his mind too. Let's see who'll last longer, bastard. Sonny had developed quite a breathtaking ability to split his mind into innumerable streams over the years, after all. From perceiving the world through his shadows, to controlling 7 incarnations, to commanding the vast Shadow Legion and watching over the members of the Shadow Clan, he was quite adept at compartmentalization by now. As the sun was rising from beyond the horizon, he and the puppeteer played an eerie game. The giant black moth slowly conquered more and more of Sonny's mind, while Sonny calmly quarantined the contaminated parts and went on weaving. It grew more and more difficult as time went on, however. His hands slowed down, and the vision of the vast pattern of essence strings he held in his mind turned blurry. By the end of it all, Sonny halted completely, staring into the distance with an absent expression. He was uncomfortably close to starting to drool. Then the sun separated from the sea of molten gold it had turned the clouds into and hovered above the horizon, slowly climbing up. The ethereal glass bridge evaporated, and at the same time the foreign presence that had been slowly consuming his mind retreated in an instant. Sonny let out a shaky breath and reassembled his mind into a single whole, swaying lightly as he did. He remained motionless for a few seconds, then resumed weaving with a concerned expression. His lips were pursed and his voice was subdued. Ah, that was quite unpleasant. And it had been merely a probing attack at that. Experiencing the full brunt of the puppeteer's might would be a far more appalling experience. Sonny grimaced. Throughout the day, as the weave of the evening star came together, the things he had been waiting for happened one after another. Kai woke up from his deep slumber. The wolf and its pack were fully mended. Slayer recovered from her wounds almost at the very last moment and rose from his shadow, just as full of malice and malevolence as she had been before. The murderous shadow had been absent for a few days, so he had to fulfill the conditions of their deal and make a blood sacrifice to her once more. Slayer drank deeply of his blood, and once again her obsidian eyes seemed to ignite with a hint of remembrance for a few fleeting seconds. But then, they slowly reverted to being cold and unfeeling, devoid of their splendid luster. This time, for the first time, Sonny felt disturbed by the subtle change that had briefly happened to his shadow. He could not help but ask himself once again, did she, Did she really kill Weaver? The graceful shadow stood motionlessly by his side, her hollow eyes betraying no emotion. In the end, Sunny had no choice but to look away and concentrate on finishing the last patterns of the vast spell weave he was creating. It was coming together well. The evening star was the first sacred memory he would create, and although it was not entirely finished, still he could already tell how different it was from all the other memories he had created. That was because of its very nature. A sacred memory was an immensely powerful thing, powerful enough to interfere with causality and bend the laws of existence, even just like deities could. However, it was just that, a thing. It possessed neither will nor intent, and therefore it lacked the authority to achieve what it was designed to do. How could it function then? The same way the lesser memories functioned, naturally, since memories did not have souls, they strengthened by the soul essence of their master. Similarly, a sacred memory had to strengthen by the soul essence, the spirit essence, and, most importantly, the will of its master to realize its potential. Not just anyone would be able to use the evening star to its full extent. Sunny sighed. I still have ways to go. Weaver's mask and the shadow lantern did not have the same problem after all. They were divine memories that even a mere awakened could use, which meant that whoever had created them infinitely more proficient at weaving than Sunny was. Well, naturally they were. After all, Weaver's mask had been created by none other than the demon of fate, while the shadow lantern was a replica of Shadow God's relic created by the nightmare spell. I'll get there someday. Maybe. The sun was already rolling toward the horizon by the time Sunny completed his sorcery. The breathtaking star carved out of golden amber lay on his palm, its intricately engraved surface glistening in the eventide glow. He sighed, then manifested the jade mantle and brought the evening star to the center of his polished black breastplate. Their armor swallowed it, and as the sacred charm drowned in the dark stone-like metal, disappearing without a trace, it was slotted into the underworld armament. Pouring his essence and will into Evening Star, Sunny felt a subtle power flow into his limbs. Works as a charm. He smiled darkly, deactivated the enchantment, and rose to his feet. The sun would soon touch the sea of clouds. The battle against the puppeteer was about to commence. Throwing a look at Kai, Sunny lingered for a few moments and asked, "How about it? Are you ready to get the hell out of this dreadful place?" Kai nodded calmly. "Oh, I am. I've been dreaming of taking a proper shower for a week straight." "Of course he has." Sunny sighed, then glanced at Slayer. "What about you? Have something to say to me?" Slayer did not deem it worthy to give him an answer. Instead, she simply checked if her swords slid out of their sheaths smoothly. Sunny shook his quietly and glanced north. The sea of clouds was drowning in darkness in the east while burning with a fiery crimson glow in the west. The plumes of ash were stretching toward the snow castle like black tendrils. Soon they turned into an obsidian bridge, its surface glowing as if illuminated by innumerable embers. Taking a step forward, Sunny called upon the shadows and ash. As he stepped onto the bridge, a tide of darkness followed him like a boundless mantle. As Sunny walked across the bridge, bringing the ash domain with him, the huge black moth perching on the peak of the distant white mountain shifted a little. Its size was so immense that from a distance, it seemed as if the mountain itself moved. Suddenly, he could sense something vast, ancient, and utterly alien gazing at him. It was as if everything about him was revealed under that frightening gaze. The entity studied him with a dispassionate thoroughness, like one would study a strange and curious specimen after dissecting its body. Then the entity seemed to lose interest. The heavy gaze followed Sunny, but it felt far less penetrating than before. He glanced up at the titanic black moth's face, if it could be called that. It was covered by what looked like soft black fur, with two enormous spherical eyes protruding from it on either side. Its maw was hidden from sight, and its two enormous antennae swayed faintly in the wind. Apart from the fact that each was hundreds of meters in length, they looked like the long, cushy eyebrows of a wizened sage. The puppeteers stayed motionless, and it was that lack of movement that made the sight of a titanic moth so eerie. Sunny would have been less tense if the tyrant tried to threaten him or showed a hint of preparing for battle. But the creature stayed still, simply looking at him impassively. "It's not taking me seriously at all." The sea of clouds below was glowing, painted in a million shades of maroon and crimson by the sunset. Sunny took a step and activated the enchantment of the evening star. The shadows surrounding him seemed to grow darker, and the veil of ash more impenetrable. He felt more powerful. He was more powerful, in fact, albeit not by much. For now, the enchantment of the evening star was immensely potent, but simpler in execution than many he had woven before. That was because Sunny had chosen not to rely on the usual patterns he had memorized or developed while designing it. Instead of meticulously weaving the paths and mechanisms its enchantment was to follow, he wove the very concept of what it was meant to achieve into the pattern instead. Sunny based the spell weave of the evening star on two simple concepts: abundance and power. The evening star was meant to grant its master an abundance of power, not the physical strength, soul potency, mental fortitude, or even willpower, but simply power in all its shapes and forms. Sunny did not need to meticulously design how that effect would be achieved precisely because he had based the spellweave of the evening star on concepts as opposed to sorcerous principles. After all, the evening star was a sacred memory. The ways in which it functioned were not as important as the very fact that it did. It did not work by adhering to cleverly designed patterns of cause and effect. Instead, it worked because it bent the world into a state that supported its effect. The effect came first, while the cause followed. That was how sacred beings exerted their power, so Sunny had surmised that that was how a sacred memory should function too. The shift in the approach to designing a spell weave was so different from everything he had done before that it was hard to wrap his head around it. But once Sunny shifted his perspective and saw the foundations of sorcerous mechanics in a new light, the patterns he envisioned were actually simpler than what he had been creating before. Of course, a sorcery like that could only be strengthened by a master whose will could shoulder its burden. But as a supreme titan, Sunny was more than qualified to do just that. Granted, creating a memory that was simply supposed to make its master more powerful would not have been very useful. There were limits to his will after all, and even if there were none, a simple sorcery like that could not bend the laws of the world too much. The effect would have been negligible. That was where the artificial limitation he had built into the spellweave of the evening star came into play. By limiting the sacred memory himself, he allowed it to bend the laws of existence much more than it would have been able to otherwise, as long as proper conditions were met. It was as if he was focusing its power into a narrow ray instead of unleashing it upon the world as a diffused wave. The limit Sunny had placed on the enchantment of the evening star was as follows. Its potency depended on how bright the world around it was. This sacred memory was almost entirely useless when surrounded by radiance and light. It grew exponentially more powerful the darker its surroundings were, though, and reached full potency in utter darkness. And since Sunny could only attack the snow castle at sunset, the evening star would enhance him more and more the closer nightfall came. The augmentation of a sacred memory was already immensely powerful. However, there was also the underworld armament trait of the Jade Mantle to consider, the trait that enhanced the effects of any charm slotted into the tenebrous armor. In short, the longer Sunny survived in the battle against the puppeteer, the stronger he would become. Any augmentation was important, but this one in particular was especially vital due to the fact fighters usually grew exhausted and weakened by the end of a vicious battle. In that state of fatigue and vulnerability, every drop of power was especially precious. So, hopefully, the puppeteer was in for an unpleasant surprise. Of course, Sunny was quite certain that the detestable creature had a few surprises in store for him as well. All his senses grew taut as he approached the end of the bridge. All his muscles tensed in preparation for a furious, fatal battle. Sunny inhaled deeply, then gritted his teeth and stepped onto the snowy slope of the towering mountain. He had expected a destructive mental attack to slam into him immediately, possibly even some kind of profane assault that he could not even imagine, let alone describe. He had prepared himself for anything, or so he had thought. But he was wrong, because what happened next left Sunny completely stunned, and more than a little bit rattled. Instead of a tyrannical assault, what met him on the slopes of the snow castle was a voice. The voice resounded from all around him, subtle and strangely soft. It said, "Welcome, Liberator." "Oh, I've been waiting for so long." Chapter 2397, To a Flame. Sunny froze. He was not being subjected to a distressing attack, and yet that did not make him feel any less alarmed. If anything, he felt more shaken than he would have if the puppeteer had thrown all its profane power into an obliterating assault. Because despite the fact that the world had changed and Sonny himself was vastly more powerful now than he had been before, one truth remained the same since the turbulent days of his youth. It was that among all the horrors of the nightmare spell, none were more sinister and harrowing than the ones who could speak like humans. Damnation! He glanced up and studied the motionless puppeteer who loomed far above him like a black insectile cliff. Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't. Then his lips moved on their own. Who's speaking? There were a few seconds of silence, and then the soft voice resounded from nowhere. It was as if the wind itself was answering. I am Moth, Sonny narrowed his eyes, unsure what to say. The cursed tyrant was talking to him. The frightening moth perching atop the mountain was engaging him in conversation, and on top of that it was polite and soft-spoken. What the hell? He exhaled slowly. Why are you talking to me, though? The puppeteer remained silent for a moment, then answered with a question of its own. Why not? Sonny could not help but let out a stifled chuckle. This is ridiculous. His flaw still forced him to answer, though. Because you are an abomination, a nightmare creature. You and I are enemies, no. The huge moth moved its antennae faintly. Are we enemies? Why? Sonny laughed. Why? Oh, actually, you raise a good question. You, creatures of corruption, are all completely overcome by a demented need to eradicate anything and everything that is good and pure. I have no idea why. So now that I have the chance, let me ask you instead. Why the hell are you vile fiends so hell-bent on destroying us humans? The puppeteer remained silent for a while, this time. Eventually, he seemed to sigh. Words have power, Liberator. The power of names is even greater still, and yet you use that power with such violence. You force them upon the world. The giant moth tilted its head down, looking at Sonny with its enormous black eyes. Corruption, nightmare creature, fiend, vile, pure, good. These words you use may not form existence, but they form you. They form everything you touch as well. They even form me. The winds howled, and the glistening strands of black silk enveloping the mountain fluttered in it like a tattered shroud. The cursed tyrant spoke again. What you have named corruption is the influence of the void. It does not corrupt things. It simply changes them. These things it changes are not malevolent or vile, just like the things it spares are not pure and good. They are merely different. However, when the puppeteer spoke again, its soft voice sounded a little mournful. There exists a contradiction between those of us who have been touched by the void and those of us who have not, indeed. That contradiction gives birth to conflict. Those of my kind who are young and weak are not detestable. They are pitiful. They are neither of the void nor of the flame. They belong to both but are welcomed by neither. The colossal moth moved its wings faintly, causing hurricane wind to blow across the silken mountain. Sonny shielded his face from the dancing snow and grimaced. This thing is really huge, the puppeteer continued. Their existence is a battlefield, and the war they wage against themselves drives them mad. In that anguished state, they are lost and blind. All they can do is desperately seek salvation like moths to a flame. They are consumed by the desire to possess the flame or to extinguish it. They are overcome by a misguided need to resolve the maddening contradiction and right everything that is wrong with the world and with themselves. Only then would they know solace. Sonny smiled darkly. Solace? The reason for all this misery is that they seek solace? How truly ironic. No wonder someone told me once that solace is a sin. The puppeteer stirred. It is in the depths of the flame. Life is war, peace is death. These are the laws carved into existence by the incarnations of flame. Sonny was getting a little confused. The way the puppeteer spoke and the names it used were peculiar. The flame. Since the puppeteer described the flame as the opposite of the void, it must have meant the vast universe created by the gods, the existence itself. Or did it mean the original desire from the flames of which the gods had been born? Possibly it was both. There was probably no distinction between the two for a creature like the puppeteer. The incarnations of flame it mentioned were the gods, then. While Sonny considered the implication of these words, the soft voice spoke again, this time hiding a hint of enmity. What a grotesque, cruel world they've created. Here, solace is indeed a sin, but more than that, it is a lie. There is no solace to be found, not for you and not for me. Those poor wretches of my kind who are blinded by the flame cannot see the truth, but I am different from them. I am not blind, and I am not drawn to the flame. I have no desire to become ash. Sonny frowned, staring at the giant black moth with a peculiar expression. So what you mean to say is that only the weaker abomination can't overcome the irresistible urge to devour and destroy anything not touched by the corruption. But you are so much stronger and above them all that you can keep that urge in check. In fact, you are not beholden to the corruption at all. The puppeteer did not answer immediately. It remained silent for a while, and then asked suddenly, a hint of something strange and eerie seeping into its seemingly soft voice. You have never known anything but the flame, liberator, so you do not question its tenets. But let me answer the question you asked of me with a question of my own. Why do we have to be enemies? Is it because of me, a creature touched by the void? Or is it because of you, a creature born of the flame? Of the flame where life was war. Chapter 2398, Fuel of Desire. At first, Sonny laughed. The question was really too preposterous. What was the puppeteers insinuating? That the horrors of the modern era were caused by humans, and not by the plague and nightmare creatures lusting to destroy and devour the world. Oh, it is definitely because of you. Believe me, I am quite a peaceful person. You can even call me the heir of peace if you wish. Well, Sonny did have an army of tens of thousands of dead souls dwelling in his own, all of whom, most of whom at least, he had personally killed. But that was not because he was a bellicose and violent person. He had just been forced by the circumstances to go on a rampage or two. And while few, even among the nightmare creatures, had caused as many violent deaths as Sonny had, that was not because he particularly enjoyed slaughter and carnage. Well, he did enjoy them sometimes, but not that often. Very rarely, really. Sonny opened his mouth to say something, but then closed it again. He wanted to explain that humans would have left the nightmare creatures alone if the nightmare creatures did not represent an existential threat to humanity, if they had not attacked first, but that would have been a lie. After all, humans had managed to eradicate most life on Earth, and had almost eradicated each other, long before the nightmare spell descended. They were full of avarice, violence, and insatiable desire to have more, spread more, be more. They pillaged and plundered anything and everything that was of value relentlessly, repeatedly, and without remorse. So, if there had really been a flock of harmless nightmare creatures grazing peacefully somewhere on a meadow, humans would have probably slaughtered them and dismantled their precious bodies for parts. The soul shards alone would have been a reason to drive them to extinction. Sonny pursed his lips, suddenly unsure of himself. Eventually, he simply repeated, "Yeah, it is most likely because of you." The puppeteer seemed to look at him with pity. After a few moments of silence, the soft voice spoke again. "There is a far more meaningful question, Liberator. The incarnations of flame, why did they create their cruel world this way? Why must they make life a constant struggle and deny solace to the beings trapped in the cage of their design? Why is there desperation, desire, hope, and war? Tell me, creature of the flame." Sonny suppressed the desire to scoff, surprised by the sudden philosophical question. Philosophical questions, by definition, had no answer. That was what made them such to begin with. So the better question would have been why the puppeteer insisted on wasting his time. But then the derisive smile slowly drained from his face, because Sonny suddenly realized that he knew the answer. He lingered for a few moments and then whispered in a stunned voice, "Because the flame wanes." The black silk fluttered in the wind, its many strings rustling like a sea. The soft voice of the puppeteer was born from that rustle. Indeed, the flame is desire, and desire is the flame. But flame needs fuel to burn, Liberator. It needs to be fed. It needs to devour something in order to sustain itself. Our longing, our yearning, our desire, our hope, they fan the flame. You and I are different, but in the end we are both the same. Our lives are fuel, and we only exist to be devoured by the flame. The giant black moth lowered its enormous head, staring at Sunny from above. We are both prisoners of this game as well. We are different, yes, but we are the same. What we share is far more immense than what divides us, and so there is no reason for us to be enemies. Sunny shifted, engrossed by the truth, a version of truth at least, offered him by the puppeteer. His mind slowly drifted to its last claim, and after hesitating for a short while, he asked in an even tone, "We are both prisoners? Is that why you keep calling me the Liberator?" The giant black moth's antennae swayed lightly. "Yes. A long time ago, the one you call Weaver offered me a bargain. I would help them defeat the demon of dread in the death game, and in return they would twist the strings of fate to ensure my survival. And if I waited long enough, a being would come to liberate me from my cage." Sunny chuckled. "Weaver promised you freedom, huh?" The puppeteer stirred. "Freedom, survival, salvation." The winds howled above the silken making the strands of black silk billow fiercely, urgently. Sunny smiled darkly. "Did you not know that Weaver was a consummate liar? No, really. You would have been hard-pressed to find a more treacherous bastard to make a deal with." He shook his head. "Let me tell you, puppeteer, you should never trust the gods, but you should really never trust Weaver. Only a fool would. In fact, the only thing more foolish than that would be to trust a cursed tyrant." Looking up, he stared the colossal black moth in the eye. "Let me ask you one question." Sunny sighed and raised his hand, stretching slowly. "Actually, I asked it already. As a matter of fact, it was more or less the first question I asked. Why are you talking to me?" He lowered his hands and regarded the puppeteer chillingly. "It wouldn't be to stall for time and make sure that I can't kill you before the sun sets, would it?" There was silence for a few long moments, and then the soft voice resounded from nowhere once again. Only it wasn't so soft anymore, and neither did it resemble anything that could be even distantly mistaken for a human voice. Instead, an eerie, deeply disturbing, dreadful rustle washed over Sunny, making his skin crawl. Kill me?" The world itself seemed to laugh at Sunny, full of scorn, sending his mind into a spin. "Your death is liberation, Ash Tyrant, Weaver, kept their promise." The puppeteer did not speak after that, but moments before they clashed, Sunny thought that he heard a dying echo drowning in the wind. He could barely discern the words. "Your flame, so sweet, it's calling."